I was happy that I was able on archive.gov to find some interesting videos related to Roswell. Also interestingly, some of the people interviewing these original witnesses were interviewed for our special here. People like Don Schmidt and Kevin Randall and Tom Carey. Sadly, Stan Friedman is no longer with us, but I have included that interview as well. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us here for our Roswell 75th anniversary special event. Let's get back to the program, friends.
What do you have? You got a watch?
No.
This is Stanton Friedman. I'm a nuclear physicist with a very strong interest in flying saucers. I'm in Kansas City, Missouri on July 24th, 1991. I'm here to do an interview with Gerald Anderson, a very important witness with regard to the recovery of a crashed flying saucer in New Mexico in July 1947. We have just had a visit with a polygraph examiner who says he has seen no evidence of deception. This is after spending several hours with myself and Gerald, mostly with Gerald. A full report will be forthcoming. So with that, we will talk to Gerald Anderson. Enough. You state your name, please.
My name is Gerald Anderson.
Where were you born and when?
I was born October 4th, 1941, Indianapolis, Indiana.
Okay, and give me a summary of what happened in 1947 with regard to a crashed flying saucer in New Mexico.
Well, we had just moved to Albuquerque, New Mexico on July 4th, 1947. This was approximately the day before we went out on the plains of San Augustine with my Uncle Ted, my cousin Victor, my father, my brother Glenn, and myself. We drove down to the plains of San Augustine, which is west of Socorro, New Mexico, in the Magdalena Daddle area. And we were down there looking for banded and moss agate, which, according to my Uncle Ted and my cousin Victor, was prevalent in the area. And my brother being an amateur rock hound and wanted to get some of this, and it was a way of showing us around the area. And they had relatives down in Magdalena that they wanted to introduce us to. So we had gone down there, and we got down in the Horse Springs area and had driven off onto the plains down an old rutted road for a mile or so, and seemed like a long ways. We parked the car, got out of the car, and walked down a hillside, a semi-forested, I guess you could say. It had pinon trees and scrub oak and stuff like that on it. And we'd walked, well, not scrub oak, but cedar, and walked down the hillside into an arroyo, a dry wash, and then walked south down a dry wash toward where the agates were supposed to be at. And as we came around a bend in the arroyo that had pinon and cedar trees growing on them, we were able to see farther ahead down the arroyo, and on the next ridge line there was a large silver disc-shaped object was embedded in the side of the ridge line, and there was debris and wreckage and stuff strewn about the area, but mainly this thing was intact. I would estimate its size from an adult perspective to be something like 35 feet in diameter. I've heard other people who were there say they thought it was like 50 feet, but as an adult I would say about 35 feet in diameter, quite large. When we got up to it, there were 4 bodies there, not human. There was 2 of them who were obviously dead. One of them was obviously very badly injured, and one of them that apparently suffered no ill effects, or didn't appear to be injured, and was ambulatory, was mobile, and was just sitting there next to the one that was still alive that appeared to be dying.
Were they right next to the vehicle?
Right next to it, right under the edge of it. And this craft had apparently come in from the east, bounced off one ridge line, went plowing through this arroyo area, and it crashed into the ridgeline and embedded itself. And they were sitting back under the edge. It was kind of tilted up like this, and they were sitting back under the edge here. And I'm assuming that this one creature that was all right had laid this material on the ground, but it looked like unrolled tinfoil that these other three creatures were laying on, like it was trying like you do a person in shock, you put them on a blanket kind of thing. And apparently it had some boxes there around it, and had apparently been trying to give first aid or help these other creatures when we first got there. And as we approached, the creature drew back like this, like it was in fear of us, like we were going to hurt it. And it wasn't very long, in trying to communicate with it. The adults were. It seemed to calm down and just sat there and kind of looked back and forth, watching them, apparently trying to figure out what was going on. Like,
what did it look like a little bit more?
These creatures, all of them were about 4 foot tall, 4.5 feet tall. They had very large heads that were shaped larger on the top, and they kind of tapered down. Not to a real sharp point, but just tapered down where they were thin. And they had very large, oval-shaped or almond-shaped, I guess you could say, black eyes. They were so shiny, they had almost a bluish tint to them when the light reflected off of them. Their skin coloration, I think the best way I could describe that is kind of a bluish tinted milky white. It looked like someone in shock. And the ones that were laying on the ground were really looked more that way, more blue.
How about ears, nose, mouth?
No, there was no visible ears on the creatures, except like if you was just to cover your ear like this, to where there was just a rise there and then a hole, without your earlobe and the rest of the ear there.
How about nose?
It was the nose was very small, almost imperceptible, and just like 2 holes straight in, and the lips were just a straight line. It was like a cut, and you couldn't see any visible lips like we have. It was just a slit, and
what
it
hair
never made
color?
a sound. Pardon?
What hair color?
There was no hair. They were completely bald.
And no sounds?
I never heard a sound of one, not out of any of the creatures, including the one that was.
Did you see fingers?
Yeah, they had fingers like this. They didn't have a little finger. They just had the thumb and 3 extra digits, except the center digit was longer, and the other 2 were about the same size. They were very long and slender. It looked very delicate, and I've made the statement before, and I'll make it again. I think it would have made an excellent violinist because of the structure of their hands. They were wearing one-piece suits. All of them were dressed exactly the same, and it was sort of a real shiny, silverish gray color.
No zippers, buttons?
No, I saw no zippers, no buttons.
Insignia?
No insignias. The only thing that was different, they all had this, but the only thing that was different from the silvery gray suit was that down like the seam on it, like it was a seam on the shoulder, and around the collar it was trimmed in what appeared to be maroon, like cording. Then the suits were continuous with their footgear. You could see right about this area down, it seemed to be less pliable than it was up here, like this was a stiffer area, like it was boots or shoes or something. But they were all dressed exactly the same.
Okay, so you and your family are talking back and forth, wondering what was going on. What did your family say? I mean, did anybody say anything?
Yeah, my brother, one of the first remarks I heard made was, that's a goddamn spaceship. There was bodies up there, and I was told not to go up there, which I did. And
how old was your brother at the time?
He was in his early 20s, I think 21, something like that.
He was a lot older than you were.
Oh yes, considerably. When we got up there, I kind of meandered off to one side. This thing was cocked up, and I was standing here. The bodies were here, and everybody else was kind of down here, except my cousin Victor was over here playing, looking in this gaping hole on the side of this disc, and it's shaped just like a discus, except for a round dome was up on top, and there was this big gaping gash in here where you could see inside. It looked like a double hall.
How big a length?
The
gash?
dome.
Oh, the gash.
Well, it covered the greater majority from the center of the craft out. It was just like a gaping hole in there. And I'm thinking, it's like about 30 feet, 35 feet in diameter, so we're talking about 17 feet maybe.
Uh-huh.
And most of that one side was ripped open like that. And you could see inside, and you could see another double hull like in there, and there was just rows of components that was on there, and there was lights that flashed on and off. Some of them were steady, some were flashing. There was a lot of debris and stuff hanging out of the hole. There was evidence that there had apparently been fire. It looked like it had been burnt along the edge there. The gash.
Now, this wasn't a gash that could have been caused by the thing coming into the ground. It wasn't at the leading edge of the vehicle.
No, this was in the side, like, it almost appeared, it was elliptical. It almost appeared as if something the same shape as the disc we were looking at had hit that same, had hit the disc and left an imprint that pretty closely approximated the outside diameter of the disc itself. And it appeared to be caved inward.
Okay.
And kind of like, you'd hit it like this and just crumpled and caved in and ripped it open.
Okay, so you're there, you take all this and everybody's mystified. What were the circumstances outside? Hot, cold?
Very, very hot. Well, to me, being the first time in New Mexico and coming from back east, that dry heat was just like being inside of an oven. It was unbelievable to me. And that was the odd part about this thing. The closer you got to it, the cooler it was. And standing under it in the shade there, next to these creatures' bodies, it was like refrigerated air conditioning. And
did you feel air coming out of this thing? Or
no, it was just like it was ambient. And I remember reaching up and putting my hand on the side of it, and I think I was afraid it was going to hit my head because there was enough room for me as a small child, I was approximately the same size as these creatures to walk up under there and stand there, but I kind of did like that, put my hand up against this thing.
What did it feel like?
It was ice cold. It felt like it just came out of a freezer.
Was it smooth? Was it rough?
It was very smooth. It had a very smooth texture to it. It was obviously made out of metal. It was very solid, and it was very cold, ice cold. And there was a smell in the area. It smelled volatile, acrid, like acetone. And that seemed to be coming out of that gash, that smell. But the closer you got to this thing, the cooler it was. So I kind of remained there, and I guess that while they were over here, my father and my Uncle Ted and my brother, and Uncle Ted was trying to talk to this thing in Spanish, and of course it didn't understand a word he said. And Dad tried to talk to it, and then they tried, sign language, and that didn't work. And I don't know, for some reason, I just I reached down and touched it, this one that was laying next to me. And when I touched it, I realized, I jumped back. It scared me, it startled me, because I suddenly realized that these weren't dolls. I thought they were plastic dolls. And I was still in my mind that these are moving dolls, until I touched it and I realized, this was a dead thing. I'd seen dead relatives before, and I unfortunately had made the mistake one time of touching a relative who was in a casket, and I just knew this is a dead thing. And it scared me, and I ran around behind my father and my uncle, and this thing was sitting there on the ground, and it kept looking back and forth, and it just had its hands like this in its lap, and it just kept looking back and forth between the three of them, and like it was trying to understand. And all of a sudden it just turned and looked right straight at me, between my Uncle Ted and myself. And this is when there was just like an explosion of things in my head, things I started, feeling just terrible depression, loneliness, and fear, and just, awful feelings that just suddenly burst into my mind. And I don't know if that meant that it was communicating with me and I was the only one there I could communicate with because I was a kid. I don't know. I turned and ran, and I ran kind of across the arroyo and up on the area that it had bounced off of during the crash. And we're just standing there looking down at the scene, and my family, and off in the distance I could see cattle grazing, I could see a windmill, and I could see dust trails out on the playa, out on the plains out there. And, I was there for a little while, and then I came back down, and I guess we were there, Victor was when I got back down there, Victor was up in the crack, and Ted yelled at him to get out of there, and Glenn went over and grabbed him by the belt and jerked him off.
That's your brother?
Yeah, and jerked him off and said, get out of there, you could cause this thing to explode and kill us all, and then of course he went prowling around in there. I was kind of standing off to one side looking, that's why I knew that I could look off these rocks that I was standing on right into this thing. That's why I knew, about the lights and the components and stuff. And then, I heard other people talking, and I turned, and there was a group of people coming up the arroyo from out on the plains, from the south. They had come up there, and of course they walked up and was talking. And
how many?
There was an older man and 5 younger students.
Boys, girls?
There was 3 boys and 2 girls. And they were all, introducing, talking to my father and my uncle and my brother.
What did the older one look like?
The leader of this group,
yeah.
The man, he was a very tall man, very big man. He was wearing a pith helmet when he first came up, one of those kind of explorer helmets. And he was bald, and I know that because he had taken it off and he had done this, a couple times with a handkerchief and put it back on. He was a balding man. And he had a round face. He was very ruddy complected. He's a big man. And he apparently was a doctor because they kept calling him doctor. And as I understand it, was an archaeological group that was out there on some kind of a summer thing. And they talked, and he apparently was able to speak several foreign languages. And he tried to talk to this creature several times in different languages, again, to no avail.
How did he happen to be there? Had he seen the thing?
Well, they claimed that they saw this thing come down the night before, flaming, and they thought it was a meteorite. And they had talked about, well, in the morning, we'll go over there and see this, where this meteor came down, because that's what they thought it was. And when the sun came up the next morning, and they got about their business and got up, and somebody looked over and said, they saw all the shiny metal and stuff across the plains there, and they realized it wasn't a meteorite, it may have been an airplane that crashed. So they all decided to go over there and see if there was anybody who was alive, that was hurt, that needed help.
They had driven over?
No, they walked over, apparently, the way I understand it. And it's quite a ways across that plain, so it had to take a very long time to do this. Or they may have had a vehicle, I don't know. That's an assumption, I think, on my part. They walked.
Okay, so they're around with the family.
But they came across the plains nonetheless. I'm not sure if they drove or not. I didn't hear any cars.
And then somebody else showed up.
Yeah, they were down there just, 15, maybe 20 minutes at tops, and they were picking up things, some of the students, and this Dr. Buzzkirk, that they called him, this one girl went up and said, look, doctor, wouldn't this make a beautiful ring? And she was holding what looked like a red rod, or a red tube of some kind of a silvery red. And he kind of snapped at her, and put that down, Agnes, you don't know what that is. I think it hurts you. Just don't pick this stuff up. And she kind of said, well, yeah, okay, doctor. And then he went back to what he was doing, and she walked away and put it in her pocket. And a lot of them were doing this, were picking up things and feeling things. I was picking up things and feeling things. There was all kinds of material, metal, and stuff laying around. Then we heard it. We all heard it, a sound of a motor coming like a truck. And I went back up the incline there to the ridge line, and I could see out there, and there was a truck coming up. It was an old pickup truck. It was sort of a beige color or a tan colored thing, and it had a whip antenna on it. And it stopped, and this guy got out, and he's wearing brown clothes. He's got boots on, and he's wearing a straw hat, just like the kind Harry Truman always wore. And he had wire-rimmed glasses. He was a big man, and he looked exactly like Harry Truman to me. And I'd seen in the movie Tone News that the
He was president then.
Yeah, and I was well aware who Harry Truman was, so everybody was. He was like kind of a hero, you know. And this guy looked like him, except bigger. And I don't think he didn't look as old either. His hair was kind of light gray. And he walked over there, and they got to talking, you know, with everybody. And he told them that he worked out on the plains out there, and that he made maps, and that he had seen the wreckage from out there on the plains, and he saw the people, and he thought it was a plane wreck, and you know, just something was going on. And he came over there to see, and he hadn't been there but just a very, very few minutes when we heard all kinds of motors and engines straining and stuff. And here comes a military car with a big white star on the side of it, followed by a 6x, which is a military truck with a kind of canvas wagon type canvas thing over it, and it's full of soldiers that got guns. And right behind that was what we call a 4x, which is like a medium-sized Jeep truck situation, and it had two big high whip antennas, all kinds of radio gear in the back, and a guy back there with earphones and stuff on, and he's, you know, working these radios. And they all pulled up and stopped. And
Which direction had they come from?
They came from the north, from the Horse Springs area, right?
So they could have come off the highway there.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that's exactly how they got there. They come off the highway the same way we did. Well, in the meantime, when it stopped, this black soldier, the sergeant, and the reason I know he was a sergeant, my brother told me he was, and he got out of this car, and then a guy got out on the other side, and Glenn said he was a captain. He told me later he was a captain. And this guy had orange-red hair. And all the soldiers then came running over there, pointing guns at people, and telling them, get away, get away, get away, you know. And when this creature saw these people, the military, he went nuts. He went into an absolute panic, worse than what he did when he saw us.
Did he move around, or just his eyes?
He just
Oh, okay.
Crazy, and it was like he was looking
Fearful.
like he was looking for a place to run and hide.
But he never got up.
Never got up. He never left the one injured one next to him. And this red-headed officer, this guy was a real butthole. He made all the threats. He threatened to have people shot if they didn't move away.
To everybody?
Oh yeah, get away, get away. You know, we'll shoot, get away from there. This is a military secret. You know, just screaming and hollering. And he told my uncle and my father that if they didn't want to spend the rest of their life in prison, they would never say anything about what they saw there. If they ever wanted to see us kids again, they'd take the kids away, and they'd never see the kids, you know, meaning me and Victor, that we'd better keep our mouths shut. If we did not, this is what was going to happen. They were threatening people and pushing people. And
the students as well? And Dr.
Oh yeah, they were hustling everybody. And one of the soldiers pushed my uncle. He had a rifle like this, and he shoved him back like that. Well, that was something you don't do to my Uncle Ted. Ted had a violent temper, and he grabbed the rifle and reached over top and smacked this guy and dropped him right there. And Ted had dropped the fight, had dropped the hat. This guy's a cowboy. He'll hit you in a minute. And of course, when he did that, there was bolts opened, and I guess cocking, you know, they were cocking their rifles. They were pointing guns at people, and everybody, Buskirk and Glenn and Dad, grabbed him, you know, pulled him back and got him away. Don't, man, they're going to shoot. Don't do that, you know, trying to stop this. And I think we came very close to having someone shot. Then they really started threatening, you know, and they interviewed.
Well, did the redhead do all the talking pretty much too?
Pretty much, except once in a while the sergeant would chime in and make statements like that to other people in response to the redhead. But mainly it was the redheaded.
Was there a name tag?
Yes, there was, and his name was Armstrong. And I'm not sure if I know that from having read it or know that from remembering it and now being able to read it in my memory, or if someone said that to me. But his name was Armstrong, was right here on his uniform.
Now, they chased you guys away pretty quick.
Yeah, they did. and they herded us up like cattle, and they moved us up the arroyo back in the direction we'd come from, over the protest of this Dr. Buskirk, who said, no, we've got to go the other way. We came from, I don't care where you came from, get your ass up the arroyo. And they ran us up the arroyo. And
so you get to your car then?
Right. Now, they take us up to the arroyo, and just below the hill that we came down, they broke us off and moved us up the hill. Now, this whole time, no one has ever frisked us down. No one has ever checked our pockets to see if we picked up any of this material. And this girl, Agnes, still has that stuff in her pocket, and some of the other students had stuff. To my knowledge, up to that point, they had not been searched. Whether they did so afterward, I don't know. They never searched us, ever. They run us back up the hill, and when we got to where the car was parked, where Dad had parked the car up there, there's a Jeep with a guy sitting in the back, and there's a mounted machine gun in the back of this Jeep, and all these soldiers. The Jeep pulls out, we're told to get in the car, we follow the Jeep, and the soldiers go with us, all the way back out to the highway. When we get back out to the highway, they set us right there. They wouldn't let us out of the car. They wouldn't let us move forward. I don't know whether they were making a decision or what. When we got out to the highway, this place was absolutely full of military personnel, military equipment. There was airplanes sitting out there that they had landed on the highway.
Did you see any airplanes when you were back at the site?
Yeah, there was airplanes in the sky, but nobody thought much about it. I didn't think anything about it. I was used to airplanes being in the sky, having been raised in Indianapolis, Indiana, the home of the Northern bomb site. The sky was always full of military aircraft. I never thought nothing about it. And when we get back onto the highway, there's observation aircraft, high-winged aircraft, and there's one, what I know now to be a C-47 sitting there, and how we didn't hear that land's beyond me. And how he landed, well, of course, I guess you could land if you're a good pilot out there, so there's no telephone poles or anything. And they had torn the fence down on the north side of that highway. And all this equipment was setting back up there, and that plane was up there, and they were taking stuff out of the plane. There was military ambulances, and there was trucks with wreckers, cranes on them, and there was tankers, like maybe had fuel or water in them. There was just, everywhere you looked, there was military. And
a major recovery operation.
Yeah, it looked like an invasion force. It really did. And they were all wearing these light khaki uniforms. They didn't look like olive drabs. They were light khaki, and they all had the same patch over there. That kind of blue funny patch with the circles on it was on their shoulder. And
Did you have any clue as to where they came from? Did your brother or your uncle?
No, I don't know where they came from. I don't think anybody ever ascertained that. There were a lot of them had MP patches. And some of them were wearing nightsticks off of these webbed utility belts. They had nightsticks, and they had 45s and holsters, the automatics in a full holster. And these were the people who were given most of the orders. They had the road barricaded off out there, and we sat there for a very long time, and we were getting thirsty and everything, and we asked, if we could go back to Horse Springs and get some water. Oh, no, you can't go through there. And right after that, they said, no, you just turn around and you head out of here now, and you go to Socorro, and this is a redhead again. You keep your mouth shut, just keep going, and don't look back. Well, as we drove away, Dad and I said, hell with it, we'll go to Magdalena, we'll get water in Magdalena, because that's where John Trujillo lived, their relative of Ted. And so as we drove away, I was looking out the back window, and I could see Dr. Buskirk and these kids, and that guy that got out of the pickup was standing there, and this Dr. Buskirk was doing just like this in this red-headed officer's face, and he kept pointing back behind him. And I guess that meant, we got to go back that way, and he was fed up with this guy or something. He was shaking his finger in his face while they were yelling at each other. And that's pretty much the last I saw of the whole situation. I don't know what happened after that, because we just kept going.
Did you get home before dark?
Oh, yeah, it was before dark. Of course, it was in the summertime, so it didn't get dark until way late. And we stopped in Magdalena very briefly, and then just kept going. And the adults were really funny. They were really scared. And I had very rarely, well, of course I didn't know him that well, but over the years I knew that Ted was not much of a disciplinarian. He really didn't discipline the kids that much. But he really knocked the fire out of old Victor. Victor wanted to talk about what we just saw. I just saw Ted kept telling him, shut up, don't talk about it. Nobody's talking about this. Finally, he just turned around and knocked the living hell out of Victor for shooting his mouth off.
Did Ted work at Sandia then?
Yes, he did. He did something out there in the technical area. I don't know.
Had a clearance?
Yes. And
later your dad worked out at Sandia?
Yes, he did. Security. Yeah, he worked there for years.
Until he retired?
Until he retired. And Dad had some very high clearances.
Okay.
When we got home, Mom was over at Uncle Ted's house, and Mom perceived instantly that something was wrong. I said, what's wrong, Glenn? He's again. And they decided they'd tell him. Well, when they did, then of course Isabel, oh my God, you saw demons, you saw the devil. Because
Isabel was Ted's wife?
Ted's wife, a devoutly religious Catholic person who thinks anything that isn't a vision of, say, the Virgin Mary or Jesus is quote-unquote demons, and that's what we saw. And of course Ted, oh God, just put her off. And we really never talked about it much in the family because of the reaction it got. And my dad was really afraid, and so was Ted. And Glenn especially, because Glenn made the statement about when he first saw the military, he told my father, he said, and Ted and everybody there, don't let them some bitches know I'm a Marine. Don't let them know. And of course nobody did, and he was in civilian clothes, so he had a pair of blue jeans on, and it was in civilian clothes, so he didn't look like military, or I'm sure his ass had been in real trouble. And they never checked. They just assumed, I guess, that we were.
Did they ask your names?
Oh yeah, they took our names. They got all that from my dad, and my brother just very cursory would, it was hard to talk to him at all. He let Dad and Ted do most of the talking, which was pretty smart, I think, under the circumstances. And of course, they never really asked me any questions at all.
You were just a kid.
Yeah, I was just a kid. And
well, you first went public with this. Now, let's first square away. All the other four that you were with are dead.
Yes.
That's been some time.
Yeah, my brother died of a heart attack in Mexico City. My dad died of a heart attack in '78. And Ted and Victor were killed in an automobile accident in the mid-'60s, and I assume he was 65.
All right, now, there's a strange diary that's turned up. How did that happen?
Well, when I went to my father's funeral in 1978, a lot of Dad's personal belongings were given to us boys.
You didn't live in the area at the time.
Oh, no.
You'd gone off to the military.
I've been in the military, and subsequently on return from the military, moved to Colorado immediately. And
your dad had remarried a couple of times.
Oh yeah, this was
so
Dad was on his third wife, and his personal belongings and stuff, were kind of given to my two brothers and myself. And my cousin Valley Jean was there at the funeral.
That's Ted's daughter.
Yes, and she came up and was talking to me, and she said, "Here, you were there. You need to have this too." And she handed me these photocopies. And at first, I thought, well, what is this, Dad's diary? She said, no, it's my dad's diary. But you were there. You need to have this. And then it dawned on me what I was looking at, and because I read a little bit of it. And so I said, yeah, okay, And I didn't want to talk about it at the funeral because Roz's side of the family, God bless her.
That's your dad's third wife.
God bless her, I loved her. But they were very religious, and they would have viewed this exactly the same way as Isabel had, as evil. And I really didn't want to have any problems with them. We were kind of on shaky terms. We didn't see eye to eye religiously, so we're not quite.
You're active in religion now, aren't you?
Oh yes.
You're a deacon in the Episcopal Church.
Right.
Okay, that means you actively participate.
Well, yeah, lay Eucharistic ministry.
Okay.
So I actively participate. I serve on the altar.
What do you do for a living now?
I'm a security officer in the state of Missouri.
And you've been doing police sort of work for several years now.
Oh, yes, about 9 years all told.
And you also are going to college to be a nurse, and you've already got a couple of associate degrees from community colleges.
Right, yes. One Associate of Science and one Associate of General Studies, and I'm working toward my Bachelor's of Nursing. In roughly 2 years, I will have my Bachelor of Nursing. I'll be a licensed.
Now, to be a security officer, you have to be licensed by the state of Missouri, do you?
Yes, you have to be a certified law enforcement officer, which means that you have to have gone to the state academy, the Department of Public
Okay,
Safety.
so that's not just a
Basic.
pickup thing.
Oh, no, you have to
It's a
attend the
professional.
academy. Yes,
Yeah.
it's definite.
Okay.
And you have to work for the state under these conditions. You have to not only be certified, but you have to have prior law enforcement experience.
Now, when we get back to the diary for just a minute, when you were hypnotized by John Carpenter, a psychiatric social worker, and he was asking you questions about the diary, apparently you'd been told that there were a number of copies of that around?
Yeah.
Something buried out maybe there too?
Yeah, as I understood. Well, in fact, in conversations with Valley Gene after the fact, after I got involved in this thing through the Unsolved Mysteries thing, I was told that that wasn't the only diary. That what I had was a copy. Well, it was a photocopy.
Okay.
And that there were a lot of these copies around, and apparently Uncle Ted or someone had put these out through different people in the family and friends and stuff for reasons, I don't know, to keep them from getting lost or something like that. You know?
Okay, now when I asked you for the original, you contacted who?
Well, yeah, Valley Gene.
That was Valley Jean. Okay,
Right.
she was in a convent,
Right.
and she was reluctant to do anything. You had to call a number of times, as I recall.
That's correct.
And you talked to the bishop? Somebody talked to him.
Yeah, I talked to a bishop.
And he convinced her to send the stuff to me.
Yes, apparently.
Okay, because I got it directly from Colorado with a cover letter that strongly indicated that she didn't want any more to do with this. That was part of the agreement. But that she considered this the work of the devil, or words to that effect anyway.
Yeah, I think she's of the same opinion that her mother was.
Okay,
That it was
so
the work of the devil. And you see, all I ever had of this was the photographic copies that I had showed you originally. And as I understand it, you received the
I
original
received the
copies,
original
the
from which
original.
those had been made. They were partly burnt. She mentioned she had intended to burn them, but because of your persistence and with the agreement that I never contacted her, she would send them to me. And as you know, when I had forensic analysis done, it showed that the ink dated from the early 70s. The paper could have been available in 47. So it was clearly not an original. But it was also done before there was any publicity about this case. Anyway, because I know I was the first one to get involved.
Exactly.
Now, as you know, we have discovered, not I, but you had identi-sketches done by a police artist of the various people involved in this.
Right.
And as you know, there is a picture, several pictures that seem to indicate that Dr. Buskirk was Dr. Winfred Buskirk, who had received his PhD at the University of New Mexico. And you would describe him as in his late 30s, early 40s. It turns out he was 39 in 1947. He was bald and been bald most of his life, even up to then. Was there other contact between you and he at that time, as far as you knew? Your family and him, or?
I don't know.
Not
to my knowledge. I don't believe my dad had ever contacted him. There's a possibility that Ted may have, and I'm not sure why. I think Valley Gene had alluded to the fact that Ted had been in contact with him, and that they had corresponded and this kind of thing. But as far as any personal knowledge of it, no.
Okay, now you didn't tell your story really until the Unsolved Mysteries program was rerun in January of 1990?
That's right.
That's when you contacted them, got my address, wrote me, wrote
Yeah,
Kevin Randall,
yeah.
and
It was
we're a little
kind of-
upset that the program wasn't quite accurate.
Well, yeah, that was the whole thing. It started off as a fluke to begin with, because everything that I saw didn't jive with what I had seen personally. And I guess I was kind of miffed, here all these years. I had been primarily forced, by not only by others, but by, my own sense of survival to keep my mouth shut. And wow, here it is, it's on TV, and he got it wrong. And so, I just impulsively called the number and told the lady, wait a minute, no, the thing was wrong. Well, how do you know that, sir? And I said, well, because I was there, that's why. And boy, that apparently pulled somebody's string.
Yeah, and the key thing that was wrong, of course, there were a few mistakes in an otherwise excellent program, was that they had that, the Barney Barnett, the civil engineer story, over near Corona, and you knew that it was over in the plains.
Right.
There's a lot more.
Well, yeah, and then the fact that the thing looked like a tin flat hat or a tin top hat, and it didn't. It was disc shape, and Barney Barnett, or whoever the guy in the truck was, did not drive right up to it on a road. It wasn't parked conveniently next to a thoroughfare,
Right.
And it was just things like that. And I don't know. I just, for some reason, I thought, well, geez, look.
It's already public.
Yeah, the story's out, and let's get it right, Of course, I don't think I realized at the time, how involved this was going to be, but
what kind of response?
You live and learn.
Now, I got you together with John Carpenter, the psychiatric social worker, and you guys had several sessions, and then we flew out to the site. You're reasonably convinced now that the second time around out there we did find the exact location.
Yeah, the first time in, it was like 43 years.
And we're in a helicopter.
And I was in the air this time, and last time I was underground. And so, the landmarks were a little confusing. I was positive I was in the right place. But until we actually got on the ground, John and I, and retraced the route in there that we had come in the car, I wasn't absolutely sure. There was two ridge lines there, and I wasn't really sure of which one it was. And I had the feeling that the first one that I had pointed out was the correct one, but once I went in on the ground on foot with John, I knew instantly that it wasn't that one, it was the other one, and I'm absolutely positive that that's where I was at. There's no question in my mind.
And you will recall that you described the woman who sold you the pop on the way in?
Right.
And we found the older woman there who said that was exactly what she looked like.
That's right. And I'll never forget that lady because I had it with the heat. I'm telling you. Back seat of that 40 Plymouth, down those dirty old roads and stuff, and for mile after mile. And of course, my dad was one of these kind of people. When he got in a car, it was point A to point B nonstop. I don't know why. He just never stopped to smell the roses along the way. And so, I was pretty sad shape, and I remember that lady quite well.
What kind of response have you had? You went public. I mean, John talked to a newsman. You both talked. He called me. In the Springfield newspaper, paper carried a very straight, very large article, and that got spread around by lots of people. So suddenly you're a celebrity, if you will. What kind of reaction from the people who knew you on campus where you worked, your friends?
Oh, very, very few negativists. There's the noisy negativist, we have those.
But in general,
generally
supportive.
99% of the people were incredibly supportive. Only one professor at the university was of the negativist type that was vocal about it. Everybody else is just 100% supportive. The majority of these people are absolutely convinced, even without this story, that extraterrestrial life forms exist and that the people are flying around out there and moving between systems and stuff. And it's just an unbelievable amount of support.
You didn't lose your job.
Oh no!
Your boss didn't give you a hard time.
Absolutely not. In fact, I think I can publicly say that my boss is extremely supportive because he is a avid ufologist himself. He's fascinated by the subject, and you won't have any problem convincing him either. And my boss has a master's degree. He's not someone that's untrained observer that's given to hallucination. Most of the people who are the most supportive of me are people with very high educations, very, very solid education, very solid, upstanding degree people, not given to hallucination. You
attended a UFO conference with John Carpenter, and he gave a paper, I guess, and introduced you.
Sure did.
And you got a response from that audience too.
Yeah, 100% supportive. really quite relieved and made very, very welcome. And,
Well, you've been interviewed by a number of other people, Linda Howe working on a documentary and so forth, seems to have brought the story now. How much contact did you have with Kevin Randall?
a very brief telephone call. I came home from work one day and there was a message on my answering machine, and as you well know, I have a tendency to be hard to get a hold of.
Yes.
And he'd left his number, and of course I had his address and yours, and I had sent cards to both of you, and something to the effect, if you want to know what really happened out there, call me.
Yeah.
And he had called and I wasn't there, and he had left his number, so I returned his call. Now, I talked to him very briefly, primarily because I didn't like the man's attitude. I don't feel comfortable with people who call other people liars and charlatans and phonies and say that they rig their research to make it come out the way they want. And when someone starts telling me this kind of thing, then the first thing I want to do is I want to get away from them. And this is exactly what I did. Now, I understand that this man claims that I talked to him for 2 hours and that he has a 2-hour tape of one contradiction after another of me, and that's not quite true.
Okay, there's been no other contact with him?
No other contact. I won't give the man the time of day. And
Has any other investigator, any of the noisy negativists approached you directly?
no, none at all. The only other investigator is you yourself, or Don Berliner, and Bob Bigelow and John Carpenter.
Okay.
And of course, you're quite familiar with our involvement.
And you agree that on that first trip to the plains, it was you, I, Bob Bigelow, and a pilot in the helicopter.
Yeah, Joe Channing, the pilot, was in the front seat on the left side. I was in the front seat on the right side. You were directly behind me. No. You were directly behind the pilot on the left side, and Bob Bigelow was directly behind me on the passenger side.
Right, and then we met up eventually with Don Berliner and
Right.
John Carpenter,
They
and we
were-
spent the next 3 days.
They drove to Daddle. They drove the Jeeps and stuff to Daddle, and were waiting for us at Daddle when we landed in the highway island out there.
Right, and as you recall, where did we refuel the helicopter?
Springerdale, Arizona.
So
we
it's not
flew
far to
the-
Arizona, that's the
Oh,
point.
no, it was just a matter of a few minutes, actually. 25 minutes maybe at the max, west of where we were located.
All right, I think we may pick this up another time, but I think that'll do us for now. I really appreciate the time and trouble and effort and all the rest of that, and on to bigger and better things.
Greetings and salutations, and thank you for being here for the 75th Roswell Anniversary Truth Seekers Special Deep Dive. If you're new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you too will know about future special events you can attend here. I wanted to take a moment to thank all of our kind and generous benefactors, because people all over the world send a few bucks in pledges, either through PayPal or through the super chat down there in the live chat, the money button, super stickers, we have and take Cash App pledges as well. I want to thank everybody who has signed up to be a Patreon member, because for as little as $1 a month, you can get some extra content from us here. Additionally, I'd like to thank the channel members who get a bunch of YouTube benefits as well as all the Patreon benefits for as little as $5 a month. I also wanted to mention that I have something strange for my friends. These are Roswell wreckage replicas, which I have been making here. I also wanted to mention that for today's special event, we have prizes for those of you pledging $30 or more, either through Cash App, PayPal, or Super Chat. And this is a gift that we will be sending everybody who pledges $30 or more. This is a Roswell debris replica, and it's designed to look exactly as Jesse Marcel and his son had described. This is the so-called I-beam wreckage. This is a replica, of course, and I'm happy that I'll be able to offer these to anybody pledging $30 or more to our show today. This is just a special free gift that we're going to be giving you kind and generous people for supporting our show. Well, friends, let's get back into it.
Yeah.
On what they've read and seen since, describing essentially what they remember.
Yeah.
It's just a nice part of the world. It really is. Yeah.
Everybody's so helpful.
Hang on now. Let's see how our Tinker Toys are all put together here. Have we got any kind of an audio lab?
Yeah, if you just want to give me a little bit of...
Glenn, would you just say a couple things? Okay, first of all, the phone was ringing, right?
Okay, the way I became involved in this was started out in the early afternoon, around probably 1:30 in the afternoon, and I received a telephone call from the mortuary officer out at the Walker Air Force Base, Army Airfield Base, and he was inquiring about what would be the smallest possible casket that we could get that would be hermetically sealed. And at that time, I know that we had used like the 4 feet and caskets. We had used those before, but I thought they also made them in a 3/6. So, he wanted to know if we had any in stock, and I said no, but if I can make a call to Amarillo, I can have him in, by 7 o'clock the next morning on a truck. So he said, I'll get back to you. And that was the first contact that I had with the base.
And then what?
Then he called back, probably 45 minutes or so later. And he said, I need to ask you some more questions. He said, in case something like this should happen, he said, we need to know what the preparation, what your preparations are for the bodies that had been laying out in the elements, And he said, we need to know also what if your treatments of the bodies are the remains, what could you do to them, and if your treatments, would it change any of the chemical breakdown of the tissues, the blood? Would it make a difference? And I said, I thought probably it would. And I said, of course, he knew exactly how we would treat those bodies because we have an outline from them and what we really have to do. I think he already at that point knew exactly what we would have to do.
Did he disclose to you what he had?
No, I told him. I said, if you have a problem, if you want, if you have something you don't really know what to do about it, let me come out, and I'll, try to help you do whatever you want to do. And he said.
Okay.
And he said, no. He said.
Let's just back up just a minute there. Let's start again with you were saying that you told him that you can come out and take care of what he had, right?
Yeah.
Why don't you pick it up from that point again?
So, anyway, he said, well, we don't really have anything. He said, we're sitting here thinking in case we should get involved in something like this, what would be our preparation? Should we do? Then I went through, I said, do you really want to know how we would do it? Well, yes, we would like to know. So that's when I explained to him that we would have the vats that we would fill up with formaldehyde solution with water, and we put the bodies in them, let them stay there for 24 hours and then take them out. And then we would pack the bodies in, would be a sawdust and really a lime, what we would pack them in, then wrap them in the plastic. That's bodies that were badly decomposed. If there was tissue, deep tissue, we would have to do it hypodermically with needles to get to the deep tissue. Then we would have to aspirate the cavities if the cavities hadn't already ruptured, and then put some cavity fluid in those. I said that's, kind of normal procedure.
Now, at one point, you finally offered to take care of it for them.
Well, I offered 2-3 times, yeah.
Can you review what that conversation at that point?
You mean when I offered to take care of them?
Yeah.
He said, well, we don't really, right at this time, we don't really need your assistant. But he said, in case something like this should happen, then he said we would be prepared and we would know what to do. Mm-hmm. Then we got back onto the subject of maybe not damaging any of the chemicals, compounds or anything with the bodies, or, tissues, whatever. Because and they wanted, how would you pick bodies up like that, and what would you do not to contaminate any of it?
Didn't this begin to seem a little strange to you at that point?
Well, I thought maybe what happened, they might have had a VIP or, some officer and something that happened. They didn't want, wanted to keep it quiet, and they probably wanted to do it themselves, not be involved with the civilian businesses or anything.
So, after these conversations, you were curious, and you went on out to the base, as I understand it. Can you review that?
Well, no, I didn't go out to the base. Yeah, I was curious, but I didn't go out to the base, and probably a couple hours later, then I'd got an emergency call. There was an airman that was injured in an accident, and I took the airman to the base. He rode in the ambulance with me, and I took him out to the emergency room, and that's the way I became really involved out the base. I didn't go out just because I was curious.
Give me the sequence from the time you picked up the airman and just describe to me.
Well, when I got the call, I left the funeral home, and the ambulance went to the scene of the accident, picked the airman up. I did not place him on a stretcher because he had a head injury in the nose. I think his nose was fractured. So I did some minor first aid, and then he sat in the front seat with me all the way to the base. When we got to the base, then he walked into the emergency room. I didn't have to take him in. They didn't bring out a gurney or anything. He just walked in on his own. Then I never did see him after that. Then I had this friend that I wanted to talk to and see. This is a lieutenant nurse that I knew quite well, that had only been there only been commissioned and been out to sign. This was her first assignment out to the air base. And I wanted to talk to her, and so I was going down the hall, and first thing, the lieutenant that I wanted to see was coming out of one room, going across the hall to the other, and she noticed it was me. She said, "How did you get in here, and what are you doing in here?" And she said, "You better get out in a hurry." She said, "You're going to get in a lot of trouble." She said, "Would you please leave and get out of here in a hurry?" And then I turned around, and she went on into the other room. Then in about the time I turned around, there was another officer said, "Hey, wait a minute." And I said, "Looks like you had a crash." He said, "I see there's some, in the ambulances out there, I see a lot of wreckage." I said, "Where was the crash?" And he said, "There wasn't any crash." And he said, "Just wait a minute." And then he said, "Wait a minute." And I, stood there for a minute. And he turned around, and evidently he must have waited for somebody else to come out, because there was another officer coming out. He said, "This man says there was a crash out at the base." He said he wanted to know he was inquiring about our crash. And this was when I encountered, he was a red-headed officer, and very nasty, very rough. He said, You did not see any crash. There was not any crash. And he said, you get the hell out of here, and you didn't see anything, and you don't talk to anybody. He said, you're going to get in a hell of a lot of trouble. And I said, look, I'm a civilian, there isn't a damn thing you can do to me about it. He said, no, but somebody might be picking your bones out of the sand. That's when he made the remark there. Then there was a black sergeant that was standing beside him, and he said, yeah, but he would make better dog food for our dogs. Of course, I didn't understand that, but my father happened to be an old trapper and for a hobby and everything, and I said, my father uses guys like you for baiting these coyote traps. And then there was two MPs that joined me right on, took me outside, and each holding me by my elbows, and they escorted me out to back to the ambulance and followed me all the way back to the funeral home.
Now, as you were entering the hospital, you saw something in 3 trucks.
Yeah, because usually where I parked, there was 3 field ambulances parked in the area where I usually park, where we back up to the ramps. So I just pulled up to the side in front of those and parked out in the front, and the airman and I got out and walked in. So when I got up, went up the steps and up the ramp, and I was walking, going into the emergency room, I noticed that the doors were open, but what was odd about it, there was an MP standing beside each one of the vehicles in the back, just standing there. And the doors were open. Naturally, I was curious, and, I just happened to look in. That's when I saw some debris that looked like parts of a plane or something that they hadn't had a crash. Because I've seen them do this a lot of times, bring in pieces and the old ambulances in.
Can you describe the debris?
Yeah, I noticed in 2 of the ambulances there was some debris that was probably 2.5 to 3 feet, long and probably high, that was propped up on the side of the ambulance there. They were kind of in the shape of maybe like a half a canoe. They were like the front part of a canoe. And, it looked like it might be aluminum, but it looked more like the metal looked more like stainless steel that had been heated. It was blue, kind of a bluish tint to it. What was odd about it, it looked like around the curved part in the front of the canoe, there was some designs or something. It kind of reminded me of maybe some Egyptian signs or whatever. And it was probably about 3 inches in high, and probably the length of what the wreckage I saw, it looked like it was the length. And the same thing was in the other ambulance too. I mean, I saw practically the same thing. The pieces that were practically the same size, and the insignias looked like whatever that might be was part of the wreckage.
How did your friend feel about what she saw?
Well, I didn't know really until the next day. And I called out. I kept trying to get a hold of her because naturally I was curious and I wanted to know what was going on. And so I called out the next day, and then probably around 11:30, she said, I know you've been trying to get a hold of me, but I haven't been available. And she said, why don't you meet me at the officers club? If you have time, meet at the officers club and we'll have lunch, and I want to talk to you. And the funeral home we had at that time, we had some of the businesses there had an associate membership to the officers club, and our funeral home had that membership, and also had a card to identify myself and what business that I was, associated with. So I had no problem. One time I'd go to base, all I had to do, a lot of times if it was in the evening, I'd have to stop and sign a visitor's and get a visitor's pass and then turn it in when I left. But there was no problem going out there. So I went on out and met her. Beg your pardon?
Tell me about lunch.
Well, we, both ordered. I'm not sure, remember what we ordered, but it was just a light lunch. But she was so upset. She looked like she was, in shock, is what she really talked like and looked like. And she said, I said, well, I was just curious. The only reason I want to talk to you was curious on what happened. And she said, well, you won't believe it. And she says, I don't believe it either. But she said, I got in a lot of trouble on this thing. I'm not real sure about this. But she said, then she pulled out of a little purse or little pocketbook, whatever she had there. She gave me a little diagram that she had drawn some figures of some arms and face and so on. She told me that this is what was in those, that it was a crash. It wasn't an airplane, but they didn't know what it was at that time.
These were bodies.
Yeah, but she said we have 3 bodies. There was 3 bodies. She said 2 of them were very mutilated. One looked like it might have walked out, or that it, might have lived a little while. And she explained they were like 3.5 feet to 4 feet tall. The 2 of the bodies were you couldn't identify much because they were practically destroyed, and it looked like maybe that they might have been a predatory animal or something might have been doing some damage on the bodies too.
How did she describe their head and their hands?
Well, she said the head, and then the little drawings that I had, the way she explained it and the way she drew it, that the heads were somewhat larger than a human heads. The hands were long, no thumbs. It was just long, very delicate fingers at the end on the underside at the tip of each finger was a pad-like, maybe a little pad, but it looked like the skin had maybe little suction, like the little suction cups on those. On the, no fingernails on the hands. The head, the lips were just a long, narrow, more or less, not full lips like we would have in most of our people, but very fine line, very fine lips. There was no teeth. That was the inside of the mouth. It was kind of like a real a gums. Maybe it was. She said to explain it. It was almost as hard as if it was rawhide. Maybe at that. The ears. There was only 2 small orifices on each side of the head with looked like a couple of small lobes that might cover both of those, but there was not a protruding ear. And also that the nose, there was only 2 small orifices in the nose. There was really no nose that was convex. It was all just flush with the face.
Was she emotional about all this?
Very much so. Very emotional. She would have to stop and drink water every once in a while, and also she never touched a meal. All the time we were talking in an hour and a half that we were there, she never touched her meal.
Any other demonstrations of emotion? Indications of how she was upset?
Well, just, every once in a while she'd go like this, and wringing her hands, and she said it was the most I've never been so horrified in my life. I've never seen anything so gruesome in my life. I've never smelt anything that smelt worse in my life. And she told me that when I saw her, she was leaving the room to go to the bathroom because she was deathly ill and was going to throw up.
Did she recognize any of the doctors by the examining the body?
She told me, she said, I asked her that question, which of the doctors, and she said, I don't know that I knew them, and that was her answer. So, but she said she walked in the room and they said, hey, we need you, you need to help us. And that was the way she became involved in it. And then she got ill. The doctors also became very ill. They would have to do a little examination, then they'd have to leave and go sit down, and then they would come back and do a little bit more. It was that bad.
After your conversation with her at lunch, can you describe what happened next? How you were unable to see her again, and how you learned the...
Well, yeah, we'd visited a while, and then I had to get back to the funeral home, go back to work, but then I never did see her after that. And I called out the next day to see how she was feeling, and they told me that she wasn't available. Then I wouldn't be available that day. I called the next day, and they told me that she'd been transferred. And it was rather odd because she'd only been at the base less than 3 months. That was her on commission less than 3 months, and that was her first assignment. So it was rather odd that she would be transferred out, within 3 months. So
Later on, you attempted to. I guess you got a letter.
then about 2 weeks, probably 2 weeks, at least 2 weeks. Could have been a little longer, but I know it was at least 2 weeks. I got a letter addressed to me at Glendennis at the Ballard Funeral Home. With she didn't sign. It didn't have any returned address or anything on it, but inside of the letter, there was just a note. She said, "I don't have time to write. I will write later. This is my APO number," and that was the extent of it. So then I wrote back to her and asking her more or less how she was feeling and why the sudden transfer, and then I hoped that she wasn't in any trouble. It was just a short note. I really didn't go into a lot of detail or anything. Then probably 3 weeks or probably a month after that, then I got the letter that I had mailed to her. It was returned. It was stamped return, and also it's in red printing it said deceased. And that's the last time I ever heard anything about it. Then, then I went out to the base a few days later, and I was talking to one of the nurses, and I said, whatever happened to the lieutenant? And she said, well, the rumor is that we heard that she was killed with 5 other nurses in a training mission in a plane crash. And that was it.
No indication of where.
Well, it was in London, England. She said in the note that she sent me that she was in London, stationed in London. And that was it. That's the last time I ever heard.
Do you believe that she's dead?
No, I don't think so. After all that's happening and after, threatening me and everything, I doubt very seriously that she was. I would hope not.
What would you like to say to her if she happened to see this?
Well, if she happened to just see it, if she feels like if she wants to talk, if she feels like I would like to hear from her, yes. See what's been going on in her life and why she wasn't able to contact me. If she, feels like it.
Let's stop tape for that. Okay. Now, the sheriff told your father you were in trouble.
Okay, what happened there? Then the next day after I was there, when I had the problem with the officer and the black man, I was told my father was contacted by our sheriff, George Wilcox, which was a very close friend of my father's. They were very good friends. And he called to see if my father was home because he wanted to come out and talk to my father. And he did so, and he told my father that there was a black sergeant from the base that came to his office, was inquiring about who my parents were, my mother and my father, if I had any brothers or sisters, and all, wanting to know what my personal family, who they were and where they were. George said that he knew I had some family, but he didn't know, where they were or anything else. So anyway, he told my father that he did contact my father, and he told my father that he thought I might be in some trouble. And but they evidently didn't explain why I was in trouble. So, first thing my father did was get in his car and come to the funeral home. He said we had to talk because he and I were very close. We were real good friends. The best friend I ever had was my father. He said, I've got to talk. He said, if you're in trouble, he said, we've got to do something about it. And I said, I'm not in trouble. He said, well, you are. He said, George Wilcox told me that you were in a lot of trouble. and that you got involved in something that you had no business getting involved in, and that you could be in a lot of trouble. And I said, then, so I told my father the story, and he's the only man that I've ever told this story to until I talked to Stan Friedman and to you people, and that's it, period. And I did tell my father what the story was. Of course, it was, it was unbelievable for him. But then he became very upset, and he wanted to go shoot a few people and all that, because they did threaten my life, and, and they, so that was the way my father heard about it, and that was the extent of my family. And he never would tell him who my brother, and I had a brother that was a fighter pilot during that time, and I had 3 sisters, and one of them was a nurse. But he would never tell him anything, and so he didn't tell the sheriff or anybody else, because the sheriff was supposed to call him back and give him the names and where they were at, and he wouldn't do it.
Let's get back to your friend. Did she express an opinion as to what she thought these beings were? Did she think they came with it?
Well, the only remark that she ever made was that they definitely weren't humans as we know humans, but they could be from another planet. Or the doctors were explaining this, that they couldn't be from our planet. They had to be an alien, or had to be something else, but not in our planet.
She had a phrase she used to describe how they looked to her. You remember that? You were telling me, like little black Chinamen.
Well, she said that, well, of course they were, first thing she said, they were black. They were just as black as they could be, but probably laying out in the elements in July in Roswell with 105 to 110 temperature every day and 80 degrees or so at night. I mean, that wouldn't be uncommon, because we picked up a lot of sheep herders of people that have been found dead that's laying in the desert, for days and bitten by rattlesnakes or whatever. And they do turn, as black as they can. And I know exactly what they were talking about, because, with the smell and the odor being so drastic, because this is a very unpleasant situation, And
let's talk about their eyes. How did she describe their eyes?
Well, she said that, of course, their eyes were set back into the skull. Oh, and it was I thought it was interesting also that she said their skulls, the doctor said their skull bone structure wasn't like ours. It wasn't actually a bone. It was probably a real heavy cartilage. It looked more or less like a newborn baby. The skull was very pliable. You could mash on the skull and it would, it would give. And so the bone structure, bones not like our bones. It was our skull and everything.
What about the bones in the hands and arms?
Said very fine, very delicate. The arm bones, like the radial and the ulnar and in the arm, that it was so fine that he doubted if they could lift. She said they doubt if anyone at that size and the arms at that could lift 50 pounds on the earth or anywhere else. They doubted they had that strength. But she said the one that hadn't been mutilated to a great extent, it reminded him of a real small ancient Chinese person, no hair at all, and very, very delicate skin. In fact, he said the skin would look like they could almost see through it, almost transparent.
Why don't you give me a paragraph on the ears and the nostrils?
Well, the ears, like I think I stated to you, that the ears, there was a couple of small orifices, one on top of the other, with 2 little lobe flaps, one over the other. They didn't really know how those, if they had any significance, how they worked or what. They didn't go into that. The nose was only a couple of very small orifices, holes right there, just above the lip line. But it had, there wasn't anything covering it. And it was just like 2 small indentations there, and that was it. Said it was very unusual.
Does anyone else, Don, Phil, do you have anything that you think
You're
we
talking
should
about
add?
the hands. The hands.
Yeah.
Describe the hands.
The hands, well, there was one hand There was one hand that evidently wasn't attached to the arm, and she said that where she got sick and left the room was that this doctor had the long forceps and picked the hand up and turned it over, and that's when they noticed. Now, there wasn't any thumb. None of the bodies had any thumbs or anything. That were just long, very fine, very delicate fingers, no fingernails. But right at the tip of each finger, it looked like there was a pad. And in this pad, it looked like it might have had very small they were like little suction cups, but very minute suction cups. The doctors, that's the way he explained it, that was looking at it.
Let's have tapes right now. Okay.
We need to get the arm as well.
Okay, yes, the
Which
arm.
goes with that.
We need to pull out the arm.
Really?
In the magazine we publish, and with the pads at the tips of the fingers.
Maybe you can get Can you get a copy of them?
I can send you a copy. I'd be happy to.
It's amazing.
It all fits together. That's the
And they
thing.
would
It
not
just
have
fits
known
together.
about.
Obviously, they wouldn't know about your information.
Yeah, well, see, I've never discussed this with anyone. My father was the only person I really ever discussed this. I didn't discuss it at the funeral home or anything else. I never discussed it with any of my family, period. I never have until I met Stan Freeman 2 years ago. That's the first time I ever discussed it.
Would you have an interest in some dubs of testimony that we get from other people here? I'd be happy to.
Oh, I'd love to, yeah, but I'd love to. I'd like to have a tape of mine also, if you,
Sure,
you know,
absolutely. Of course
you
we
know.
can do that.
Maybe we can send you one for each hand. Or
My,
something.
my daughter said if, I want a tape of this and I want to keep it, and I want it in the family, but.
We'll make you up.
Yeah, I would love to, whatever, if you guys feel comfortable, I'd love to, have some tapes of whatever,
Absolutely.
I
We've
would.
got quite a few that we could probably run off. What you have VHS or Beta machine? Tape?
I'll see to that we get some dubs of other people's interviews.
I just go to Kmart or wherever and buy
I
the.
think we have the tape going now. Why don't we start with the thing? How they
Well,
replaced-
we talked about the hand, so for continuity, it might be good to go to the
Oh,
arms.
this will all be edited anyway, but we can start wherever you like. You want to go with that? Let's start with the arms, okay?
Anytime.
Oh, yeah. Forget the camera.
Seeing if he was ready.
It's not there.
Yeah,
It's not there.
that's all right.
But you were asking me to describe the arms, and this was another thing that the lieutenant brought out, that it was very the difference between theirs and ours, from the wrist to the first joint here, that it was probably 1.5 times longer than the top part up here. It was very odd looking. It was very odd, she said. And the very small arms, very small.
Bone structure?
Bone structure. Of course, I asked her about the bones because we were talking about the wrist bones and everything, and she said it was very similar to ours, but the bones were so small that their bones probably wasn't in the arm wasn't any larger than my finger.
Wow.
So
Heavens. Okay, now give me 2 or 3 sentences on how they were dressed. If they were dressed.
we never mentioned it.
Is that right?
Never talked about the dress.
Did she say anything about sex, or was she able to determine?
She said she really never. She was so sick and everything that never even entered her mind. So that was it.
I guess not.
No way to determine the sex of the beings then.
Well, it wasn't discussed with her. It probably was, but she, like she said, I was so ill and so horrified that I don't. She said she sat up all night, and she knew I was going to be real concerned. Knew I was going to be on what happened. She knew that I got in trouble probably, and she would. True that, she sat up and made little notes on the back of these little prescription pads, and that's what she had her notes made out, and that's what we discussed, particularly what she had.
I was very interested in that you had kept so many records of the incident and pertaining to everything that you know regarding the UFO crash, and you kept them in the, there at Ballard's, and then later they disappeared.
Yeah.
Could you give us a
Well,
sense of that?
I was really in charge of all the military contracts. I did all the bids and everything and really took care of all the contracts myself. And that was one of my duties at the funeral home, to take care of the military. And I had a file on everything that ever happened at Walker Air Base, like Bob Hope and some of the big orchestras, and everybody'd come and have the big parties and everything in the hangars, I attended, but I would also have pictures and everything. I had a personal file that I kept, and I kept everything in this file that pertained that I attended or whatever. And this is where I put the diagrams and the notes that she gave me was in my personal file. Well, then the Ballard Funeral Home sold at a later date, several years later, that it sold. And the people that bought the funeral home, these were files they were the old files that they kept in the basement down in the furnace room. And they had I had all the military files together in one filing cabinet. Everything that happened at the base and everything. We also had the contract at Fort Sumner Air Base. They had a glider base there, and also fighter pilot training there, and the P-47s and 51s and so on. And so I had all the files. Everything was one filing cabinet, was strictly all military. And that's where I had all this filed away. I had all this filed away. I even had the newspaper that Walter Haught, the headlines and all this, the next day. I had all that in his files.
What interests me is that out of all these files,
Yeah.
all these different topics, only one was missing when you went to look for it, and that was the one pertaining to this.
Yeah.
Can you review that for us?
Well, no, there were some of the other files were missing also, not just my own file, but my file was in the same. Most all of my file was gone. But there was also some files. They had destroyed most of the files that were pertaining after a certain years. They just gotten rid of them, and they told the manager of the funeral home, that's the manager there, named Raymond Otero, also told me that he knew my file was there. Joe Lucas, that was manager at that time, knew my files were there, and he and I'd had some personal problems, and he said, get rid of his damn files. We don't want anything that remind us of him. And that's where the files went, really.
There was some discussion about how to preserve the bodies,
Right.
dry ice and that sort of thing, and you kind of addressed
Oh, well,
where they got the ice and things.
Then the mortuary officer, what would you do if you had to ship one out? And but you couldn't do anything to it. I mean, that you couldn't, do any treatment. What would you do? I said the only thing you could do that I would suggest, that first thing, if you have a problem, don't want to destroy any of the tissue, any blood cells, anything that you don't want to destroy, I would suggest that you contact a pathologist. And I said, I'm sure the Army Airfield, somebody's got some pathologists around. I didn't know that they had one in Roswell. But I said, if I were you, I'd call a pathologist and ask him how he would like to have it done, or whatever you're going to do, or whatever it is. You better do what the pathologist, because he's the one that's going to do the autopsy and make the reports. But I said, the only thing I know you could do is just go to Clardy's Dairy or Sunset Creamery, we had 2 at the time, and buy all the dry ice you can and pack them in dry ice, if that's possible. And that's what I suggested they do.
Excuse me, Glenn, you're hitting my mic with your
Oh,
thumb.
sorry about that.
That's all right. I've done it at least 8 times
I
already
know it's
this
not
week.
personal, I guess.
No.
Okay, what do you think?
I think as a suggestion, you might want to do that part again if you think you'd like to use it, because
The dry ice?
you probably hit it just a few times. And it might
Oh, sorry about that.
Isn't this a picky business?
Glenn Dennis, take 2, Clarity
Yeah.
Dairy.
All right, let's go back and go over the dry ice then again.
Well, okay. What I suggested to the mortuary officer, I suggested this to the mortuary officer and we discussed this probably for 20 minutes or better on the telephone. And I kept telling him, hey, if you have a problem, if you got something out there, if you need our services, we have the contract, I would be glad to come out and help you take care of it. And he said, no, this is for future. Kept always referring this was for future use in case we did have something. But Then I said, well, you know, first thing you better do, you better get a hold of a pathologist. I don't know whether you have one at the base, but I know you probably have the top pathologist, you know, something similar to those words. And I said, that's what I do, and you better let him give you the instructions, and then you better do what he tells you to do, because he's the one that's going to do the autopsy. And you don't, if it's this sensitive, you better do what he tells you. But I said, the only other suggestion I can make, that you go to Clarity's Dairy or you go to Sunset Creamery, buy all the dry ice you can and pack whatever you have, whatever the problem is, you better pack it in dry ice and then do whatever you have to do with it, because that's the only way. They tried to put it in the morgue. Out at the morgue, they had 2 refrigerated body compartments that we used to put them in, and then we'd go out and get the bodies from there. But they always brought the airmen to us, but on the dependents and everything, we went out for them. But they weren't cold enough, and it became so offensive. They were afraid they were going to, upset everybody in the hospital. So they later moved them over to a hangar, and that's the last that she knew anything about them too. The lieutenant knew anything about them, but she didn't know how they moved it or anything about it. But they were taken to a hangar because the odor was so offensive they couldn't. That, like they said, it was upsetting everything.
That's great.
So.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Did she ever tell you where she thought or where she was told the bodies went from Roswell?
I'm sorry?
Where the bodies went from Roswell?
Did you know where they were shipped out? Did you know where they went?
She didn't know.
She never,
She never told me. She never mentioned any,
never suggested them.
no suggestion whatsoever. She just said that the last she heard they were in a hangar, and that's all she knows. And we never discussed anything else.
Okay. Jess, how about just saying your whole name so that we can make sure we get everything right?
Jesse Antoine Marcel.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Antoine.
Antoine.
And you are a physician?
Correct.
And what field of medicine do you practice?
Well, I specialize in ear, nose, and throat conditions. Tonsillitis, ear infections, you name it. Anything above the clavicle I have to do with.
And you also are in the National Guard?
Correct.
How long have you been serving the National Guard?
Since 1978 or 79.
Jess, I wonder if I can take you back to the night that your father came home. Do you have an idea about what time of the night that was and what you were doing at the time?
Well, I was asleep for one thing. I want to say it was very early hours. It was either very late in the evening or very early in the morning when he came back in. And I had awakened both myself and my mother.
And why did he wake you both up?
He had something he wanted to show us. This apparently was some debris or something he brought in from the field at that time, and I understand he was on his way to the air base to deliver this, but he felt that this was unusual enough that he wanted us to see it first before he delivered it to its proper destination.
And what happened? What happened after he woke you up?
Well, he was, as I recall, very excited, and again he said, "I want to show you something," and so I got my house coat on, as did my mother, and he had gone out to the car and brought back in some metallic debris. I believe it was in a box. I know. I don't recall whether I walked outside with him or not, but he made it seem like the 1942 Buick we had was loaded with this stuff in the back seat and in the trunk area. At any rate, he brought the material in and spread it on the kitchen floor, and in an effort to try to piece it together like a jigsaw puzzle to get some idea of the form of this. But unfortunately, there was too much of it, too finely divided to do that.
How old were you at the time?
11.
And when he spread all this material out on the floor, what was your impression about what this material was like? How would you describe it?
Well, initially, just looking at it, I said, well, what's this all about? You know, sleepy. But then when you get down and looking at it, it was the unusual character of the debris, and I want to say that he said something like this is from a flying saucer, but I'm not sure that he said that, but the meaning was clear that this is something very special, and he wanted us to look at it.
And what's your recollection about what the material looks like, felt like?
Well, I could divide it into three major categories. I'm thinking back on it quite a few times. There was a lot of rather thick foil-like material, kind of not a shiny aluminum, but burnished or a slate gray type of aluminum metal. There was black plastic type debris like bakelite, which was shattered. It was very brittle material. And then there were fragments of what appeared to be I-beams, relatively small, but the typical I-beam type configuration.
Let's talk a little bit about each category in a little bit of detail, if you will. Let's talk about first the foil-like substance. What was the size of this material?
Well, I don't recall seeing any piece that was greater than 4 to 6 inches in circumference or in diameter. I don't recall whether I tried to test it for being able to tear it or bend it or anything like that. It was very light, and again, a dull metallic gray color. And there was a lot of that.
How thick would you describe this material?
Well, it was thicker than the usual kitchen foil. I guess there's a newer foil out now for heavy-duty use that is used in storing food, and that's approximately what it was like.
In terms of thickness?
In terms of thickness.
Any other similarities to everyday household items that people?
Well, it's metallic, that's about all I can say. Not shiny.
And the pieces of the foil-like substance, what shape were they?
Well, it was shredded, at least torn.
So irregular in shape?
Irregular, right.
And there was a lot of this material?
Well, enough to cover the floor with.
Was this...
and more, because there was a lot more left in the car.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. He didn't bring in all
Oh,
of it?
no. That was only one portion he had in the car.
Okay. The weight of this material you described as light, would you say that it was unusually light, lighter than you would expect, or heavier, or anything at all unusual about its weight?
Well, feathers. Very, very light.
Very light.
In other words, you could take a piece and it wouldn't just fall to the floor, but it kind of drift down fairly slow like a feather almost.
No, that's very interesting.
And
did you actually see that?
No, I did not, but this is what, I would have thought it would be like, if I would have done that. I would have felt it drift fairly slow.
Light as a feather. Interesting. What you described as almost plastic or bakelite-like material. Tell me a little more about that.
Well, it was black, brown in color. Again, irregular pieces. About a 1/16 of an inch, maybe a little bit greater in thickness. And brittle. At least I suspect it was brittle because it shattered like glass.
I want to make sure I understand. You didn't actually see it shatter,
No.
but it appeared to have been shattered.
Yeah, I didn't try to bend or test any of these things I saw. I just picked them up gently and handled it.
Anything else unusual about the weight of this material? Plastic
It
light.
was very light also. It's kind of hard to, I don't recall this, comparing it with other.
Anything else worthy of comment about this material? Would you recall?
Basically just the description of the color, shatter type bakelite material. Then.
And how about what you described as I-beams? What were those like?
Well, they were, again, looked like the same type of material that the foil-like material is made of. Metallic, dull gray aluminum, except very light again. I did not try to bend it or stress it in any way, although the piece I remember looking at was about 12 to 18 inches in length. Both ends, I think, were shattered or broken off, wasn't a clean cut. And the material thickness appeared to be about a 1/16 of an inch thickness.
And what color were they?
Again, it's a dull gray, like a flat balloon finish, I guess that'd be a good way to describe that.
Metallic?
Metallic, definitely metallic.
Anything else unusual about this particular piece of material?
Well, the most unusual part of this whole thing was what was on the I-beam, on the inner surface of the I-beam. Because as you look at it head on, there appeared to be a type of writing on the mainframe itself. This writing was definitely a purplish violet hue. It did have an embossed appearance because you could, if I recall, you can rub your finger on it and you tell it had texture. I don't recall seeing any lines or letters of any kind, but it was more like geometric shapes. Or, well, it's hard to describe it. It was curved geometric shapes. There might have been some triangles and circles, but it was solid.
Is it possible you might have mistaken it for Russian, Japanese, any other language?
No way.
Anything like hieroglyphics?
Well, in my first impression was, this is Egyptian hieroglyphics, but I knew enough at that time to know that it wasn't, because hieroglyphics usually have some animal symbols in it also, but there was none.
And the lettering, or we can call it lettering, of these symbols.
Individual symbols. They were not connected.
They were in color?
Yeah, yes.
But they were on a surface that was what?
Well, the surface was the same color as the rest of my beam, dull metallic gray.
So it's just the symbols that were in a kind of purple pink.
That's right. That was the color that caught your eye. Here in all this mass of metallic gray pieces, here's this flash of color.
What do you recall your father saying that night about how he came into possession of this material?
I don't recall a whole lot of the mechanics or the logistics involved. I do know he'd been gone for quite a while. I'm not sure exactly how long he'd been gone even, but if I remember saying something about this came from Christ site or from some fellow's ranch or northwest of Roswell.
And you said at the outset that he appeared to be excited.
Yeah, that's the reason he got us up out of bed.
Why was he excited about this?
Because he felt this was something very unusual. He felt it was probably something we'd never seen before, we'd never see again. And again, I want to say that he said the words flying saucer, but I cannot be sure about that. I'm almost positive he did, but I can't recall verbatim what he said.
When you said that your father had been gone for some time, do you mean hours or days or something?
Again, my memory's kind of hazy about how long he was gone. I know he was maybe more than 12 hours, maybe a day or so.
And how long was he at your home that night with the material on the floor?
The total time there was about 15 or 20 minutes.
And what happened after that?
Loaded it back in the car and took off.
Do you know where he went?
Well, he was going back to the base. So that was my understanding.
When did you next see him? Do you recall?
I think it was the next day, although I'm not absolutely sure about that either.
And did you have any conversation with him about what had transpired since you had seen him last?
Well, he would, trying to recall those conversations. I don't know that we had talked about it very much afterwards. The initial excitement had worn off, and then the whole deal kind of was put to rest. There's still a feeling like there's something very unusual about this. It was not, something commonplace, like they would like to say weather balloon or radar target.
Your father didn't think it was a weather balloon or a radar target?
Never did.
Do you think it was?
Well, even at that young age, I had kind of an interest in electronics and weather and things like that. And I'd seen weather balloons, and I'd seen pictures of radar targets. That was not one of them.
Was it like anything you'd ever seen before?
Not really. One thing that sets it apart for us was those I-beams with the symbols.
Did your father ever speculate about what it was, where it came from?
We would talk about it periodically over the next several years, perhaps, and we'd always felt that it was something very unusual. It would, I think initially they might have thought it was even a Russian weapon or something. That was for the reason for the cover up or the burying the story. But later, it was determined it was not a Russian weapon, so that left one other possibility, that it was something from out of our atmosphere.
Was your father in the habit of discussing his work? I mean, he was in intelligence.
No, he was not.
Not in the habit of discussing his work. So I guess it wouldn't be real unusual for him to be rather quiet about it.
Yes. He was not given to, verbal diarrhea about things like that.
But he obviously did eventually talk.
As time went on, the seed had been planted in the back of our minds that there's something very unusual about this. And from time to time, you'd read about some UFO sighting in the paper, and it would trigger maybe a little conversation about what this was.
Knowing your father as you did, what do you think motivated him to go public with this account as he did?
Well, this didn't happen for years, and he was a radio amateur, loved ham radio. And I don't know the exact scenario, but I can picture that maybe they were talking on ham radios. He was talking on ham radio with somebody, and maybe the discussion came up about a recent UFO sighting, and he would say, "Oh, by the way, I was involved with one," and I could picture that as being the mechanism that this thing came out. I don't know that to be sure, but that's, I think, most likely way.
And when journalists and people came to ask him to be interviewed for this, do you think he had any reluctance? Do you know if he had any reluctance about speaking more publicly to a wider audience about this?
Well, this is many years later, and it lost track or touch with the Air Force community. And I think at that time the uniqueness had worn off a bit, where he felt less constrained to keep
quiet. Kevin, I don't have any more questions. Anything that we failed to cover that's important?
When your dad came home, did he ever suggest you weren't supposed to talk about it? Was there any kind of discussion about what was said at the base and let's not talk about this anymore in those first few days?
I don't recall that exactly, but I think the implication was there. That it's over with, don't say anything more about it, at least don't even bring it up.
Did, after he came out with the story in '78, was there ever any contact with anyone in the Pentagon or anybody from the military suggesting that maybe he had spoken out of turn?
No. Going back to the first statement, too, I never discussed this with any of my friends either. I had a lot of friends and acquaintances in Roswell, and I can definitely say I never even told them about what was going on.
Later on, you had suggested that it was in high school before you really ever discussed it again with your dad. Did you ever discuss it with any of your friends in high school when the stories would come out in the newspapers, or suggest to anybody, well, these things are real?
I don't recall ever saying anything about it.
When you would see these stories in the newspapers, kind of what was your reaction to them? Did you kind of, I know something more about it, or?
Well, my initial reaction is maybe most of these were hoaxes, and maybe a misidentification of things, but I do know of one that was not a hoax or misidentification.
Was it the feeling of you, your father, your mother, that it was extraterrestrial in origin?
Yes. We felt it was all a very unique experience, that we just happened to be at the right place at the right time to see this.
But was your feeling that it was extraterrestrial?
Yes. Actually, my own personal thoughts was, after we started sending satellites around, the Russians in 1957 with the Sputnik, I felt that maybe this was a probe that happened to land on our planet from someplace else.
From another planet.
From another origin.
When you had the debris in the kitchen, was there any odor associated with any of the debris at all that you can recall?
No.
Did the material feel cold to the touch at all?
Well, it was metallic, it was a hot night,
Mm-hmm.
so it didn't, I'm sure it's the ambient air temperature, whatever that was at that time.
Is there any possibility that your dad might have slipped a piece out of the box to keep for his souvenir?
No possibility.
He'd never think of doing something like that?
Not at all.
His background was intelligence. Was that his job all through his military career? Was he always in intelligence?
Well, that and photo analysis, interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
Very important.
Now, did there have been stories that he flew as a gunner?
Well, he did man the guns, I know that. I think what happened, he was a navigator, or he went aloft many times to view the bombing runs personally.
Mm-hmm.
Despite the fact they had photographs, but he'd get more information by being there on the site.
Mm-hmm.
And I do know one time that they were shot pretty badly, and he had to take over credit guns. He must have known how to man 50 calibers for some reason. I know he did that. He described sitting on an empty box of ammo and having some slugs go between his legs through the box from a Japanese firing at him.
and was quite excited about that, I can imagine.
Another time they were shot down. They had four engines shot out. The plane and the B-29 doesn't fly very well on two, and then the third one gave up. They're going down like a rock.
Did he have to bail out, or did they?
He bailed out, yes.
Bailed out. So his military career, he was basically in intelligence mostly for his for his military career.
And he would get stick time as a pilot too, as much as he could. A non-rated aviator type.
We know how that works.
Yeah.
There are many stories about his military career. He did not stay for the full 20.
No, he did not.
He got out as a lieutenant colonel.
Major. He was given a reserve commission as a lieutenant colonel, but he was on active duty as a major.
So he never served as a lieutenant colonel?
He never served as a lieutenant colonel. I know a lot of the reserve papers he got to was addressed to Lieutenant Colonel Jesse Marcel, but he never had the
privilege.
The lieutenant colonel.
So he got out. He had no military pension.
No.
He got out of the service, went back to home in Louisiana. Was a TV radio repairman, or
Right.
owned a
radio, television, and sales service.
and that's what he did until he retired. And the first time you remember him really talking about this, you were in high school. Said something while you were in high school.
Well, about that time frame, because at that era, flying saucers were in the rage. You read about these reports in the papers, and the sensational magazines, and things like that, which tend to degrade the story.
So as if we need that sort of thing. But he was, for the most part, pretty close-lipped about this, even after he was out of the military.
Right. It was not really a daily topic.
And there was no military pension for him to protect, or no threat of...
No, the only thing he had from the military was he fell off the roof when he was repairing his ham radio antenna in Roswell, and he had a fracture of the arm and elbow, and I think he had $14 a month, for disability, which is a very minor disability, but that was the only thing he got.
So that there was no threat they could hold over him, that if you talked about this, we're going to take away your pension or anything like that. Do you remember how much time he spent on active duty? How many years he got in?
Well, I know he went in 1942 and stayed till 1949 or 1950.
So 7 or 8 years is all. And there was the story that's been published that he wrote the speech for Truman when the atomic bomb was exploded by the Soviets. Any truth to that, or he provided the intelligence information for the president?
I have a vague recollection of something of that nature, but I don't know that he wrote the speech, but I do know that he was in on preparing something, gathering information.
As part of his intelligence function.
Right, yeah, but that was not really a subject of conversation.
Did you ever notice your dad, or did your dad ever break security other than this one time when he brought the material home? Although he really wasn't breaking security since it wasn't classified yet. But did your dad ever break security at all that you can recall?
One other time.
And that would be when?
I don't know whether one. I guess it's. I hate to bring that up, though. I don't know whether.
Okay. But so, as far as you know, your dad really never broke security.
Right.
He never really talked to the neighbors. He never talked to friends about what he was learning with his job.
No, it was all pretty.
Okay. Jess, thank you very much. I'm just going to ask you some questions just to get you started.
No.
Okay. Vern, tell me about your relationship with Barney Barnett. How did you know Barney?
I first met Mr. Barnett. I was with the 333rd Bomb Group in Dalhart, Texas. At that time, Mr. Barnett was living in Mosquera, New Mexico. I met him in late 1943. I was on a bomb drive for the squadron commander out of Dalhart, Texas.
So you both were in the service together?
Oh, we were not in the service together. He was a civilian working with as a civil engineer at the state of New Mexico.
And what kind of relationship did the two of you have?
Well, Barney didn't have any children. He'd raised a niece. He sort of took me under his thumb. And during the visits, he treated me just about like a son.
So, pretty close relationship.
Real close relationship.
I understand around 1950 he told you a story about something that had happened sometime previous. Can you relate that story to us?
Yes. Mr. Barnett told me that when he was coming back from one of his field trips, he'd run onto a flying saucer that had burst open, and there were 4 beings on the ground. And that he was surveying the site at about that time as archaeological group from the University of Pennsylvania come on the site. There were about 4 or 5 people with this group. As they were just starting to look things over fairly closely, the military moved in and gave them a briefing to not say anything about it and to keep quiet, and it was in the national interest that they get out of there.
What was his feeling about what it was that he had experienced?
He had no qualms about what it was. He said the vehicle from outer space without any question. The beings on there were not exactly like human beings. Similar, but not exactly.
How did he describe them?
He described them being about 3.5 to 4 feet tall, very slim in stature, and with their heads were hairless, with no eyebrows, no eyelashes, no hair, and sort of a pear-shaped head with the top of the head being smaller, or larger, I mean.
Any other characteristics about their appearance?
Only one thing that he mentioned is the hands were not covered. They had 4 fingers.
How were they dressed?
They were dressed in some type of a tight-fitting suit. It looked like sort of a metallic, but not metal and not nylon. And it fit to the body very closely, tight. But they were not wearing any headpiece at all. And I don't recall that he said anything about what they had on their feet.
Were all of these beings dead when he found them?
They were all dead and only a short distance from the craft. The craft had burst open, and he said that they hadn't seen anybody inside, but they really hadn't had a chance to look. These were all outside the craft and quite close to the craft, within not too many feet from the object.
How did he describe the craft?
Typical flying saucer.
Disc-shaped?
Disc-shaped, and of pretty good size, not small. It was a craft that probably could have carried quite a few beings, and it wasn't one of the little small discs that was reported in somebody's place. It's probably 100 feet. Big.
Really? How did he describe the impact site, if at all?
He said it had come to rest at sort of on not a high bank, but sort of a ridge or a bank, and had hit against the bank. It had split there. But otherwise, it was intact.
Did he describe any other debris or wreckage besides the...
There was no, according to him, there was no wreckage or debris around his craft.
But what, did he give any description about the archaeology team?
Nothing, except there was 4 or 5 people. And they were obviously there for a dig, and they had just come upon us just about nearly simultaneously. He just arrived there, and here they come.
Any names of any of these individuals?
He didn't have any names because the short period that they were there, and by the time the Army rounded him up and told him to get out of there after they briefed him what not to say and so on, he got his pickup and headed back for his office.
Did he ever tell this story to anybody else?
He went back to his office, and his boss, he started to tell him, and the boss told him, "Barney, don't tell me anything about it. I don't want to hear about it. Just forget it." And he says, when I was told that, he said, having been told not to say anything, he said, and I'm not going to have people think I'm crazy, so I never told anybody else until the time he told me about it.
Did he ever experience any form of harassment from the government?
They were harassing him on income taxes. And I know that one time I visited down there in 1950, and he was really nervous. This was either the second or third time they had audited him. I can't understand why they would audit him, because he didn't do any outside business. They had all of his income from his job.
What kind of man was Barney Barnett?
Barney Barnett was a real private individual. He didn't smoke, he didn't drink. His family and himself were very private. They associated with people, but not too much on a social basis. But he was very reliable, professional man, lived a lot in the outdoors, and knew the outdoors, collected arrowheads, and he and I went on arrowhead hunts, had gone on pottery digs ourselves. He showed me how the rattlesnakes operate and how they struck and so on. So we had a lot of time together, because way out there in New Mexico, when you're driving around, there's miles and miles and miles, there's nothing. So we had a lot of time to talk. But in all the time I knew Barney, he never told me a story. I was never told any story of any kind about anything. So I believed anything that he would say was reliable. I could have had a lot more information, but I didn't pump him for information. At that time, I was raising a family and busy in the military, and 15 things to do, and I could have got a lot more information from him, I'm sure. But it was one of those things that you think back, we hadn't had anybody in outer space, we hadn't had anybody in the moon. If we had progressed with this sort of thing, I might have been a little bit more interested in details.
When he related this account, what did you think about the story?
I had no doubts about knowing his reliability. I had no doubts, but it was real. And of course, he said that he was sworn to secrecy. I was still in the Air Force, so I didn't go around blabbing this to everybody. Matter of fact, I had no reason to really bring it up to anybody. The first time it was brought up is when the Dr. Friedenberg was in Bemidji. He gave a lecture on UFOs. I had gone. And I listened to this. I thought, I wonder if I should relate this to him. They're doing a study, and the stuff might be important to his studies. So as a matter of fact, I thought about it, and then I left the auditorium, and it was cold out. It was late fall, I think. I walked about a half a block from there without saying anything. I thought, well, maybe it's a good policy to go back and tell him. I didn't feel comfortable not doing it. So then I walked back and talked to him. And a few days later, this Mr. Moore was near, and he came over to my house and interviewed me about the details that I had.
Have you experienced any repercussions from having shared this?
None. I haven't had anybody harass me. Everybody that watched Unsolved Mysteries, I've had nothing but good comments. Most people believe these actually exist. And I don't really believe that I've had one bad comment. However, they intentionally didn't give your address. But I had calls from every province in Canada except the eastern ones, from Florida, Texas. And the amount of people that seen this, I was amazed.
So you don't have any regrets about having divulged
I
this
have no
story?
regrets about it. As a matter of fact, I could tell the same story 1,000 times without changing it, because I know it to be actual facts. I'm not about to alter anything. And I wouldn't accept one penny or one dime to make any statement, because that would ruin the validity of what Mr. Barnett, and in respect to him, I wouldn't do it.
As a former military man, what do you think our government should do now that this story is out?
I can't see any reason why whatever information they have is not released. I think any information or documents should be released, because most of the public believes they exist anyhow. And I think the population now is better prepared to accept this sort of thing than they would have been in 1947, right after World War II. There's probably reasons why they didn't want it released. I can't see any reason for not releasing.
Okay. Anything that we've not covered that you want to talk about?
Well, the only time that I had any occasion to possibly see a flying saucer, in 1940, I was with the 7th Bomb Group, 11th Bomb Squadron. We'd moved off the coast because of the problems with an imminent war. So we'd moved into Salt Lake City, and we're working out of the municipal airport out there. And just about, it was between 12 and 1 o'clock, there was a disc-like object that come over Salt Lake City. It come from the east over the Wasatch Mountains. In the daytime, it looked like the moon does if you see it in the daytime. And there was 2 pilots that I knew out there. I can't recall their names. And myself out there. And we run for B-17. And we immediately started, didn't run the proper checks on the routes. Taxied right out to the runway and took off. And we chased this. I mean, there was no hope. It was just distances. And it could not possibly have been another airplane or balloon, because the B-17 was about as fast a thing as there was on the market at that time. It come over from the east, went right directly over the airfield, and then it went west, and when we took off, then it just about went at a real steep angle going to the northwest, went up. It kept getting smaller and smaller till it was just like a little dot up there. Nothing that I know of could possibly climb that fast.
And this was what year?
1940. And because I went overseas in 1941. I was in Hawaii on 1st December 1941. I was quite familiar with airplanes. I'd always had an interest in aviation, and that's why I went into the Air Corps. So I have an idea what they would do and could recognize the difference between something like that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all your time.
Well, I hope it works out good, but that's basically what they were pretty accurate in, trying to reconstruct. Mm-hmm. And they did film about 20, 30, 40 minutes of me, mm-hmm. but they only used portion and then reconstructed some of the rest.
Mm-hmm. Did you, you were satisfied then with the dramatization part of it?
Pretty much, but there was some details that would have changed. Uh-huh. And of course it was impossible for them to know every detail. If I had been on their site, I could have told them some changes they could have made.
Yeah. Like Barney wearing a pith helmet?
Yeah, wearing the pith helmet. Well, and another thing, he had glasses. Uh-huh. Because of that, when he opened his snake's mouth and the venom came up over his glasses, that's how I vividly remember. I can picture in my mind the venom still streaming down his face and on his glasses. And he'd hit the glasses mostly. Uh-huh. And it was just kind of a white foam. And
good thing he wore glasses, I guess, huh?
But that's the type of individual he was, an outdoorsman. Uh-huh. He knew the Southwest, he knew the outdoors, and he was the type of individual that didn't exaggerate on anything. We did a lot of things outdoors. And I know that New Mexico, because I know what a vast uninhabited area that place is. Yeah. That's why the group in New Mexico was kind of laughing about some of the things I was telling them.
Because they know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they know exactly that I'd been through a good portion of our state and I'd lived there. I lived in Clayton, New Mexico one time.
Uh-huh. Where are you living now?
Bemidji.
Uh-huh. Still in
Bemidji. Uh-huh. And I put in 21 years in the United States Air Force, retired from them. I put in 30 years with the VA, just about 30 years.
So,
I like working, and I'm interested in things. When I visit foreign countries, other places, I see everything, industries, what the people are doing, how they make a living. You know, I'm not one contented just to sit back and go and lay in the sun somewhere or go to the beach, whatever.
yeah.
I just like to get in the mainstream of things. I'm interested in what's going on in the world and out of this world too.
Yeah, obviously. Vern, could I ask you to just sign this form for me? And
Well, the officers all left, and we have some minor men.
Mr. Porter, what were you doing in Roswell, New Mexico in July of 1947?
I was a flight crew member.
At the Army Air Base?
Right.
And what was your rank?
As master sergeant.
And what would normally be your duties as a flight crew member?
I was a flight engineer.
Engineer. And what sort of normal activities would you engage in?
Well, I took care of the engines in flight, well, and weight and balance and fuel management.
Uh-huh. And did you log in a lot of hours in doing this?
Right.
What craft did you usually fly, sir?
It's a B-29.
Exclusively?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then.
All right. I understand that something rather unusual happened in July of 1947 at the base, and you were involved in
Yes,
a
right.
flight. What happened that day that you recall?
Well, we flew these pieces. They told us it was a parts of a flying saucer, and we flew from Roswell to Fort Worth.
Uh-huh.
And we started out. They told us we'd be going to Wright-Patterson in Ohio, and we got to Fort Worth, and they transferred them to B-25 and took them on to Wright-Patterson.
And what did you do then?
Then we returned to Roswell.
Okay. Who do you recall was on board that B-29 when you left Roswell?
Colonel Jennings was on board, and Colonel Barrowslaw, Major Wunderlich, and Major Marcel was the ones up front.
Okay. And who was it who told you that these were pieces of a flying saucer?
I don't remember just who it was, but it must have been Captain Henderson.
What did you think when you heard that?
Well, it was first I'd heard of a bunch of flying saucers.
So it didn't really mean a whole
No,
lot,
it
I
didn't.
guess. What was it that was actually loaded on board that you saw?
Well, we had it's just packages and wrapping paper, and one of them was triangle shaped, about 2.5 feet across the bottom, and the rest were in smaller packages, about shoebox size.
The triangle shape, is that an unusual kind of packaging?
It seemed to be.
And this was brown paper on the outside?
Right, with tape.
And did you actually load this stuff?
Yes, right.
What was your feeling when you...
Well, just like picked up an empty package.
Is that right? Very light.
Right.
From feeling the package, did you have a sense of what it was that was underneath the brown paper wrapper?
Not really.
Just brown
Just,
paper and tape, but very light.
Right.
And approximately how much of this stuff did you bring onto the B-29?
Well, it's the one triangle-shaped package and about 3 shoebox-sized packages.
Oh, so it wasn't...
It's not very much.
Okay. I don't know, if we were to... Can you give me an idea about what the volume of all of this would be?
Well, it's...
Would you put it in, the, say, a back seat of a car or in the
yes.
trunk of a car?
Yes, it's just small packages.
And you took a B-29, was it necessary to take a B-29?
Well, that was the transportation, I guess.
That's all you had?
Right.
And what did the fellows talk about on the way to
there wasn't much talk. They didn't talk back and forth very much. Nothing about it.
Yeah.
Much.
Would that be unusual? Was there normally a lot of conversation
Well,
between the
This
officers and
wasn't
crew?
a regular crew, so it,
How is that? Why do you say it wasn't regular?
oh, we had officers from other squadrons in the plane. And the Colonel Jennings was the deputy base commander, and Major Marcel was the intelligence officer.
Would it be unusual for them to be on such a
yes.
float?
Right.
And you arrived at Fort Worth at Carswell,
Right.
and what happened then?
Well, we parked on the front flight line, and Colonel Jennings told us to finish. We had some spark plugs to change, and he said as soon as we got our maintenance done and the guard was posted, we go eat lunch and come back then.
Was there anything unusual about your arrival at Fort Worth?
No.
So you did your maintenance, and then you went out to
Right.
lunch? And what happened after you got back?
We came back and they moved the aircraft to the back flight line and told us that they'd transferred the material to a B-25 to go into Wright-Patterson, and that it was a weather balloon, and that was it.
What did you think when you heard that?
Well, I just thought this was what it was.
You accepted what you were
Right.
told. And then you flew back to Roswell?
Right.
Was there any conversation on the way back about
No.
this? How about after this episode? Was there any more?
No, nothing.
Was it something that just wasn't talked about, or did you feel that it shouldn't be talked about?
Well, we just thought it was a weather balloon, and that was it.
That was it. Okay. Did you have? When did you first share, or when were you asked about your involvement in this?
In 1979, Stan Friedman called me in 1979.
And what did you learn anything more about this than you had known before?
Not a whole lot, no.
Does it surprise you to know that Jesse Marcel at least said that it was not a weather balloon?
Well, not really. I never thought much about that.
After all these years, what do you think it was?
It wasn't a weather balloon.
You're pretty sure of that?
Right.
That's because of what people said?
Yes,
right. You're out of the service.
Yes.
For a while now, I guess.
27 years, I guess.
Are you getting a pension?
Yes.
Have you gotten any kind of harassment or anything?
None at all.
From having talked about this?
No.
Do you have any regrets about having talked about it?
No.
What do you think the government should do now about all this?
Well, I think they should let the people know what's going on there.
You'd like to know,
Mhm.
yes.
Yes.
So is there anything that we haven't talked about that you'd like to say, Mr. Porter?
No.
As long as we got it all straight. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Porter, can I say a little bit about yourself? Where are you living now, and what's been your profession over the past few years?
Well, at present, I and my wife reside in Southern California in a small community called Spring Valley. It's in the neighborhood of San Diego. I think for our purposes, that's close enough. And I practiced as a dentist in that region from about 1952, after my release from active duty after following the Korean police action. I think that's correctly noted.
Right.
And I met Pappy Henderson in the early mid-60s. The best of my recollection had been maybe 1962 or 63.
How did you happen to meet him or know him?
Well, I was introduced to him by a mutual friend. And, we were, of course, one of my other vocations other than dentistry has been practice of studying metallurgy. And I think that's probably what got Pappy and I together. And as the years went along, I went into other ventures. I wound up actually joining one of his because it really proved to be interesting, and I described that fully at our meeting today. I don't know what else to say. We gained a great deal of respect for each other, and I trusted his judgment as he did mine, I guess. Just was a very nice relationship that we developed.
And when did he tell you about something that occurred that was very unusual in 1947?
Well, it was, as near as I am able to tell, it would have been, and I think it might have been perhaps the 30th anniversary of that event. Because it was right about that time, in the summer of 1978.
Okay. And what was it that he related to you as to what had occurred?
Well, and he, of course, we will understand, we were in a public place where we met frequently. But we did speak in quite, in a great deal of privacy, let's say. And he told me about the Roswell incident. When that incident occurred, why, I happened to have been in a period of inactive duty in my naval service, and I was living in northern Minnesota. And I guess the wire service never reached me. I was actually unaware of the Roswell incident that was casually mentioned in our newspapers, perhaps as late as a month later. Who knows? But northern Minnesotans weren't too worried about what happened in Mexico.
So what did Pappy Henderson tell you happened?
But he said that he had an unusual job to perform while he's in his Air Force service. And, that he transported wreckage and bodies of the alien people to Ohio. It was that simple. And Jack was a man of few words, really. And in our habit, the way we dealt and talked with each other, we really didn't waste much time. We said it and that's it. There's nothing more to it.
Did he describe any of the wreckage to you?
Not really at that time. It was just a smashed pile of, I guess, space wreckage, spacecraft garbage, and I guess some of the passengers thereon suffered their death, of course. And I really was more or less privileged to just be listening, so I refrained from asking a lot of questions. But he did say that these people were small, and that there were quite a number of them. He never described the actual number to me, but since I've, of course, been filled in somewhat, I'm still not sure that there were what they even claim now. There may have been a lot more.
Did he describe their appearance any further than saying they were small?
Not to me. I think he found the kind of distasteful. I was pretty well tuned into Jack's feelings, you know. And if something was bothering him, I'd be sort of aware of it very soon.
Do you know what kind of craft he flew to Wright-Patterson?
Well, as a Navy man, I wasn't too familiar with what the Army Air Corps, later Air Force, had. You know, my experience with airplanes ended with the Taylor craft and Pipers and Aranca sedans and things like that. Pre-World War II, things that I flew. The rest of it lost. But it was one of the Bs, B-29 perhaps.
Did he say what his takeoff point was?
Well, I assumed it was Roswell. He did not say to me where it was from.
But that he did say that he was going to Wright-Patterson.
Yep, that's where he did say, and he said that the remains were there. And he said very likely in a frozen state. Which would lead me to believe that, that being the case, that autopsy work was being planned and would have undoubtedly been performed. So.
Did he relate any information following this flight that would shed some light on what the wreckage or the bodies were all about?
No, it was perhaps a year later. We were meeting again under about the same circumstances. We decided to have a game of pool, and when we had a little break in our game, why he produced this piece of metal for me to look at. He said, what do I think of it? I said, well, it's different. And I felt it, and it did feel different. And I studied it some. I was able to determine that its metal structure was different than alloys like we have in our aircraft, for instance. And of course, he did preface his question by stating this was from this craft. Apparently, I think it was a case of appropriation that he acquired this, you know, for future study, perhaps. At any rate, I gave it a good, thorough looking at and decided that it was an alloy that we are not used to, or we have not. We don't think we do. But there is a possibility we may be able to come up with something like it.
What do you
It's a
view
very
as
big, roundabout statement.
I understand. How about describing it for me? What did it look like, feel like?
Well, it was a lustrous, a gray lustrous metal that resembled aluminum. It was lighter in weight and much stiffer. If you're familiar with aluminum alloys like ST37, it's a very stiff, tough aluminum. Well, this was harder and stiffer than that.
Could you bend it?
No, not, and I didn't want to try. The edges were pretty sharp, and Jack didn't want to let it out of his personal ownership, you know. So I couldn't take it into my lab and do some testing on it, which I really would like to. Number one, I'd like to have found out what it would take to machine it. In other words, in machinist language, to mill it. That decision came as a result of our having made an alloy similar to it, which up to this point no one's been able to scratch it, so to speak. But that's kind of beside the point. But I think this is one of the reasons that Jack showed me this piece, because our association had gone on quite a few years, and he trusted me, and I didn't tell anybody about it. I think this is my first discussion, or at least the meeting as of this date.
Publicly.
Mm-hmm. So
What did he do with this piece of metal?
he put it in his pocket, and that's the last I've seen of it. It's probably in his personal effects somewhere. His wife states that there's many boxes of his things that she has gone through or opened or looked at. So could be that that piece is there, and I certainly recognize it if it were. My feeling was that the metal itself was not, it didn't have a crystal lattice structure like alloys that we make. It was more of an amorphous form, and that the fractures of the edges were more like fractures rather than tears. As I recall, they had a conchoidal appearance, like plate glass or bottle glass, for instance, would have if you break it. Smooth, concave shapes with real sharp edges.
What's significant about that? Anything?
Well, it indicates that it's not crystalline, which may have a lot to do with its physical properties, perhaps in flight or resistance to heat, like entrance and exit. I know we're using non-metallic materials like steatite to coat our shuttles with and so on to absorb the heat. This apparently didn't need that.
Would your, with your background and your knowledge of metallurgy, would you think that this was something that would have been easily manufactured using technology available at the time you saw this material?
Well, I don't think it'd been easy for us to do. No. I think we're looking at pretty high temperatures in smelting, for one thing. I think now, perhaps it would be easier. They have refractories, for instance, have changed, like in furnaces or smellers. They are able to tolerate better temperature, higher temperatures. And well, then we have more, let's say, more sophisticated temperature control, things of that nature that would be needed to perfect an alloy like that. But I do think that the metal, and I think that should be used with the quotation marks, metal is a siliceous alloy. That's my own opinion.
And what does that mean to the layman?
Well, that it's a compound of silicon with whatever the main constituent metal itself would be. We found some in the United States, the atomic weight of which appears to be somewhere very close to iridium. And in fact, that causes a considerable problem in, for instance, the lab techs reading the plates because of the overlay of the lines, the spectral lines. And in fact, there's one material that was smelted and the button made, which proved to be a similar alloy, but it's one we made ourselves. And it weighed a lot more, though. It was heavier.
What is your own belief about what this fragment was from? What did it represent?
Well, I think it was one of the structural parts, not the thinner materials. I know that Jack himself, well, he stated to me as far as the thin materials go that was the lining of the crafts, and that when properly energized, it produced perfect illumination inside. That you had a total easy light with no shadows.
But
That's why I asked today this gentleman that, I think it was Jesse, was it?
Uh-huh.
That had his hands on some of that thin material, if he had seen it in the dark.
right.
I guess he hadn't, or hadn't paid any attention to it. He's pretty young then anyway. So. Well, that would be kind of interesting to see if it could be energized or polarized, maybe is how it would need to be. It's hard to say. It'd take a little, well, take a good old scientist, maybe one of our physicist friends could tackle that and light the place up with a piece of that, you know? It's barely possible. So.
What do you think this was from, though? I mean, what was this? What was
I think
this thing that was recovered?
Yeah, well, I think that metal, that thin material, was different. I didn't see any of it, but from what I've seen of the pictures and so on, I don't think that's the same metal.
Is it your feeling that this was from an extraterrestrial spacecraft?
Oh, yes. Well, there's no question in my mind about that. The one craft that crashed and was, as they said, it was just split open. The color of it, the way it looked on that photo, is about the way that piece that I had to look at looked.
I'm sorry, which photo are we talking about here?
Well, whether it was a drawing or a painting or a reconstruction, I don't really know, but it was here today that I saw that. So.
Okay.
That's more or less what it looked like. Slightly mistreated, maybe. You know, by temperatures.
No doubt in your mind, though, that this was from outer space?
I have no question but what it was from outer space.
The bodies?
Sure. Well, there's one reason we don't have a franchise on the universe.
Yeah.
If you're interested in my thinking on that matter, why, I don't think we have a franchise on being the only good guys and or bad guys either, for that matter, in the universe.
Obviously, this was something that was considered to be highly secret. Pappy Henderson wouldn't have shared this with you
Right.
without a foundation of trust.
Right. Well, he asked me to observe the protocol, to not mention it, which I didn't. I was kind of surprised to find that he'd taken a couple other people into his confidence. But, one of which was Bill, who was here today. Also, there is another one that we discovered. This is one of our naval helicopter pilots who's retired now. And, was aware of what Pappy had seen. But he was pretty choosy about who he talked to, I think.
Did he express any feelings about the secrecy aspect, or why it was that he wanted to share this information with?
Well, Jack had become ill with adenocarcinoma, and I would guess that he probably wanted to leave it. I think Bill Lounsbury expressed that notion. I think he wanted to leave it just in case he did die, which is worked out, he did. But no, he had great hopes that he would be given a ride, and it probably would have occurred by now. Seemed like he had it sort of set up in some way. It's beyond my knowledge of his activity. But you know, you take the case at Switzerland event and the Palladium arrivals there. In fact, all the footage that was made of those spacecraft, and which incidentally I've seen some of the film on that, and it greatly resembles our Channel 13, if that's the right channel in LA, that photograph, the two that flew over just it's either in Anaheim or Orange. They just came in and made us swooping in and out, and someone just happened to be taking some pictures and managed to photograph that in action, and the films proved to be genuine. And those looked, for all the world, exactly like the ones in Switzerland. Yeah, Pappy made a great effort to apprise me of what all that Swiss thing was about. In fact, he spent quite a bit of money on books for me and things of that nature, some of which involved some of our own military, where they were doing intensive study to verify the authenticity of these Swiss landings. And they, I think to a man on these panels, concluded that they were real. And all the school children over there, I've seen pictures and movies of those people. You can't have 38 kids all give you the same story, usually on anything. But on this one issue, boy, there was no question about it. Plus the description of the squadron commander in that case was a lady, and she, her squadron was 3, and she described her craft and allowed him to photograph.
As far as this metal fragment's concerned, do you have any idea where it is now, today?
No, I don't. I think if it's anywhere, it'd be in his personal effects. It was pretty traumatic when Jack died. At that time, her daughter's mother-in-law was very ill, and so they just packed Sappho up out of her apartment, moved her to L.A. to help take care of this old lady. So, and I think, as Sappho said, if it's anywhere, it's in some of the old boxes they haven't even opened yet. So I'm going to look into that when I return. See if I can maybe convince her to go ahead.
We'd very much like to know what the result of that is.
Well, if I get it, it'll head right straight for my safety deposit box, and then I'll get on the telephone. And I won't tell them which bank it's in. They'll have to kidnap me.
Well, thank you, Dr. Crumshaw.
Well, you're very welcome. I'm hopeful that I've strengthened your thinking in some ways.
It's certainly been illuminating.
Well, if I find that metal, I'll send it back here. And I should know, I think there was one gentleman, maybe I can recognize his name.
Somebody on our board? Oh, David Schwartzman, I bet you.
Yeah.
He's a
white
geologist
shirt.
at Howard University.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and I thought he'd be the one that, he seemed to be the most interested in that piece of metal, and also in the smelling techniques that were developed to...
I bet you know about that stuff.
Yeah, well, he really got a kick out of when I told him about our misfiring trying to cut that at Johns Hopkins University. I mean Stanford University. And one of our government facilities, I think, has a unit there that this button that was made went to for cutting it and analysis. Well, they couldn't cut it. And they sent it back. They had a few scratches, and that's it. They broke every metronome metal blade they had in that lab. They gave up on it.
Now, this was of what? A test of...
What we think is a similar one, and that was why Jack got me involved.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. So that's really, and it goes way back.
How did you hear about this test at Stanford?
Well, I didn't know when I sent it to him.
Oh.
See, I'm into it that far, you know.
Oh. So you got this piece of metal or something?
Yeah, after
from whom?
the button that went to Stanford.
Right.
I made it.
Okay, this is a fabricated
Yes.
thing, not something, okay, I want to make sure I understand that. Okay, Dr. Crumsharder, could I get you to sign that for me?
Sure.
You can read it first if you want.
Okay, I'm Judd Roberts in Roswell, and I was a minority stockholder and the manager of a radio station here back in those days.
Radio station.
KGFL.
Okay.
And we got word of it with the rancher himself.
Word of the crash.
Oh, I beg your pardon, of this UFO.
Uh-huh.
Of course, there was a release that came out of Walt Hutt's PIO department out at Walker Air Force Base. And so we followed it up. I did not go out because I
To the crash site.
I did not go out to the crash site. Excuse me for being so hesitant about this. If I'd look at the camera instead of you, it perhaps would be easier.
Well, that's why I'm sitting over here, so you can talk to me.
Okay, so that's it. Be that as it may, we...
So you were aware of something going on out there?
Oh, definitely. And then...
Directly from Walter's press release or other sources?
Other sources. As a matter of fact, I don't know whether I should say this or not, but it was true. We hid out the rancher for one night.
Where were they?
Yeah.
Where?
Yes, and we did some transcriptions with him and so forth. Good old wire recorders, if you will.
Where did you hide him out?
We had him out at Mr. Whitmore's house here in town. He lived outside of the city limits on the east side.
So you were present at the actual interview?
I was not.
You were not.
I was trying to run the station at that time. The question that we ran into is the very next morning, some friendly person, probably from Clinton Anderson's office, called us from Washington and said, we understand that you have some information, and we want to assure you that if you release it on this matter, because it's not supposed to be released, it's very possible that your license could be in jeopardy, and so we suggest that you not do it. And he said, when I mean in jeopardy, like maybe 3 days.
Was there any suggestion when you got that phone call? I mean, did Walt Whitmore hesitate about releasing the information? Did he say, well, we're not going to release it, or we might release it?
I made this decision.
So
you got the call?
Yes, I was at the office, you see. See, W.E. Whitmore, with whom I worked, had different office hours than you and I.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a great nighttime worker, and he came in about 6 o'clock at night to talk to me about the radio business. About the time since I'd been there since 6 o'clock in the morning.
So you got the phone call from Washington?
Yes, yes.
And they told you that your license was in jeopardy. Did you?
They indicated that would be a very negative thing.
What convinced you that they meant business and you were really talking to somebody important?
I don't even remember who it was who identified himself.
Was there any?
But he convinced you.
But he convinced me because they'd already made such a stir about the releases, you see, to the newspapers and so forth. And so, in other words, the clamps went on the story, but this was not unusual for me because I had been down here for a couple of years at that time from Minneapolis, and with things like air crashes at Walker Air Force Base or the problems of that sort, it was not unusual for us to talk to the people and they'd say, okay, we've got a release date on this and not before this time. Of course, we always fought it because they always tried to take care of the afternoon newspaper.
Well, that was where my question was going. When you got the phone call from Washington, was there any thought about going ahead to release the story anyway, or did you just immediately kill it?
No, we did not. We didn't think so. We didn't know of it.
So when you got the phone call, that was it. The story was done.
That was as far as I was concerned.
Okay.
I saw no reason to do it because they'd already had the disclaimers out there, 10 tons of them, talking about these weather balloons and so forth. And so that was it. The point is that I was unable, I never did see the material. I talked to people just as you have.
Who did you talk to?
I can't remember. Can't remember at all.
Now you say you hid out, or Walt Whitmore hid out Brazzle overnight.
Oh yes. But it was W.E. Whitmore.
Yes.
Senior.
Senior.
Yeah, senior.
So he had the 45-minute wire recording of Brazzle's interview that...
I don't know how long it was. In those days with wire recorders, these are guys all before your time. And if you recorded 15 minutes, you took it back to the studio, and it took you 15 minutes to rewind them at 3.75 or whatever it was.
Do you remember whatever happened to that wire recording? Was it erased?
No, I haven't. At that particular time, there was quite a clamp on discussion of this. And because there were people who were well thought of people who were pretty well convinced, and Marcel was one of them, and I knew all of those people out of Walker because we had remotes out there and we did lots of broadcasts out of there. So I don't think that I think that we just decided that for Walt Hott's sake and so forth, that we would sit tight and accept whatever it was, even though in our innermost minds we had real question about the validity of it.
Mm-hmm. Had they ever treated a story like this before?
Had they ever created one?
Had they ever treated a story in this way?
Oh, not in this particular way, because this was a highly unique experience. However, as I say, we were used to it because if there were crashes, you didn't say anything about it until the people had been there and all of that sort of thing.
Well, yeah, they embargoed.
Yes, precisely.
But this was a total clamp down.
Well, I would say so. It certainly was as far as we were concerned.
And there was no time limit on this.
They didn't say after such and such
anything
date
like
you
that
can...
before?
I can't tell you because, you see, I just got down here in '46 when I came down here from Pillsbury in Minneapolis. And so I hadn't run into that sort of thing. There was lots of it when we were in the missile site business down here and so forth, because if there was a problem, we were advised and we were out there with our blinking lights and all that sort of stuff, but we sat on those things until there were decent releases on them. People have asked me because there's been a discussion, particularly after your broadcast, and that revitalized. In fact, I was up in Craig, Colorado last week, and a guy who hasn't been interested at all of a sudden he's a fan, and I sent him the book from Moore and so forth when I got home here on the weekend. But the point is that insofar as I was concerned, people say, do you think it was true? And I said, I don't know. But I'll tell you this, it's hard for me to believe that in this infinitesimally small area of the universe that we're the only people with any intelligence. So if there are, and another thing that interested me is because I had a friend who had a lot of hours with, I think it was with Northwest at that time, and he had, I don't know how many hours as captain. And when he said he saw something off the left wing, here's a guy who, when he makes a statement, if you're a disbeliever or an unbeliever, you say, boy, I don't want to fly with him because I think he's a nut. So he puts his own business in jeopardy, as it were.
So W. Whitmore had Brazzle overnight.
Yeah.
Did you actually see Brazzle himself? Did you ever see
Only when they first came in, yeah.
How did he come across to you?
I didn't talk to him very much. We were, frankly, hiding the things for Halloween, and we didn't want to make much of a stir on it. And Whitmore's lived way out on East Second. So that's about it.
Did so Brazzle is with Walt Whitmore overnight.
Yeah.
Did the military come and pick him up, or did Whitmore take him to...
I think he turned him over.
Would it be fair to say that Whitmore surrendered him to the military, or is
I
that
don't
too
think
strong?
so, because he was just a guest overnight.
Okay. So
you don't surrender a guest unless your name is this guy over in Iraq.
But was the military, but the military was looking for him, though?
I think so.
Yeah. Was W. Whitmore hiding Brazzle from the military or from your rivals?
We just had a good story.
So Whitmore was more worried about protecting his story than the military finding where Brazzle was.
We had no reason to hide him out, particularly, except we wanted to do some talking to him first. It so happened that it was all for nothing because we didn't use it.
Okay, so that next morning, Whitmore decided he wanted to go out to the crash site.
No, I decided that.
You
I wanted to go out because Whitmore had been out there.
Went out to the crash site, or?
Yeah, I think, but I don't know. He couldn't get any closer than I did. I thought we could do it with a back road or something.
So you followed the back roads out toward Corona.
Sure.
What happened when you got out toward the crash
Well,
site?
they just had some roadblocks, that was all.
And what
was on one of the back roads.
Well, they had the whole thing. You used the word cordon a minute ago. I presume that might be a pretty well. I didn't pay that much attention to it. I wasn't driving. We had another guy, and I was more interested in just getting out there, and disappointed because, believe me, we didn't get close.
You say another guy, you happen to remember who that was?
I haven't the slightest idea. We had about 6 people working for the station.
So you went out to the area, you were stopped by the...
Sure.
How did they do that?
They just say, sorry, the road's closed. This is a restricted area.
Military men.
Yeah, we were used to that.
Were they in a Jeep? Were they in a car?
I can't imagine. I imagine they were just one of their blue sedans that they had.
And as you approached, the fella came out on the road and waved you down?
Sure. But as a matter of fact, the reason I'm so vague, I don't mean to be intentionally, is because of that thing, it wasn't really a big deal. Because we'd had these experiences before where some accident had happened and where they just kind of blocked off the whole area. So it was perfectly reasonable as far as I was concerned.
So you didn't get out to the site, you were turned around at that point and came back to Roswell.
How close did you get, roughly?
I'll bet I wasn't within 15 miles. I don't know. I haven't any idea because at that time, as I say, it wasn't important. We wanted to see the stuff we heard about. And of course, by that time, it was all picked up. Certainly that day. That's about the story.
You said the stuff you heard about. What did you hear? What do you recall?
Well, one of the things that I still remember specifically is that the material, they said, was as thin as the wrapper on a Lucky Strike package, but you couldn't break it. And if you twisted it and scrunched it up together, it would come back to its own deal. They tried to burn it, and so forth. And it was a good mystery for a small town. But of course, we had at that particular time, we had a lot of military people here, as you know.
Do you notice any extraordinary military activity in town at that time?
Of course, everybody started watching the sky.
So there was an attitude within the town itself.
Oh, very aware. And my thought was, looking back to the old days of the invasion, if you remember.
War of the Worlds.
Yeah. And the effect it had on people on the East Coast particularly. And I thought that perhaps maybe this was a good reason. I have reason now to believe that it was more than just protecting the public from getting upset over something. Because after that, we got into the Lubbock Lights and all of these sort of things. And people that I knew who were highly respectable, people, long-time guys, ranchers and people like that, who saw some of these things, and they had no reason to kid anybody about standing on the side of their pickup and watching these lights go back and forth up in the mountains. They're not the sort of people who needed to do that, or was it their nature to be that sort of person?
Around the station, what was the general reaction to the weather balloon story?
Hell, the weather balloons were being launched about a block from us every night. Because they did that with the Weather Bureau at that time. That's how they got their readings. So weather balloons per se were not that interesting to us.
So you didn't buy that explanation?
We really didn't, but we didn't have any good reason because that material was scattered up there, as you well know, and it wasn't like being able to see where something goes down and there's a hell of an explosion and there's a big dark place.
Did you ever have occasion to talk to, say, Colonel Blanchard or any of the people out at the base after this event and the subsequent years and learn anything from them? Maybe they said something to you off?
I don't think so. Bill Blanchard was one of the first guys I knew out there because he had served under my uncle, who was a general in the Air Force. In fact, we had 4 guys out there who were commanders who had all been students under him down at what used to be Kelly, down in San Antonio. So I always made it a point to meet those people because they're nice people, and we entertained them a few times, and we could go in there for a drink or something on occasion. But no, we didn't discuss it. And I don't know why we didn't, because that would have been the time to try to find out something, as it were.
After Whitmore turned Brazzle over to the military, you saw him after this. Did he ever?
Did I see
you saw Whitmore, certainly.
Oh, sure.
The first chance you had to ask him about wire recording.
I do not know, in retrospect, why I didn't. I just figured it was a dead story, and
What you're saying is that Whitmore never told you what the rancher said?
oh, he did just plain discussion, but the rancher didn't say much. The rancher really said, hey, I was out and I was riding and I saw this and this is what it looked like, and I couldn't figure out what it was. And so I came to town to tell some people and mentioned it to some people, and pretty soon there was great interest. And so I don't think that he himself went in there and did a lot of pseudo-scientific experiments with this material. There were all sorts of stories about bodies being loaded into planes and all that sort of stuff. And part of that first bunch went right down to Fort Worth, to Carswell. And the rest of them, I understood, went back to, who's at Akron?
You mean Dayton, right?
Dayton? Yeah, Dayton. Yeah.
You say others, you mean other aircraft? Or?
Yeah, the presumption was.
Did you hear any bizarre stories of aliens running loose in Roswell at the time or anything like that?
No, we did not. We probably would. We've probably been too scared to notice it. After all, that was all pre-ET, and we didn't know how friendly these folk are.
So basically, all you really know is a little bit of what Whitmore told you about the rancher finding the debris, coming into town, and then attempting yourself to go out to the site and being turned back, and receiving the phone call. Now, are you sure it was Clinton Anderson's office and not?
Oh, no, but I would assume so. He's our senator.
Could it have been Dennis Chavez?
Oh, well, it could have been Dennis Chavez, I presume.
So,
that was good enough for us, because at that particular time, you didn't go around wrestling with the FCC if you could help it. They gave you enough trouble on other things. Sitting out on a hill and monitoring you with a lousy 250 watts at that time.
To make sure you weren't putting out bad information.
Oh, bad information, and or ASCAP was out there trying to find if we were playing some of their stuff and not reporting it. So we had all of the government that we needed.
Any information about the rancher in the next couple of days?
No, I don't.
Did you have the impression where he was?
I do not recall. It's very possible. But all I know, he didn't come back into the station or anything like that.
Did you ever see Brazzle after that?
I never did. But that's not unusual. These guys all lived hell and gone away, as you know. And we were busy at that time. And I had a small staff. And 3 or 4 guys working from the base who were working part-time and so forth. And as I say, in retrospect, if we'd had any idea of what we had and what general interest there would be, why then it would have been easy, and we would have, obviously, we would have sat down and said, let's see if we can find out this or that, and put 2 and 2 together and get something.
Did the military ever come by the station to pick up press releases or anything like that? No indication that the military came back to make sure there was nothing left behind that might?
No, I don't think so, because we were very close to the PIO department, and because they were a source of news, and even if they had, why I don't think it would have been a great mental note after all of these years, because it was not that uncommon a situation.
Through the years, and certainly since resurrection involved, stories involved, any people that you've talked to, any former colleagues or anyone else that ever voiced an opinion or related any tidbits of information to you?
Oh, that I didn't have?
Mm-hmm.
No, because it was usually, do you believe this stuff? And it so happened that I believed it to some extent at that time, and then ultimately I just felt more and more that this was a possibility. It was nicely hushed up. Let me put it that way. That's a gentle way of putting it.
So you weren't that concerned that the military came in and suggested that you not release the story. That sort of thing happened on a regular basis.
Oh yes. Oh sure.
Whether it was an aircraft accident or maybe something that.
Well, see, we were trying to cover all of that stuff at the local level because that's what we had. That's all we had. And so, in the two stations with which I was associated over a period of time, we always had mobile units, and we could broadcast and so forth. And even in those days, if there was a story, why, we chased it pretty hard.
But for this one, you didn't really think there was a story, because
I didn't think we were going to be able to do anything with it. I thought that whatever they were going to report, because the question was in many minds here, that whatever they were going to report, that's what we would tell them, so the people would know.
So there was no place for you to go with the story.
No, because we really didn't have a story. We had a discussion with a guy who found some stuff, but they did a good job of closing that thing up. Hell, I think Marcel was out of here in, I don't know, 4 or 5 days, I imagine. There were some people that were shipped out. Maybe that had been planned for 90 days, but the coincidence of it made people say, "Boy, we'll get him out of here."
Was there much talk among the townspeople?
Oh my, yes. Sure. It's the most exciting thing that happened since they sold the prize bull at the 4-H sale.
Covering all the big news.
Yes, I mean, secondary story, but next to the bull.
Was there any general tone to the public reaction? That they believed it, they didn't believe it, whatever?
I wouldn't have any idea, because we never did run a poll or anything like that. I would suggest that there were some people who said, "Boy, this must be a big story, or they wouldn't have made such an effort," and others who said, "Some nut." And so it was a weather balloon, and that's good enough for me if they told me it was a weather balloon, by George.
Which side were you on?
I was in the middle between them at that time. I obviously have gone to the there was such a thing now, but only on the basis of small bore logic that, as to repeat myself, if we think with this little dot, and it's getting smaller and smaller all the time, even though this thing isn't working too well up there now, but the fact is that for us to consider the fact that we are the only people with the intelligence to do that, and there's been so much stuff to the contrary since those days that I don't know. All I know is I think that to keep repeating myself, which I don't mean to do, but you could cut it, I presume. But the point is that why should we think in this little weensy part of the universe that we're the only people who were ever created with any intelligence? I know people who think there are other intelligences in space that are perhaps way ahead of us. And this might have been, maybe somebody came down and said, hey, we saw some flares down on that little old place over here on the atomic test. We saw some flares. We thought we'd send somebody down and take a look, see what was going on. And so they did, and they had the misfortune to do some bad navigating or something.
Well, that's a new way of putting it.
How did you know which ranch to go to?
Because we had talked to the guy when he came to town.
And he actually told you, he gave you directions or told you?
All of these old timers knew where exactly where the ranch was. Mm-hmm. Everybody knew where all of these ranches were. Big ranches at that time. I was busy in the station, and that was a very busy 7-day-a-week job because we covered sports and we covered this and we covered that, and I did all the selling of all the advertising, what little there was. And so my job was to stay right there and run the thing. Whitmore himself was an absentee owner, and that's the whole story.
Looks like that's it then.
Is this deposition over then?
I believe so. I think you've done a heck of a job.
Well, no.
I'll turn this off for you. How's that?
Fine. Were they in your program? Where discussion? They thought it. They never bought the idea that it was a reflection from somebody's glasses down on the ground.
I'm just putting the date on this now so that we've got a picture of you with the date. So that we.
Well, I wish I could be more helpful because I'd love to see you guys come up with some real solutions if you could find it.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
Really
are you?
Putting the little bitty pieces together.
In fact, we feel we can put the whole timeline together.
Which is why your story is important, because you have a couple of little pieces that help fit it into the whole chronology. So, I can never convince you how important your story is to us.
Well, I realize because I'm impressed that you are willing to take the pieces, but that thing is pretty well shattered out. You've got to pick them up, don't you?
It's shattered and it's old.
And find out.
Oh yes,
That's the big problem.
Hallucination. I know I saw it.
Well, we're rolling now. We've got the tape going. So you're Mrs. Lyman Strickland, Marion Strickland.
Yes.
And we're here in Roswell, New Mexico.
Again, September 27th.
Which it says right there on the official thing. And we'll turn that off. And so, let's go. You were saying you knew Mac Brazzle.
Yes.
He was a neighbor.
Yes.
And you lived out near his ranch in the summer of 1940.
The ranches joined on the corner. They cornered.
Okay.
In which direction?
It was southeast of Corona, and the cornering was in the same direction, southeast of Corona.
So you were farther from Corona than Mac was?
No, he was further.
Oh.
That ranch belonged to the Fosters at the time.
Right. You knew Mac how long before the summer of 47?
We moved there in 1939, and I had 3 small children. Excuse me.
Can we help you out with anything there?
I'll turn that off.
Yes. Back on. No, that's okay. We were talking about Mac Brazzle.
Well, we moved there in 39, and I had, my youngest child was only 3 or 4 months old. And I didn't get around to meet neighbors, but my husband did. And he undoubtedly knew Mac from very soon after we went there. We bought the place in 39. So, Mac came by. He would stop, and sometimes at the barn, sometimes he came in the house. I just knew who he was.
He's a very friendly guy?
Yes, he was a very self-sufficient country man. He was very dependable and self-confident. He was not stupid. he was not a highly educated person.
Moving ahead to the summer of 1947, leaping right ahead, you're of course aware of the events that took place in July of 47.
Yes.
Now you have no personal knowledge of what happened. You didn't see anything. You didn't go out to the crash site or anything like that.
No.
You didn't
No, I think Mac went to, see, we were on a spur that was off of the main line that went from the Foster Ranch to Corona. And he would have gone by the Proctors and Saltermeyers first, just on the way to town. But he would come out of his way to come by our place. But he came by and told us about it and probably tried to get Lyman to go down and look at it. Sally said she...
Now Sally is your daughter?
Yes.
Okay.
We have 2 sons, but they're both deceased. And she thought that she could remember him wanting Lyman and the boys to come down and the kids. She was one of the boys. Literally. And she said that that was a busy time of the year. If it was dry, and it was dry more than it was anything else, they were feeding or marking lambs or one thing or another.
Now you said you remember the thunderstorm? Or?
Oh yes, because we had this is the house that was built later. We had a little old dinky shack that had a porch that wasn't any wider than that. And my husband, all ranchers go out on the porch to see where it's raining, how much and who got some. And he had to stand out there and see where it was raining, and there was so much thunder and lightning that I begged him to come in the house, and finally there was this terrible thunderclap, and he came in and he says, "Boy, that hit something." You know, it has a different sound. It has a hollow sound.
So he thought lightning had struck something.
Yes, and it was 2 or 3 days after that Mac, no, it was longer than that. It was a week or 2.
Did he didn't see the lightning hit anything? He just
No, that's hilly country, and the clouds were hanging low. They were pretty low.
So then you and Lyman, nobody went over with Mac to see the stuff.
No, Mac went to the Proctors and maybe the Saltermeyers. I don't know if he went there, but they didn't go down there with him. I guess everybody was busy, and Mac thought it was a weather balloon or some sort of an experiment, that he was glad to do the government a favor to bring them the pieces. And that's actually the attitude he had when he gathered it up and took it to town.
So he brought it into Roswell, when you say town Roswell.
Yes.
And what happened to him in Roswell? Did he ever talk to you about that?
Very secretly, and he didn't talk to me a lot. But they were around my table, Mac, and I don't know whether Bill Brazzle was there or not. I don't remember that. But Mac and my kids and Lyman, and I was busy carrying the coffee pot. And I really heard more sketches of the conversation than if I were just sitting there talking like we are here.
What pieces of conversation did you hear? What do you remember about that?
How nasty the officers at the air base were to him.
By nasty, what did he elaborate on that?
He did to them, yes. He was held for, I believe it was 3 days or 3 nights. Of course, ranchers all had livestock in their corrals that had to be fed, and Mac was there by himself. And I think he called Bill. Bill was in Albuquerque.
Mhm.
To come down and take care of his livestock, but they literally threw him in jail. And it was 2 or 3 days later, Lyman and Floyd Proctor had some business with the Bureau of Land Management, which had an office. I don't remember where their office was then. Anyway, they came down here to the Bureau of Land Management together. And they saw Mac being escorted by two Army men. And I don't know whether he had handcuffs on or not. I don't believe I ever heard that, and I don't believe he did. I believe they just said something about it. Because we were all, the whole neighborhood was scandalized that the Army, that the services would treat people like that. People who had good intentions.
Did Matt ever mention what went on when he was held on the base?
I didn't hear it. Surely Walter Hawk did. He was a lieutenant. I couldn't tell you because, like I said, I was carrying the coffee pot. Mac was very secretive, and I know that he made it plain that he was not supposed to tell this and not supposed to tell that. And I think most of what he was not supposed to tell was that there was any excitement about this material. Now that's my recollection.
But Mac was pretty unhappy?
Oh, you bet. He was a man who had integrity. He definitely felt insulted and misused and disrespected.
So he was annoyed at the way the military treated him.
He was worse than annoyed.
He made the effort to come in with the material, and they treated him that way.
That's right.
And he sat basically at your coffee table and elaborated
At
on
my
it.
dinner table.
Dinner table.
Didn't have a coffee table.
I meant dinner. I meant actually kitchen tables, what I meant.
Yeah, that's probably.
Was this the only time that he talked about it? Did he ever mention it? Maybe some other times, or?
I don't remember him being at my table. I was in the house. Now, lots of ranch women are around the corrals a lot, but I wasn't. And he came to the house off and on. When we built this new house, he came and helped Lyman with the plumbing. Of course, that was later. But I don't remember that he ever came during that time of stress. And he was definitely under some stress and felt like he had been misused and kicked around.
And this was right after he got back?
Yes.
Right after they let him go?
Not too long. And since none of us really knew then what the importance of it was, I don't remember just how long it was. It might have been 2 weeks. I don't think it was 2 months.
Did he talk about the material?
Yes, he did. I remember he said something about that you could crumple it up and it would come right back out. Now, my daughter, I have been asked before if anybody had any scraps of it. And my daughter told me on long distance, she was only 10 years old, and she said she wasn't impressed with it, but that Bill Brazzle brought a scrap of it up there, and he was at the corral. He was not in the house, and I know I never saw any of it. I never saw it at all. And she said that it was very, very thin, that I sewed a lot, and she was familiar with fabrics, and she said it was like a very thin cotton, but very tough. Now, she emphasized the words tough. And I said, how big was this scrap Bill had? And she said, 6 inches by 8 or 10. And I said, what do you reckon he did with it? And she says, well, if they didn't Bills, I don't believe they were people who kept a lot of, they didn't have their house cluttered like this. And she says, well, if he didn't realize the importance of it, he probably threw it away. Now, of course, I don't know. That was just conjecture.
Where's your daughter now?
Fort Morgan, Colorado.
And it's Sally.
Catalini.
Would you think it'd be all right if we talked to her, called her long distance and chatted with her?
I'm sure it would.
Do we have a phone number?
Yes.
Do you happen to remember what it is?
Yes, I do. You want to write it down?
No, I'll have it recorded.
Oh, 1-303-867-5025. That's her home telephone.
And that's Sally
Catalini.
Catalini.
Now, of course, her husband and sons wouldn't know anything about it.
Are they from this area, or are they from Colorado? Or?
They're from Colorado. All of them.
But she says Bill Brazzle brought a scrap of it by for her to take a look at.
Well,
or just to show.
To show, and like I said, now she lived at the corral. Her daddy had to order her to the house. She had her horses and so forth. And she was out there, and the boys were out there, and I suppose Bill stopped, and that was the whole family as far as Bill was concerned. So, and I don't know whether I was home or not.
So basically what you know is Mac Brazzle was held by the people at the base for a number of days.
Yes.
He came to your house and was irritated by
He
their...
was worse than irritated.
by the treatment of them. And you heard some of his discussion about what went on at the base. And then Lyman saw Mac in the company of a number of...
If I could say something that's off of the record.
Back on the record.
Could I ask you about the thunderstorm again?
The thunderstorm.
Did anyone else comment? Did you hear anyone else
Comment about the thunderstorm?
about the storm?
I asked Juanita about it one time, and she said no, she didn't remember it because she had little children. Her children, by 1947, mine were 7, 8, and 10 years old, 12, and hers were babies. And I think that's what she said, that she didn't remember that thunderstorm. I don't know if anybody else did or not.
Anyone else in the family that commented about the loud
About
thunder?
thunderclap? Sally could remember it. I don't know.
Okay.
My sons have said are not living.
Did Mac say anything while in Roswell that he was threatened, or that they?
I think he was threatened with something because he was threatened if he opened his mouth, he might get thrown in the backside of the jail. Now, he gave that impression, definitely. He must not tell anything.
He said that he wasn't supposed to tell anything.
Yes.
So he was angry, but yet he also took it serious.
Yes.
That he couldn't say anything about it.
Yes.
Was that unlike him, that he would
Yes, it was unlike him.
buckle down against something that was
He
a threat?
was a very upfront person. He would be likely to say what he thought, and if it fitted, if you didn't like it, well, so what?
So what? So what would it take to get him to keep his mouth shut about something?
A serious threat.
More than just a physical threat.
I think so. But I don't know any threat that was given.
Right.
Like I said, I was carrying the coffee for him.
Could they have done anything else to try to shut him up?
Like what?
Bribe him?
You couldn't bribe Mac. I don't think you could. I think he'd double up his fists and back you away. I really do. I don't think he was that kind of person. Has anybody else made any such remarks about Mac?
Well, I was just going to ask, as far as his financial situation prior to the incident.
I don't know much about his finances. His wife lived in Alamogordo and had a home there, and I've been there, and it was a nice house. Well, it was just a nice house in a nice part of town. It wasn't extraordinary in any which way, but it was a nice home, and she had a pretty yard with flowers. And I don't know whether she didn't want to live on the ranch or what, but the Foster Ranch was a big ranch, and probably the pay was something important to make.
Any idea what a man would be paid to run a ranch in those days?
No. I know what we had to pay hired men when we hired them just by the day, but I don't have any idea what a ranch manager would have got.
What did a hand get per day back then?
A common hand would get about $60 a month, and or $5 a day for a day's work. If it was hard work, and if it was somebody that knew what he was doing, like windmill work or fence work. But I don't know what Mac done. It wasn't anything you talked about around the table.
Was there anything different about him after this?
He might have been a little more reticent because he felt like he was disgraced, and he really wanted to square himself with his neighbors. I think that's why he talked a little, because he was afraid that the neighbors might think he had done something of a crooked nature. But he might have been a little more anxious to, I don't know. When we built this house, I said, this house that's in the painting, Lyman didn't know anything about plumbing. He cut two pieces of pipe, and they were both too short. And Mac come up and helped him, and they put in the plumbing together. Now, I don't know if Mac would have done that before that or not. This was in the early 50s.
Who painted the picture?
One of my sons did them.
Did he paint all these pictures?
He painted everything in oil and did all the wood carvings. Anything that's in China, I did it.
I'm impressed.
He did this one by the fire, by the
Yes,
campfire?
that's a story. That's a story that's really true. That happened when my husband was about 2 or 3 years old. You want to turn it off?
No, that's okay.
My son painted it from his father's story about it. At that time, they had no fences, or very few, and lots of cowboys. And they ran, this was like the Chisholm outfit, but they didn't work for Chisholm, they worked for Hinkle. And they run cattle from the Pecos plumb to the mountains. And anyway, these cowboys went out in the morning. I don't know how many there were, half a dozen. And this one didn't come back. So they knew something had happened to him. And what had happened was that his horse stepped in a hole and fell with him and broke the man's leg, but not the horse's leg. And the wolves could smell the blood. The skin was broken. The boot was full of blood. And the wolves could smell the blood, and if National Geographic, and they did, I read it, if they want to tell you that wolves won't attack, maybe they won't if there's just one. But where there's a whole ring of wolves, a bunch, and they smell blood, they would. And anyway, he had little chips of wood that he got on fire and threw at them all night long. And they found him, the other cowboys found him the next morning. And my mother-in-law, Lyman's mother, walked up to it and says, "There's supposed to have been a tree right there. That's where the chips come from." My son had never painted a tree. He never painted a tree until I insisted that he paint these that are around the house. And so he didn't put any tree in it. And her sister, Aunt Jenny, walked up to it and said, somebody else in the room says, "Well, did he get over it?" She says, "Well, it sure was a good old answer." So I guess he got over it.
Those are beautiful pictures.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I treasure everything here.
You should.
My son was selling at the time that he died, and he had sold several portraits. And the people who had commissioned portraits came and gone. But I kept everything else. I could have sold some. I just plastered the walls with them.
Yeah.
Great.
You don't want to see.
And what is it that you painted?
I paint china.
And what in here did you do?
Well, this cabinet is full of it.
Up here?
That cabinet is full of it. And everything except one or two antiques in these shelves.
That's obvious where you learned it from.
Yeah. How about these cups with birds?
I painted all of them.
It's incredible. Actually, that's marvelous.
Now, I didn't paint the Virgin that's in the window. I did about half of the birds, or more than half, maybe.
The flowers on the china?
Oh, yes, I did all those.
It's really realistic.
Well, thank you. I've enjoyed doing it. My son was painting at the time that I found the lady who gave lessons, and that was her husband that came with the onions. And I thought, well, I've always enjoyed China, and I'll do this so I don't interfere with his work. Like heck. He had talent that I'd never have.
It's obvious.
I wouldn't say
You've got a lot of talent.
But it's obvious that he had lots of talent too.
He had a lot of talent.
But it was pretty much a sideline for him.
He was 40 years old when he died. And he had really just gotten into the artistic efforts. He drew from the time he was 4 or 5 years old. Things that you could, well, I'm his mother. Things that you might say, this is awfully good. He drew one that I hung on the wall until it turned yellow, and it was a cowboy standing by a windmill. And the windmill was much taller than, the cowboy was much taller than the windmill. So you know who was the most important.
Mm-hmm.
But both were very good. And he was 4 when he drew that. But I have paintings of his all over. I have a grandson and 2 grandsons. They're this daughter's sons. One of them is an art teacher.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to video the paintings.
All right.
I'd like to, I don't know if it'll come out, how good it'll be, but I'd certainly like to give it a shot. And you say this is his house, or your house?
Yes, that's the ranch house that we built.
Is it still there?
Yes, as far as I know. My husband had, after we moved in here and I knew what was going on, he had 5 little strokes. But he had glaucoma, and my son and I were suspicious that he had some. This is a painting of his too. This is not a photograph.
Is it done from a photograph?
But this one, my son did it.
Worked in a lot of mediums.
Oh yes. Past. Oh, I can't think of the name of it. He had glaucoma and was treated for it for several years, and his eyesight was such that this old excitable woman wouldn't ride with him, except on a ranch where it didn't matter. But we were coming back from Roswell with a load of feed, and I was driving. We had a 3/4 ton pickup, and usually loaded it with 2 or 3 tons.
This is what approximately?
This was maybe in the 50s. I couldn't tell you exactly. It didn't have anything to do with money.
Right.
Have you been, I guess you've been to Corona,
Yes.
and have you crossed the Gallo and then gone up by, what was the Reynolds Ranch then? There's a long straight road right along the top of the, I'd call it a mesa. It stretches for at least 2 or 3 miles, just as straight as a ribbon. You come up from a deep draw and go up on this long straight road. Well, go back.
From Corona.
This is going to Corona.
Corona.
At the cutoff that is 59 miles out here, and then it cuts off to go to Corona. It wasn't paved then. And anyway, go back to 1942. About 1942, there were lots of Army planes going over, because that's right on a direct line between here and Albuquerque. And there was one that had the bomb site. If you remember, they had a bomb site that they protected with men's lives. And the planes were fixed so that they blow up if they didn't land just properly. Well, anyway, this plane circled this was night, we had gone to bed, it was about 10, 11 o'clock, and nearly everybody had tin roofs. This was 1942 now. You could see the tin roofs shining in whatever light there was, and this plane, you could tell it was in trouble because of the way the motors sounded. And they circled every ranch house in that area, ours included. And by the time you think of what to do to go down to the field with your pickup and shine the lights on the furrows the way they ran or something, they were gone and gone on to some other place. Anyway, they spotted this long road across there, and they tried to land and it blew up. And they cordoned that off for a week, gathering up pieces. And anyway, this was 1950, and I was driving real slow, and up out of the Gallo, which is very sandy. You don't cross the Gallo just anywhere. It's so sandy that you could bog down in the sand. Came this red light, just as round as the moon. A large red pulsating light. Came up out of the Gallo, came directly at us, and all I could think of, we were up on this long road, all I could think of was that it was a plane that was in trouble when trying to land. And I know that Lyman agreed. We must have talked something. The bar ditch was awfully deep, and we went off on that side. It's a wonder the thing didn't turn over with the load we had. But anyway, he got out and run down the hill, and I had a heck of a time getting my door open. But I did get out, and I saw it knock through the windshield. And this light came right straight over us and stood there, just as still. And all at one time, it took off and went on in another direction. Now, it didn't occur to me at the time until the next day. There was not a sound. No sound.
You were outside the pickup at that time.
I was outside the pickup. I was not seeing it through glass. And there was not any sound. And I said to Lyman, I'm going to call. We had a telephone bill then, too. And must have had part of this house built. And I said, I'm going to call White Sands and tell them they lost one of their rockets. He says, you just shut up and don't say one word. They'll make a fool out of you. And they already had 2 or 3 people who had seen things. And I was just convinced it was some earthly thing that had gotten loose. But I would like to ask you all, is there any theory of anybody has had a theory that this is a light thing? I mean, like we send a searchlight. The searchlight doesn't make any sound. You throw a baseball through the air and it makes a sound. And I can't help but think that if it appeared to me that this thing was not over 100 feet above, maybe not that much, I couldn't really tell. It was pitch dark. It was something I'd never seen before. And has anybody ever
How's
seen
the weather like?
Clear. Yeah, I remember there was no muddy road, no nothing like that.
I've heard hundreds and hundreds of reports like that.
And you heard that they don't make a sound. Has anybody said that it could be something that's beamed from somewhere else?
Your guess is as good as anybody else's.
Speculation theories about holographic projections that almost appears to be 3-dimensional from a projector. It's not even a solid object, it's just a projection, just a ball of light.
Well, this was
We
a
can't prove it.
pulsating, red, round thing.
What shade of red?
I'd say it was a little bit yellow red, just a little yellow red. There's lots of reds to it.
Orange red.
More orange red, yes. If I'm going to my palette, I'd pick up yellow red. But it would be an orange red.
Well, we even have lots of reports of huge vehicles hovering over people's heads with no sound at all.
And they can tell that it's a vehicle.
Yes. Daytime.
And no sound. Well, how do you explain that, because, like I said, you throw a ball through the air and you've got a sound.
The theory there is too that somehow the object is able to, with some type of a field that would surround the object, actually draw the surrounding air molecules with it, that would serve to cushion it and eliminate the friction, the air friction.
Something, you're
I know, it's...
speaking Greek.
Really,
So in other words,
we don't know.
there's no friction. In other
Got
words,
some
there's no...
ideas.
Well, you know what a sonic boom is, as far as, because that's where the air is separated by the supersonic jet, and as it comes together, it collapses. So whatever this is, it doesn't cause that.
It doesn't allow it to come together.
It doesn't seem to have to come together. There seems to be no break in the air. So that's where the theory that it's actually drawing air with it. See, too, when you have an object that moves that fast, that the friction would cause it to start to glow. That's where, like, a meteorite breaks up, or even a satellite in re-entry would burn up as it comes into the atmosphere. We don't get that.
Well, this thing wasn't a meteorite because it stood there. Maybe they were seeing how smart we were to see if they wanted to ask us a few questions. I don't know. Decided they didn't.
How long did it sit there?
You know, you're under such a stress at the time, it's hard to say. I would say a few seconds, maybe certainly not more than 3 to 5 minutes.
But you were moving in the truck at the time.
No, I had stopped the truck.
You had stopped.
Yes.
Was it up ahead of the truck as it appeared to hover, or was it overhead?
Hovered right overhead.
Right overhead.
If I had been in the truck, I couldn't have seen it. But I had, you know, it's hard to open a pickup truck.
Looked out through the windshield.
I didn't look out through the windshield. I did when I first saw it.
Right.
My husband had run off down the draw, and he kept hollering at me to come on out his side, and I think I was afraid that the whole pickup would turn over, because that was a deep bar ditch. I've heard that they've got that road paved now, and I don't know what kind of bar ditches they got, but that one was deep. And anyway, I remember struggling out on the driver's side, and stood there, because by the time I got out, I could see that it was not an airplane that was trying to land and come down the road. But that's what I thought it was.
Could this have been in 1949?
It could have been. I couldn't swear to the date. I hauled an awful lot of feed by myself. His eyes got so bad that...
Well, when did his eyes get bad?
I guess he had some eye problems from the time I first knew him. But they were not treated until in the late 40s. And by that time it was really too late. He was blind for 4 or 5 years before he died.
And he died quite a few years ago, right?
6 years ago.
Oh, 6 years ago.
7 years ago. In January, next January. Yeah, he lived to be 86. And anyway, he and Clenny Saltemeyer saw some things. I don't know if they were told on either or not. And I know I saw one that looked like a campsite. About 11 o'clock at night one night. I went, this was a crooked road that went from Saltemeyer's to our place. And we had had a lot of sheep stealing. I've got a snapshot over there of where Treats put out a sign that said there would be that they would pay for information on the sheet. on
Reward
sheets.
for it.
Yes, a reward. And I went right home and called Plenty, and of course got him out of bed. Told him that this campsite was up above. There had been an old road there. And Plenty says, why, that road washed out to where nobody could get in there. And they went up there the next morning and come around from the top side, and they said they found a dead, well, I believe it was a calf. A calf that had been butchered.
Was there evidence of a calf plan?
You know, I don't remember, but I do remember what looked to me as I passed it like lights, lantern lights that would show through a tent, through some of the openings in the tent.
Anybody moving around?
No, I didn't see anybody. See, I was driving, and I didn't want to sit there if that was sheep stealers, wait for them. And I didn't know that the road was washed out. It was in Clay's pasture. Then in our pasture, there was a bluff on the, we called it the Bonita. And to me, it would be 100 feet down. Maybe it's not more than 50. But they had it fenced off, so the livestock wouldn't come up there and graze and fall off. And it was very rough. You couldn't get up there with a pickup or even a Jeep because pieces would fall out and fall into the canyon below. And that was above our house. And as we turned the corner to come in, been to a ball game one night and come in after the ball game, and here was a light going down like from one fence post to the other. It's just clear. I don't drink. I didn't say it.
This ball game, you remember anything about the weather?
No, I wouldn't have gone if the weather had been very threatening. Not that we lived in a remote enough area and had livestock that, I guess I'm an old stick in the mud. I just wouldn't have gone. I'm not that crazy about sports. My kids were, the boys were playing, one of them. The other one went to private school.
You've had an interesting time.
You know, I think so too. And we saw the first atomic bomb.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Saw the flash?
Yes. And this is true. My husband was one of those that thought if you didn't want to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, you were probably a little lazy. And he shook me around and he says, come here and look. And this was an old house and just had one little window about the size of that out on the west side. And he wanted me to see this explosion, and I did not see any mushroom. We were in a direct line from Alamogordo, behind the mountains. But, and it was very white, and it went right straight up. If there was a mushroom, I didn't see it. I got up and looked and went right back to bed.
What'd you think it was?
We talked about it a minute or two and thought I think he suggested it might be an ammunition dump because nobody knew what was going on over there then.
Right.
It hadn't been announced.
Absolutely.
And that's what we decided it was, and I thought, well, it's an ammunition dump, so what do you got me up here for? So I went back to bed, and I think he went in and made coffee.
Had you heard any rumors about what was going on?
If so, I don't remember it. We had an awful lot of drought, and we also had planes that we we know they came out of Alamogordo, out of the base there, that scattered something that dispersed the clouds. And out here I've got a government bullet and an old I've got it out there in a box. I know where it is. It'd take a while to go find it. Anyway, the ranchers all really, they thought that that these young boys were doing this. They were buzzing windmills too at times, and they thought they were doing some of it just on their own, just to be funny. And they made a protest, and there was, I can't remember that man's name for sure. Anyway, the general, and he came in from El Paso, and he told them that it was not his boys that was doing that. It was a group that was assigned to experiment with the weather. And he gave us the address and what to ask for, and we got these bulletins, this one that I'm talking about. And anybody that asked for one after that didn't get it. They shut it off. But I still got it.
Tell us about the experiments.
The experiments were going all up and down the Rockies, even into Montana. And there was a big experiment station right there at the mouth of the Platte River where they had, when they had that big flood on Platte. 1960. But this one was spotted too. I mean, it was named. We got the first government bulletins from Montoya, Senator Montoya. Anderson was, Senator Anderson was down right in Cherokee. We were just a bunch of hicks that didn't go anywhere. But they could see some of these planes coming in. They were branding calves or marking lambs or something one time, and a bunch of men around on the Gallo, and this wasn't at our ranch, but all the neighbors got together to do those things. And they could see something being dumped out or spewed out of these planes, and the planes going right, you might say, into the clouds, or they appeared to go into them. The clouds would just vanish. You could just go buy more feed.
You saw this happen?
I didn't see that. My husband was there. But I saw planes come in. One time we were stuck in that same draw that had that bluff on it I was telling you about. With the anyway, the water had come down. Those magazines are to be given away, and you can have any you want. We were stuck, and there was the biggest old black cloud up above, and we needed rain and needed it bad. And we were just working like crazy to get that. It was my husband and his oldest son and I to get that pickup out of the draw, because it would have washed it away. And the planes come in, and finally somebody noticed them there, and those clouds just absolutely vanished together. This government thing, they said in so many words that they were trying to send the moisture into the areas that needed it for dryland farming, wheat, and so forth.
Makes sense.
I think they nearly got sued. They washed away the Kansas City stockyards once,
God, what?
which served them right.
I think that's all we really need.
Great.
Done some wonderful work for us.
Well, I hope it's been worth something I think the American people ought to know what's going on. I can realize one reason that this was kept secret too is you remember Orson Welles? You're too young.
Well, we read about it in the newspapers.
I do.
Well, anyway, he had written a play,
Right.
and I think it was in New York City, that there was a downright riot.
War of the Worlds.
Yeah. People from the other worlds were coming, and the people in New York City just panicked.
As they're well known to do, people in New York City.
I guess so. Anyway, that's the only reason I can see why they can't be honest.
Of course, now they've had so much practice
Yeah.
at being dishonest.
Yes, and they
Second nature.
have been used to the idea of their superiority and lording it over the rest of us.
Mm-hmm.
We're just the taxpayer.
We're just children that have to be taken care of.
Yeah, we're just the taxpayer that
Yeah.
they can gouge for more money.
So what do you believe crashed out on the Foster Ranch in 1947?
What do I think? Well, for several years I really thought that it might be something the Russians were experimenting with, but I don't think so anymore. I think that perhaps we have the greatest technological advances of anybody in the world. And they haven't found any living people on any other planets, but they got to come from somewhere.
So you believe it was from somewhere else?
Yes, unless we find a group of people in this world that are smarter than we know about, I don't think it's from this world anymore.
I think that'll do her then. Thank you very much for your time. I'll make a copy of the tape. I won't promise the quality will be very good.
I'd like to buy two.
I'll make 2 copies and send them to you. Don't worry about it's there. It's very simple to do, and it doesn't cost anything.
It'll be our pleasure.
You get more sort of our payment for you helping us out.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it very much.
Okay. And your name is?
Alice.
You can speak up. It won't hurt. And we're here in Delhart, Texas on October 1st. And you were a niece of Barney Barnett.
Of his wife.
Mm-hmm. And you did I understand that they kind of raised you for a while? Or?
I was real close to them. They babysat me about for 2 or 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And they helped spoil me. They did not have any children of their own.
Uh-huh. So, Barney was a civil engineer for the Soil Conservation Service, working in an office in...
Socorro, New Mexico.
His office was in Socorro?
Yes.
Okay.
He was employed by the U.S. government, you know. Okay.
You remember the story that Barney told?
Well, I remember that he saw, one time we went to visit, and I don't know whether it was before my husband and I married or after, I don't recall the date, but he said that he saw a UFO fall.
Mm-hmm.
He was out working in the field, and I understood that he was out in the St. Augustine plain, and he went over to where it was, and where it fell, and he got nearly to the side, and there was a group of people on a geological or archaeological hunt, and they were over there. I don't remember how many people he said, but they got nearly up to this UFO, but it was close enough to see some creatures, or he said they didn't look like human beings out there. And along came a government, or some trucks.
No, with government you mean?
I guess it was government. You know, as I say, it's been a long time ago. But someone came along, and I understood it. I don't know whether it was Army or what. I think he just termed it government.
he wasn't specific on whether it was Army or just a
I don't
government?
recall.
Did he have any clues to where the archaeologist came from?
He didn't say. If he did, I don't remember. He just said a bunch of young people on a dig.
Did he ever describe the creatures to you?
I don't recall.
He said, did he give you a number? Do you remember if there were? And they were all dead.
So far as, they weren't moving.
So he never said that one might have been alive or might have been
No,
injured?
I don't think he got that close to them. He didn't get right up to the side. Seems like there was a fence, and they blocked it off. Or they may have had him move back to the fence. I don't know.
But you don't know exactly where this was, other than you think it was up in the...
I feel that it was up in the Daddle or Magdalena, what he termed as the high country.
The high country. And he didn't give you any clue as to what side of the plains it would have been on, or whether it was closer to Daddle or Magdalena.
If he did, I don't know. And I don't really think he did.
Did he ever describe the object itself to you? Say anything about that?
Do you know, I don't, what, since you've heard about all these others and things, you don't realize, I don't recall if what he said or what has been put into my mind, or, that I, not that anybody's put anything into my mind.
Well, but
what you've read and
you've read the books, you
about,
saw the Unsolved Mysteries program.
And things that you've talked about. And there's been talk of UFOs ever since.
But your memories then are just pretty vague about what he'd said.
That's right. Except that I do know that he said he saw a UFO.
And that there were creatures
In it.
And
or
you saw
people or whatever.
So.
And I believe he did describe it as a round thing, but and let's say I don't know what.
Do you recall now, in the subsequent years, what his feelings about UFOs were?
No, I don't even recall us talking about
What's your feelings about him? What do you think?
Well, since he saw one, I know that it's true.
So you believe, based on what Barney told you,
Yes.
that flying saucers are real, and they're piloted by beings from other planets? Is that a fair assessment?
I don't know who they're. I just know that they're real. Or this, yes.
But you trust anything Barney told you on that
Yes,
point?
I would.
Was he ever known to play practical jokes or spin tall tales or anything like that?
Oh, I don't know that he'd play practical jokes, but not spin tall tales.
So he was very...
But he was serious about this. This was serious.
Did it ever come up more than one time that you remember?
I don't recall.
So, and you have really no clue.
I'm sorry.
No,
I recall it so far.
That's fine. That's exactly what we want, is exactly what you remember, not what others may have said or things that people might have said, but what you recall yourself. So you really have no clue as to when he mentioned this to you, other than it may have been in the 50s?
It was in the middle or latter 40s or early 50s.
Early 50s.
But it's been real early 50s. I feel like it was before the 50s.
So it might have been 49 or 48. So it might have been right after, close to the time it happened. Do you remember the context? I'm sure you don't. Remember the context of the conversation, how it came up at all? But it made enough impression upon you that you remembered at least a few of the details. Anything else that you can think of that...
Not a thing.
So you have...
I've tried, to rack my brain. To, it seems ridiculous that we didn't discuss it later, and we may have. But I don't recall. We were all busy, and you see them maybe a day or two at a time.
Given what you know, what Barney Barnett said to you, what's your feeling of the government claims that there's no such thing, no validity?
Oh, I just don't have too much opinion, except the government. The government.
Do you think the government's hiding information about UFOs from us?
They must.
And this
They
would-
must be. It's obvious if they're the ones who came along and said, be quiet about this.
But Barney did mention the archaeologist.
Yeah.
Did he mention anybody else who might have been there?
No, he just said these people want to dig, and they told us all to kind of forget we saw it.
They don't have any clues to how many people were involved. Nobody else there that.
No, I think he must have been working alone.
Okay, well, this was sure short.
That's right.
That's
I
why
sure don't know much.
That's why I put it on the end of the tape.
Sure don't know much.
But you have no doubt that Barney was telling you the truth about this. Did Barney ever have trouble with the government afterwards? Maybe with the Internal Revenue Service or anything like that? Nothing like that that you can remember? No harassment from the government?
No harassment of any kind that I...
And he retired from the Soil Conservation Commission?
Yes, I think in about 1956 because of poor health.
And then did he stay in Socorro?
He stayed in Socorro until his death.
And then,
in 1969. So he was retired a long time.
and Ruth, what?
She moved she stayed in Socorro a year or two after he died, and her health was bad, and so she moved to Dalhart.
And then she passed away.
Passed away here in Dalhart in 1975 or 76. Probably 76.
Did she ever mention this at all? And never brought it up?
No, I don't think so. You know, you just went on with what the present.
Wasn't really that major of an event in anybody's life then?
I guess it wasn't, even though you can't imagine it. Now I can't imagine that it was played down. So we really didn't.
Okay.
I even inquired of my friends back then. They, that we might have come home and told somebody that they don't remember me telling. Of course, they might have as poor memories as I do.
All right. Well, I think I've probably, as I say, taken up enough of your time. So I'm gonna.
That's fine.
I'll turn off the camera here.
Okay.
It worked out real well, didn't it?
I don't know.
It wasn't horrible or anything.
It was scary.
It was scary.
Aspen.
Oh, sure, yeah. Well, that's east of Richmond. It's out near Bird Airport.
Yeah, I think Richmond was where a great many of them lived, or in that vicinity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah.
All right. And we got speed?
Yeah.
Okay. Phyllis, tell me about this period in 1947 during the summer when you came to see your father at Roswell. What did your father do in Roswell?
My father was the sheriff of Chester County, and they lived in the courthouse. The jail and the sheriff's quarters were in the same building, and they lived on the downstairs floor, and then downstairs was an office with 2 rooms, and the jail was upstairs, and prisoners were taken into the office and then up the steps to the jail.
And what were you living with your folks in 1947?
No, I wasn't living with them. I was there visiting. My husband and I were both students after World War II in Las Vegas, New Mexico, in Highlands University, and we were there several years after World War II to finish up our degrees, which we had started before the war. Our education had been interrupted by World War II. So we went back, but I sometimes did not go quite as much because I had a young son, and he liked to stay with my mother. And if I was busy going to school, and we also owned a little business, and we worked in it, And so he'd stay there, and probably he'd been there for a while, or I don't know whether at that point in time I was actually in school or just going back and forth and staying up there a while, staying in Roswell a while.
So you came to visit your father in his office one day in July, we think?
Yes, I came to, I was reading you could just walk into his office from the sheriff's quarters. And the paper came out with this, and I did read the paper.
What do you remember about what the paper said?
About the headlines and the flying saucer found. And I don't remember whether he told me about it before then or not. I don't know. But I was so interested, and it's some way inside of me, and I loved it, and I wanted it to be true. And I went in to talk to him about it. And sometimes I talked to him in the kitchen or somewhere, but I went into the office and talked to him about it. And he was getting all these I remember he came into the kitchen and told about that he'd been up all night with the phone calls, and that he had just talked to London, England, and he was very excited about that because, well, the distance and the times, it's not the same as faxing something or sending it long distance now like we.
The world was a lot bigger back then.
Yes, it was. So, and another thing about the world then, World War, they hadn't really rebuilt things all the things hadn't been rebuilt from World War II. Now in America, I know we weren't bombed, but we didn't have any, they didn't build any washing machines, they didn't build any new cars, they didn't build anything, dryers, nothing, because they spent all their time on the military and weapons and those things. So so we had to wait a while to get a car, and we had to wait a while to get a washing machine because they just went on the market.
So you read about this flying saucer incident in the newspaper. You went and talked to your father about it.
Asked him about it, and
what did he tell you?
And I asked him, "Do you think this is true?" And he said, "I don't know why Brazzle would have come all the way in here and brought that stuff if it hadn't been something important, and that he had to be something that he thought was that. And he had sent deputies out to see about it. And he thought, so originally he thought it was true, but he didn't have any information. He was trying to send the deputies to get some more information. But the first thing he did was call the Air Force, because that seemed to be important to him. And I said, "Why did you call them?" And he said, "Because I have an agreement with them that if any airman is in trouble in Roswell, any kind of problem about any airplane or flight or anything like that, I call them immediately. We don't have room in our jail for those, and they come and take care of them. We'll just keep them for a little while." They just held them until the MPs got there, and the flight's the same, and he felt that this had something to do with the Air Force, or that was their business. He felt that was their big way.
What happened? Did he say
And he
when
sent
he sent the deputies out?
he sent the deputies out. And I'm of the opinion that he sent the deputies out once, and that they saw a large blackened area, the grass, the rangeland, and that they came back because it was dark. And then when they came back, he had to wait till the next day to send them back again to find something else. And when they went back again, the Army had blocked it off and didn't let them in. And I'm talking about the Army Air Force. just been clarified yesterday, but it was called the Army then. And see, I think Brazzle told them how to get there, but they, you know, there's a long distance between Roswell and Corona. You can't send somebody out and have them search over a large ranch or look for anything in a half a day, really. I don't know what time they went, but it takes time.
So the deputies were turned away by the Army Air Force?
Yes. And then I think it was then the next day that the Army Air Force all came to the office, and my sister came in.
And what happened when you got to your father's office? Was the
We come in, we had a small child, and Roswell was the shopping place for us to come and buy groceries, and we usually went to Roswell for once a week. Right. And when we arrived, I noticed that there were jeeps and some people, you know, from the Air Force there. And of course, I went right in with my small child, and my husband Jay went into the office, and he said to my father, "What's going on, George?" And he said, "Well, we've had a man come in saying that there is a flying saucer and bringing a piece of things," and said, "I don't know what it is," and said, "We're investigating it." And he said, "What was it?" And he said, "Well, it looked like burnt grass out there." And my husband came back into the office, back into the kitchen. My mother prepared the meals for the prisoners, and we were in the kitchen. And we didn't discuss it anymore or anything. And as the years went along, Mother would say, "Oh, remember the time when we had the flying saucer in Roswell, and the papers were out, and where I live, I'm very isolated. I go 20 miles for my mail one way and 20 miles back, so I'm not accustomed to getting a newspaper very often, and I have no telephones, I have no electricity at that time, because we're in the rural area. So it was another week, see, then before I probably went back to town and knew anything too particular about it, because I didn't stay all night. I went in, turned around, and came back, because we had milk cows that you have to get home to at night. So I really was not as familiar with it as Phyllis, because she was staying all night there, because she was going to school up in Las Vegas. And but as the years went along, Mother would always say, and I also know of an article that she wrote that said, we do not, as to this day, know that whether it was a flying saucer or what, because they told my husband, Mr. Wilcox, which he would say, "Don't you say a word." So he didn't, and he was very calm about it. He just didn't say anything.
Who told him not to say a word?
The Air Force did. When they came and picked up the piece or whatever they did, she said they reprimanded him. That's what the words were in the little article she wrote. And I had it because she wrote a great deal, and she wrote an article on their 4 years at the county jail. They were not in the county jail, but that's what she said, 4 years in the county jail, but they were there as working people in the jail. And so on the very back page of her article, she wrote the day the flying saucer was in Roswell, New Mexico.
Do you remember what that date, what she said that date was?
Yeah, the date was not on the paper. That's the reason I don't. And she said in on the outside of this article, said, I sent this article to the Reader's Digest in 1980. See, she had typed it over. She had a whole bunch of typewritten things, and but they did not accept it. That was written on the outside. She also said that she, I don't know whether she took the article or she spoke to the Historical Society in Roswell. It said, Roswell Historical Society in Roswell, New Mexico in 1980. So she might have taken the article over to the Historical Society. I do not know.
Did your father describe to either of you what this material that Mac Brazzell brought in looked like?
Not to me.
He said he brought some material with him, some junk. Like, I don't know what it is. That's the best I can do about what his words were,
right.
Just about briefly. And about the Air Force warning, there also, my mother had written on there, this is a real and true story. And she had spoken about it some after, that, and I think, she had talked to different members of the family that there was a crash and there were bodies but that they could not say anything about it.
She told my daughter.
She had told people, and I think maybe I had one conversation with her about it, but I could not recall it well enough.
But she talked about bodies?
Yes.
That she had heard that there were bodies recovered?
Yeah.
What about Mac Brazzell? What happened to him during this period of time?
Well, the Air Force took him right away, and he really never came back to the sheriff's office. And the material was left there, and the Air Force picked it up and took it away. And then that was the end of it. And my father said, I said, well, what are you telling the people on the phone? He said, I don't have any information. I have to tell them. I don't know that it is a guy. I don't really know. I haven't seen it. I can't get in there. And the Air Force is handling it. And I'm referring calls to the Air Force.
Oh, that's right. He
Which
said
is they didn't even answer, I don't think, out there, according to some of the witnesses here.
He said that he had had calls from all over, from England, Germany. I can't imagine. She wrote it in this article, the names of place where they had the calls from that morning when we got to town. And it was quite exciting, rushing around there a little bit, but we did, just didn't go in. I just didn't go in the office. I just stayed back in the kitchen with Mother, and then she told us what my father said, but she said that he was not to say one word, and she didn't say anything either for years and years.
Yes, I'm not talking about
Years.
Now, see, this 4 years in the county jail, so she had to write this article after 1951. So, since she usually wrote things down sometimes fairly soon after they happened,
so
I'm guessing it's in the 50s, 55 that she wrote it. But we don't have any. We don't have any date. We don't have any proof.
I would guess it was the late 50s too myself.
That's just what we had talked about guessing it to be.
Late 50s or late 40s?
Oh,
Well, see, this happened in 47.
Okay.
And then they were still in the sheriff's office until, I believe it was 49. It may have been, okay, so we're just adding some years onto that and saying that the title of the article is 4 years in the county jail, so they had to be out of there.
So the only question really is, when did your mother write the article,
Well,
not
I
when
think-
this incident happened?
Well, I know that, and we're trying to say we think that it was in the 50s. We think it was in the 50s.
My father became very ill right after he came out of the sheriff's office. And she was traveling around trying to find the best doctors and everything in the world to help him. And she was very, very busy. And she had not started a business or had anything, because she had just come out of this job. And he didn't have a job. So then she became a real estate agent in Roswell. And she did the work, and my father then passed on. And he died in 64 or something like that, or 60, I can't remember what year.
Oh,
58.
No, it was at 60. We decided, I think the other day it was 62, we think.
Yeah, we're pretty close to that.
What did you all hear about Mac Brazzell's being detained by the Army Air Force?
I didn't hear. Phyllis, did you?
Well, I don't know when I heard it. I know he was detained by the Army Air Force. And I know he was out there. But after all, we had just been through all this business here, plus we had been interviewed before, plus I had read the Roswell incident, the MJ-12, listened to Stan Friedman talk. Okay,
So you learned a lot
and
of
so
stuff.
I have, the last 2 years.
You're not, when I heard
So
you say
I-
you're not absolutely sure what you knew when you knew it.
This is true. I don't know what I knew about Brazzle until after I read the book and after.
That's why I'm not saying
When I
anything
talked to
because
my
I don't
father,
know
he
what
said,
to
I
do.
don't know why Brazzle would have brought that stuff in. And some way he indicated that he trusted Brazzle. And it's probably because he was New Mexico ranch, came all the way trying to tell somebody, I found something unusual and want someone to help me. And so I think I did get that impression then. I know I did. But what else I know about Brazzle's internment, I know nothing.
Would your father have known a weather balloon if that's what it was? We recognize it?
Oh, I think so.
Yes, we
I
have
think
them
all of
all on
them.
our ranch. They're little square boxes, and you can, the balloon just deflates, it's just, and you pick them up. There's been a number of them. They have a place that you can send them back to the Air Force, and
But
they
your father
do
said-
that now.
As far as he was concerned, from what you know, that this was not a weather balloon?
Oh, no, I don't think it was.
They said it was
No, I don't think
got a piece of the saucer in a piece of metal or whatever it was.
They
I
had the
have no
metal
idea.
in that office, in the small office over there, with the door shut. Nobody went in there. It was locked.
And the Air Force picked it up and
From
took
your
it.
father's office?
Yes, and took it and said, don't you say another word about this.
They had a little meeting in there when they picked it up, and that they had all the jeeps, and they said there was probably 3 people in there. But see, I didn't see them. I don't know who they were either. I wouldn't have known them.
Did you see them, Elizabeth?
No, I didn't. I just saw the military Jeep. You know how a Jeep drives up in front if you have something. There were open Jeeps and it was hot weather, and they got out and came in the office, and that's all I know. And I was
Besides
curious.
that, I did not go in there unless it wasn't busy. I didn't go in there and stand and listen to anything that was not my business.
My husband went in there and visited all the time because he was a man.
Yeah.
Women wouldn't go in there.
and mine did too, I'm sure. But I just, I went only when he was by himself or when I really needed to go something.
Did your father ever name any of the military people who were involved with taking this material out of his office?
No, not to me either.
What happened after the Air Force said this was a weather balloon, as far as the calls?
Well, then they just went down because the Air Force says it's a weather balloon, and it becomes a weather balloon.
Right. Everybody just accepted that.
That's right.
They may have known, and I remember distinctly thinking, this isn't right. I don't believe this. You're busy in your life, and what I didn't dream. I never had an idea about investigating anything like this.
Doesn't sound like your mother was convinced.
No,
she was not.
No, I think
And
she
she's
did
very,
that.
very brilliant, and she was. She didn't have all of the responsibility my father had with all the prisoners and all the deputies and all of the jail and all of the thing, and so she began to be real curious. But she said he told her the story, and then she kept it as long as she possibly could, and then she thought, well, she could tell our children because there would be her grandchildren, and so she has talked to them and kind of come forth, but you can't. If they say, don't say anything, and you live right there in a military town, and it was very important to Roswell to have that base there. Really, it was important. And they were in the public eye. Like, you conform to things. It's not that you're put in prison or you're that, but it's just a part of nature that you do it. Someone asks you not to do something, and you say, yes,
We
I
do
will.
what we can for our country, and you just do that because we thought it seemed important. And a lot of people felt that the Air Force was doing experiments, and that this was some new experiment that they were doing, and that it would be harmful to their new experiments if you told what they were. Some other country might get the plans, you know, or some kind of thing like that. So if they were doing experiments with things, then I think that I thought that was a possibility.
Also patriotic, everybody was doing their job and they would not tell anything because a war is a war, you know, and you believe that you should be very patriotic. Both our husbands were in the service and we knew what that was. It's not funny to have them be in combat.
Now, you both live around Roswell today.
Yes.
What would you say is the sense of the community there about now, 43 years later?
Entirely different. A lot of people ask me about it, and a couple of my friends bought me the Roswell. And I have several people that have stopped me and asked me questions about it. And I have a couple, one woman's two grown sons that live in California, and they're very interested in this, and I see them every once in a while when they come to see their mother, and they told me that, one of them told me that he thought they were building some material that was similar to the material that they found out on Brazzle's ranch. And he said, I think that they have almost duplicated that and it's going to go on the market. And we talk about things like that. I talk about it with several people in that area. And they believe it. And the mother worked at the base at the time, and she just says, I believe it.
Believe what?
That there was a flying saucer.
Yes.
And that
Mother did too, because she called it a flying saucer and wrote about it. So
that's what this lady does. She's a little older woman, but she said, I believe she worked at the base at the time. She's long and retired, and she lives in a rest home in Roswell, but she's got her dreams.
Now, if we were to take an opinion poll in Roswell, that community, what do you think? And the question was, do you believe a flying saucer crashed here in 1947? What would be the results of that poll, do you think?
I think that would be at least, I think at least half of them. But now, see, that's the old timers too, and we have a lot of new influx of newer people there. When we're talking about Roswell in 1947, we think, Elizabeth and I think about 15,000 is probably what it was, and now it's 40, 50.
And they came back from the Air Force and retired there. They liked it so well. I had friends that were had gone to Germany and lieutenant colonels and came back to Roswell and retired. These lots of people retired. They're not natives like we are.
So now we have to take those into consideration if you're talking about the majority of them that live there right now. But the people who lived there then, okay, let's say that.
You think most of them?
I think that it's 60%.
I have, when I got here, I arrived, and there was a friend of mine who had a daughter who's just moved up here, so I gave her a call. And I said, Alice, I'm here. She said, oh, what are you doing up here? And I said, well, I came to kind of a convention for UFOs or flying saucers, just in that conversation. That was something at Roswell. And she said, oh, yes, I remember about that one. And I haven't seen her. She's been in Saudi Arabia, she's been in Sweden, she's been all over, and she was in the oil business, and they had moved up here, and I said, well, I'll give her a call. So the minute I said it to her, she had heard of it because her mother probably told her, because she probably is in her 40s, so see, she would be someone that her mother would have to tell that, about the flying saucer over Roswell, and they lived about 20 miles from me, but that's neighbors. That's as close as mine gets.
Well, I know you ladies have a boat ride to take, so I'm not going to keep you in
Thank you. Oh, yeah, appreciate it.
I just like to ask you as a big picture, if you would mind reading over and signing this one.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
But then you come in with your questions.
You bet. Okay, well, I'll just get you started. Just ask you what you were doing in 1947. How's that? Okay. Tom, we're ready to have you. Okay.
Do you have any introduction?
No, no introduction at all. We're just rolling the tape, and I'd just like to ask you what you were doing in 1947, around July.
1947, I was at the air base in Roswell. I was in the military, and I was first lieutenant at the time. My assignments were 3, interestingly enough. I was assistant flying safety officer, I was assistant base operations officer, and I was assistant group operations officer. Now, the group was the 509th Bomb Group, and because of the building I worked in, all 3 offices that I just told you about were contained in the same building. And for a time, it seems I was running back and forth. At that time, I was primarily in group operations. And the call came in one day to arrange to have B-29 ready to go as soon as possible. And of course, someone asked where to. I said, just get a crew on board and have the airplane stand by, and we're going to go to Fort Worth. And that was Colonel Blanchard's directive. So I was out in the operations office. I have to explain to you, the building is an H-shaped building. And the vertical part of the H is where the 2 hallways were, one on each side. But the one on the right side ran directly from the parking area out front and went straight through the building and out to the ramp for the aircraft. The cross of the H, half of it was the base operations office, where the base pilots came in, filled out their flight plan, and stepped to one side and obtained their weather briefing and read notices to airmen and got all the material ready to go. And the flight clearance then was taken and submitted to the tower to let them know something was going to happen, and to air traffic control and so forth. As I explained last night, yesterday afternoon, trying to clarify a point, each squadron also have their own operations set up, and they could release their aircraft without going through base operations. They would let us know that a group was taking off and just how many airplanes there were. But they had already handled all their arrangements with air traffic control and with the tower and so forth. At any rate, I was in that operations office, and Colonel Blanchard drove up and came in and asked, is the aircraft ready? And I and one other fellow there, who was now dead, said, yes, it's sitting right out front, ready to go. And with this, he turned, stepped out back into the hallway, and waved to some people outdoors and still sitting in the automobiles. And I suspect, trying to recall now, there were 4 or 5 or 6 people. And I'll say 5. Doesn't really matter, but they came in the front door, straight down the hallway, and right out onto the ramp to climb into the airplane. And these were the people that were carrying parts of the crashed flying saucer at that time, UFO today, that I got to see. And that was the only thing I got to see. And it was very short, very quick. Colonel Blanchard, in order to get out of their way, had backed into the doorway of the ops office. And I stepped up to him and I said, Colonel, turn sideways, I want to see too. Maybe if I hadn't said that to him, made it obvious that I was there, I would not have been shipped out 2 weeks later.
What was his immediate response to your request?
Well, he just turned, and if you knew Colonel Blanchard, and when he went on to become 3-star general and vice chief of staff, he was a very commanding presence, and he was a good officer, a real leader. And when he said he wanted something, people said yes, sir, and it wasn't just because he was the military. So he just turned and looked at me, and he did turn sideways so that I could half step into the doorway and watch the fellows go through. And thus I saw them carrying certain pieces of these metals, items. And as I've described to other people, when asked, they had one piece that was, I like to say, 18 by 24 inch or coffee tabletop size, brushed stainless steel in color. Maybe if you think of a common aluminum foil roll today, when you pull it out, one side's real reflective, but that's not what it was. It was like the opposite side, which is rather dull. Doesn't have great reflective power. And I've heard it mentioned now for so many times about the I-beam with the markings on it and so forth. And I actually saw that piece of I-beam being carried through and saw the markings. But it was a case of here it was and there it went. And,
very quick.
That was all I got to see. They went out, got on board the aircraft, went to Fort Worth. And Major Marcel went with them, of course. I mentioned the operational setup. This has become clear in discussion that there's some confusion about what airplane went where. One of the first interviews I did, they asked me about a B-29. I said, oh, there was a B-25 also. Well, a couple days later, we had occasion to set up a B-25, do something and take something to Fort Worth. Then there was a third flight, and this was the B-29 that Pappy Henderson was the pilot, and he flew to Wright-Patterson Field in Dayton, Ohio.
Directly from Roswell?
Yes.
No stop off?
No. I say that, not really knowing that answer, but going back to the time element involved, I sensed the other day that everyone got the impression that Major Marcel went out to the crash site, picked up this material, brought it on base, showed it to the colonel, and it was flown out. And at the same time, Walter Haught had made this newspaper release, public relations release, and within 12 hours, it was all squashed and killed. And I picked up that everyone was thinking that everything went out on that flight. That they went to Fort Worth and then they went on to Wright-Patterson. I'll have to jump now 40 years.
Feel free.
Because something that happened in our house. There was a couple we had in for dinner, and I knew he was a mortician and retired. On the 40th anniversary, the local paper in Roswell reprinted the story of the flying saucer and the pictures or the sketches. And they had a couple sketches of what the aliens were supposed to look like. These alien bodies that were claimed to have been found. As we were walking to the front door down our hallway, this fellow turned to me and said, "Did you see yesterday's paper?" And the article on the Roswell incident. I said, "Yes, I did." And shock number one comes when he said, "That's what they looked like." thus we stopped and talked a little bit, and I come to find out, and he has since been interviewed by Stanton Friedman. He was the mortician on duty that received a phone call from the air base asking for child-sized caskets and body bags that night. Or say the night after the first airplane flew out. It develops that this individual was driving an ambulance for the mortuary, which was a service they provided the Air Force, and he had gone to pick up a sick airman in town and took him to the base hospital. Now this is the next night, 24 hours later. And he said, I'll go over and see my girlfriend. And it happens that the nurse who handled the bodies was his girlfriend. They had even been thinking about getting married. I don't recall her last name. Her first name was Naomi. He walked into her lab area and was immediately stopped by air police and escorted out. Before he was actually taken out, she looked up and said, I will call you later. Because he said, where are you going? Well, I'm going to see my girlfriend, Lieutenant Thompson. Out. They took him out. Later they did meet, as he told me, and she sketched on a prescription pad what the aliens looked like. And he had that sketch and took it back to the mortuary and put it in a file in the drawer of his desk, where he had a series of files on the work that he handled. And that was all the records they were keeping. He delivered so many caskets, or he picked up so many airmen and took them to the hospital, and so forth. Stanton Friedman interviewed this individual, and they arranged to go to the file building that the mortuary still maintains. And they found all of the files, manila folders and so forth, that he had had in his desk during the years he worked there, except that one file with the sketches in it and any remarks. That had been picked up sometime and taken. By whom, they don't know. But here again, the secrecy veil had come down.
You said you were shipped out shortly after this happened.
Yes. Now, as I explained yesterday to the people, to clarify this point of the different flights, I had learned, of course, that the sergeant of the guard with a series of airmen went out and they surrounded the site, and then they swept the area and picked up everything they could, and the bodies were brought in, and everything was laid out in Hangar 84. And what happened to them then? Well, as I was relating to the fellows, the Air Force had established a system of, it was a base operations office for all normal activity, and they controlled the weather station, they controlled the crash equipment, the tower operation that oversaw the control of the immediate area. Each squadron had its own contact and own operations, and they could set up their own training flights, establish their own contact with air traffic control, tell the tower that they were going to take off tomorrow at 10 a.m., the whole 12 airplanes or however many, and all they provided to the base was the fact that 12 airplanes leaving tomorrow and be gone on, let's say, a 15-hour mission. That's all we needed to know, speaking in terms of representing the group ops and the base ops. And one of the squadrons this is about 3 days later now, or 4 days, announced a training flight, and their aircraft all took off, let's say this morning, in the order that was prescribed and so forth. One of those aircraft was flown by Pappy Henderson, which had been loaded with raw material out of Hangar 84 and went to Wright-Patterson.
Including bodies?
Yes, they were in the caskets that this friend of mine had supplied from the mortuary.
Did you see the caskets or the bodies?
No, I didn't.
How do you know that they were on that plane?
Because that's when they got there. How do I know? I was told that that's what Pappy Henderson said he carried. He was in the hangar and saw this material and saw that his aircraft was loaded. And that's, it was years before he mentioned anything to anybody. At any rate, in other words, what I'm trying to convey is everything did not go out with that first airplane. And when the next flights went, we can't find out today. There's no way of tying it down. They have an idea of when he arrived there. But that's not important. The point is that once the secrecy veil dropped and Colonel Blanchard was informed, and he informed his staff a day later, the official story is this was a weather balloon and that's it. Nothing further need be said. I ran into, I don't call it a misunderstanding, a lack of understanding on the parts of a couple of investigative reporters who asked me a leading question, and I turned and looked at them like I'm looking at you, and I said, "How old are you?" And they were rather startled, you know. He said, "When were you born?" Well, he was born around the time of the Korean War, 52, 51, 53, you know, different dates for different people. I said, "All right." I said, "Your knowledge of war has been limited to the Vietnam situation and the confusion that was going on and the lack of support by people for that war, and really the confused way it was run by Washington authorities." I said, never before in the history of military operations has a national capital set back and told the people how many bombs they can drop tomorrow or how many shells they can fire in their gun. You know, this is a ridiculous way to run an operation. But back in, the question had evolved because of Walter Haught and myself, who knew each other at the air base, who a year and a half later, or 2 years later, shared an office for a year in town as civilians. He was running his little thing, and I was running my little operation. And we cut expenses by sharing an office. And he had raised the question with Walter and then with me, "How come you fellows never talk to each other?" And Walter had made the remark, "Well, I guess I know what I know and he knows what he knows, and that was it." Well, how come you didn't talk to each other? That's what I'm leading to, and why I asked him how old he was. I said, World War II. If you didn't experience it, it's very difficult to understand. But I said, someone came up and slapped the collective nose of the country, and we fought back. And it was in the newspapers, it was in magazines, it was on the radio. Statements similar to loose lips sink ships. Don't talk about anything. Don't let on you know anything, because someone's going to take the information and use it to your detriment. I said college campuses got into it, but not by using signs that said minefield, don't walk here. rather than keep off the grass. Newly seeded areas, and they'd have it roped off and say, minefield, don't step here. Consequently, the entire country became, in a sense, brainwashed. Everyone was concerned with World War II. And I asked the question, did you ever know that everyone on the coastline had blackout curtains on their windows and on their doors? When someone rang the doorbell, they turned out the lights before they opened the door? And they said, no. I said, well, this is true all the way down the eastern coast around Florida and the Gulf of Mexico. The theory being we shouldn't allow the enemy to know where our cities were. Of course, now they could sit out there during the day and watch, and people in New Jersey could look out on the ocean and see tankers being blown up by torpedoes. This was taking place right out there. And this is the way we operated. You were told not to talk about anything. And then if you were in the military, it was even more emphasized. Consequently, Walter knew his thing, and I knew my thing, and we never talked about it. We had never talked to one another about the Roswell incident until after we were invited to come here. And suddenly we both...
What do you think?
I guess we both felt we had to explain to each other what we did know.
What do you think happened? What crashed in New Mexico in 1947?
I think some type of craft of which we were not at all familiar had a problem and did come apart and crashed in the desert area of New Mexico. I really do. As the properties of the material that was found was unknown to all our scientists. The bodies had never been, no one had ever been seen like that before if these sketches were true, and I feel they were.
You knew this mortician pretty well, didn't you?
Yes, it developed that he and my wife went to school together, and his wife and I knew each other through some friends from the moment I first went to Roswell in 1945 to learn to fly B-29s. And we were very close friends and came close to marrying one another. And she as much as told that to my wife. She says, but you got there first, to my wife Joanne. And we've been close friends ever since. All this time. Ever since the event took place, we knew each other. And we never talked about it.
What happened to her? The nurse?
The nurse, I've heard conflicting stories. I'll jump back to the time of just after the incident occurred. The airplanes have taken the parts and the body, I was shipped out to the Philippines.
How soon after? 2 weeks, you said?
Within 2 weeks.
Was that unexpected?
Well, it developed, it was unexpected. These things occurred off and on to people. But there was a telegram, TWX called another, it came in from 8th Air Force that said, urgent need for one each flying safety officer, MOS number such and such, to report to Clark Field in the Philippines. And they turned around and looked. Well, I'm not even sure, but what it might have had my name on it, because I was the only weights and balance officer on that base. And so I was shipped out, going to Clark Field in the Philippines because of being weights and balance officer. I understand the nurse was shipped out the same week, the sergeant of the guard and the guards, all of them who were surrounded the site, swept the area and picked the pieces up. They were all shipped out. And every one of us went to a different base someplace around the world, so that no two of us were together.
Is that by design, do you think? To do that?
Oh yes, I believe it was by design, because it's been looking back through the years, and even at that time I suspected something, because I got to Clark Field and they didn't need a weights and balance officer. They had never asked for it. Well, I said, well, that's what this telegram says. And they said, we don't care what that says. We don't need one. We've got one. And we don't need another one. And they said, what else do you do? And I said, well, operations office. They said, all right, we'll assign you to squadron so-and-so as the operations officer. And that's where I went. And we were involved in high-altitude photo recon. That's what I spent the time over there doing, taking pictures from high altitude.
Where was the nurse shipped out to?
I understand she was shipped to Germany, and I understand I was told that there was an airplane crash, and she and a group of her nurses were all killed. The sergeant of the guards that surrounded the territory and picked up the material, he lives in New Mexico, and I understand just recently spoke to one of the reporters for the first time, but his information has not been released in any of the stories. I say that because the investigative reporter said, Bob, you just saw him, and he has spoken to us for the first time since the event. Now that was, where are we? Well, that was nearly 43 years.
Exactly 43 years.
Yeah. And he said, since we're the first ones he's talked with, he said, we're not going to use any of his material at this point, because we have to dovetail and collaborate and make sure. But he said, I am finding that what you said, speaking to me, he says, what you have told us this evening just emphasizes and proves the point what everyone else has said. This particular reporter, by the way, had come out of New York City, and he said when he got the assignment, he was totally aghast that they would think of sending him out to research some unidentified flying object, which he didn't believe. But he said, I have become convinced since being here. And so, roughly speaking, that's my story. I saw a couple things. I was involved with scheduling an aircraft. I was shipped out with several other people all about the same time. And 40 years went by before a best friend of mine spoke up for the first time and said, I know something about that. Since that time, Stanton Friedman has interviewed the individual. I took Stanton up in the mountains to meet the man, because Stanton didn't know whether he should go. This was rather interesting. As an aside, perhaps had nothing to do with the interview, but I was talking to Stanton in his hotel room in Roswell, and Stan said, well, so-and-so has invited me up there for dinner tomorrow. Do you suppose I ought to go? It was kind of, so I can rent a car and drive up there if you think it'd be worthwhile. And I said, Stan, knowing this individual, he's one of the good old boys. He speaks his piece. If he invited you to come up and have dinner with him, that means he wants you to come up and have dinner with him. And it wasn't a polite thing he was doing. I said, it's an exceptional thing he's doing. So I left home and cleared the decks with my wife and called Stan back and said, I'll take you up there tomorrow. This will help you and I'll introduce you. So we did. They had a great interview, and then we all went in to have dinner together. We continued the interview, clarifying some points for Stanton.
Since you and the mortician, your friend, both had an interest in the relationship with Naomi, the nurse, I have to ask what you think about what you were told about her having been killed in a plane accident.
Well,
do you accept that?
My thought was, I had two thoughts about it. One is, gosh, what a waste, because when I was working in group operations, the colonel who sat in front of me, or I should say the colonel operations officer, behind whom I sat with my desk, and to my left was Major Woody Swanka, who flew the bikini drop. And the colonel got an assignment to go overseas. And his airplane was reportedly blown up over the ocean. He had nothing to do with the Roswell incident because he was going overseas before the Roswell incident took place. And it was one of those things. The fellows are here today, and gosh, Fred, you're going where tomorrow? Oh, is that right? You know, and your airplane goes down, you're lost. See? Well, there's another friend gone. And that's the way he thought of it. The second thing I thought of in regards to Naomi and the nurses was, of course, now I'm overseas. I learned this either while I was there or right after I got back that her airplane had been lost. So there's two possibilities. One was the normal, natural thing of some kind of airplane being lost, because it does occur. Or, boy, is the government taking that extreme to control what she knows? Because she was the one who actually worked on the bodies. And another thing was that they had called this mortician, asking him for information on taking care of the bodies, because he had just newly returned from the school, the latest methods known at that time on how to preserve the bodies. And so he had related to her what he knew, and she was trying to do that. And she had more first-hand information about the alien bodies than anyone else.
What about yourself? Do you have any concern? You're a former military man. Are you drawing a pension?
No.
So there's not any direct hold the government has over you in terms of... Did you sign any kind of secrecy oath?
No, I was not told to keep quiet. Some people were, whom they felt had more information than they knew I did.
Right, right.
And it's just that, as I learned, everyone was shook down.
Right. So that probably pretty much took care of it, I
That
suppose.
was the first initial attempt. Now, this mortician, for example, because of his involvement, he was visited. His mother and father were visited by military people, whether they were in uniform or in civilian dress.
Mm-hmm.
And they were warned not to say anything to anybody about anything. Very direct. And once again, if I believe this man without fail. And so some people were directly told, others were just shipped out. I came back from overseas and learned that Walter Klopp had resigned his commission, and thus they left him alone. Walter, of course, as you probably know, never did see any. He personally never saw any of the parts or pieces or whatnot. He just happens to be the guy that wrote the release that stirred everything up. Yeah, and again, it was on.
Thank you, Mr. Sherby. I appreciate your time.
So that's all I know.
Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Okay.
I still get tongue-tied and forget things. Questions that I've answered 15, 20 times. Same question, but put just a little bit differently. You have to shake your head and back off and regroup.
Yeah. Well, but I don't need to give you my standard lecture about I want you to be relaxed. It's just you and me talking. Just sort of ignore Tom, his camera. Just pretend they're not here. I just want you to be as comfortable as possible.
I do have a bad habit, and you may think I'm looking over the camera. I'll do that occasionally. When I'm trying to think, I may lose eye contact with you, and that was just strictly, I want to break. I mean, just, that's a good excuse, and look away, and I can stop for a tenth of a second.
Okay. Tom, we rolling?
Yes, we are.
All right. Mr. Hogg, can you tell me about the day that Colonel Blanchard gave you a call and told you to put out a news release? What was happening that day, as you recall, in that phone conversation?
Basically, up until the time I got the phone call from, I sure can't tell you what was happening. It was probably a very routine day. I was doing either some public relations work, base housing, or something else. I can't remember what it was. It was just a normal work day. Got the telephone call from Colonel Blanchard, and in essence, he told me that he had in his possession a flying saucer or parts thereof. Gave me a little bit of idea where it came from, and ranch northwest of Roswell. Then stated that Major Marcel, Jesse Marcel, who was our base intelligence officer, was going to fly it to Fort Worth to turn it over to General Roger Ramey, who was commanding general of the 8th Air Force at that time in Fort Worth.
And what did Colonel Blanchard want you to do?
He told me to prepare a release with basically the information that he gave me over the phone. When it was done, to take it into community and hand deliver it to the 4 news media we had in Roswell at that time, which is what I did.
As best you recall, would that have happened, the initial phone conversation during the morning or in the afternoon?
To the best of my remembrance, it would have been in the morning. And I would have to guess, somewhere I would guess around 9 o'clock. The only reason I come up with that figure is that it had to be done and gotten into town so that it would have gone to the record in time for them to set it and to have gone ahead and run it in that day's evening paper.
And would you know what day this happened?
I would say the 8th of July, 1947.
And that was the date of the Roswell Daily Record article. What, once you wrote up the news release, then what happened after that?
As I said, I had to take it into town. He had told me to take it in so that if there was any validity to the fact that this was a flying saucer, and information got out to other news media other than our own, he felt that he wanted our people there in Roswell to have had first crack at it. Didn't want them to feel that he had given the information out to someone who got it to the press services outside of Roswell. So I took it into town and delivered it to the 4 news media in town, 2 radio stations and 2 newspapers.
Do you happen to recall what your itinerary was, who you went to first, for example?
I'm almost certain I went to radio station KGFL first, secondly to KSWS, they were a half a block north, and then I took it to the Daily Record, which was a block further north, and then on my way back out to the base, I dropped it off at the Morning Dispatch, which was about 3 blocks from the Daily Record.
What's your recollection about the reception initially when you handed out this news release to these various local outlets? Did anybody read this material and respond immediately?
I don't believe they did. I believe, again, you're going back some many years. I believe the first place I went was to KGFL, and I believe I just simply left it on the desk of the receptionist. As best I recall, she was not there, and Frank Joyce, to the best of my memory, was in the studio, and he could see the reception area and also see out on the street. And I think I probably pointed at it to indicate that it was something for them. I don't remember what had happened at KSWS. The Record, I gave it to the editor because he sat close to the front door. Probably said, "Hi, Don, how are you, Dad? Might like to have this," or very, nothing fantastic, just the normal routine, what I did when I brought them the news release. And I went down to the Dispatch. Again, I believe there, I took it into either the editor's office or the publisher's office. I know both of them real well. Occasionally I'd stick my head in and shoot the breeze with the publisher. The actual delivering of it to who I gave it, I may have seen a half dozen people in the different news media offices, and who I finally said, "Here it is." It's kind of hard to differentiate from one to the other.
Nothing real remarkable.
Nothing. Nobody said, "Ooh, wow," just looked at it, almost put it down.
Well, most journals treat news releases.
That's right, and this was not something that was unusual, because you walk into someone's office and say, "Here's a news release," which I had done many times, and nothing was that hot that they had to grab it and run back and stop presses and that type of thing. So it was just a matter of they took it and probably glanced at it and had a few words, and I went my merry way.
And what happened next after you had completed your appointed rounds?
I returned to the base, and when I got into my office, the phone was ringing. I picked it up, and the first call was from London, England. I answered the phone. That's how I found out it was from London, England. It was some newsman over there. And his question was, how did Major Marcel know how to fly this object? I had, in the release, had stated that Major Marcel had flown the object to Fort Worth, meaning that he had put it on an aeroplane and got in and flew the aeroplane. It was a poor choice of words the way I put it. There were a tremendous number of calls of the same effect. If this was an unidentified flying object, how would we have someone within our Air Force that knew how to just get in there and flip switches and run controls? Some of them, some of them were rather terse. Is this another one of those fly-by-night stories? Can you verify it? And the commanding officer is the one that stated that this is what we had.
was verification enough for you?
For me, that was more than enough verification. When he said something, that was the law. That went on continually. We had continual phone calls. My people that were working for me in the office left somewhere around 5 o'clock, maybe one say till 6 o'clock or so. I left there, I would get 7:30 to 8 o'clock. By that time, it tapered off completely, and I was spent the last half hour or so just looking over what had happened during the course of the day. And beyond the Roswell incident, the base didn't stop operating because we found that so-called flying saucer.
What happened the next step, as you recall?
The only thing that happened of any import, as far as I was concerned, I believe I read it in the morning newspaper, heard it on the news, that General Ramey said that we didn't have a flying saucer, that was a weather balloon. With which I just breathed this tremendous sigh of relief, and I think I turned to one of the people in the office and said, well, they sure made fools of us again. And again, we fit into the category of hundreds of others that had said they saw flying objects. It was not uncommon for people to think they had a flying object, and then lo and behold, it shot down. Beyond that, that was the end of it.
Did you see any of this wreckage or any of the material?
None whatsoever.
Do you believe that Colonel Blanchard had seen it?
Yes, I do.
And why do you feel that way?
I don't think he would have been so, I don't want to say gung-ho, but I don't think he would have been so confident in his comment. We have a flying saucer in our possession, or parts of a flying saucer. I don't know this many years, I don't remember the exact verbiage, but he wasn't overly excited, he wasn't flippant about it. It was just a normal, routine type of conversation that we'd have when he called me and said he wants this done.
But he sounded pretty positive about it.
He sounded positive, yes.
About what he had. Would you have any reason to believe that Colonel Blanchard was mistaken this material for being any form of weather balloon or observation device?
I don't think there's one chance in a billion that he would not have recognized a weather balloon. He was a West Point graduate, class of 37, as best I recall. Had gone up through second lieutenant up to colonel, not too many years. Very intelligent individual, not the type to just jump off on tangents. I think he knew a weather balloon if he had seen it, and that would have been the end of that. He wouldn't have gone anywhere with it. He would have told Major Marcel, this is a weather balloon. Then again, Major Marcel would have known that it wasn't a weather balloon.
That was my next question. Is it possible that Major Marcel would have been misled?
No.
Is it possible that Colonel Blanchard might have been misinformed by somebody who told him about what this wreckage was without having seen it for himself?
I would doubt that very much. I don't think he would have taken the actions he did, like going down to operations with it. If he was there in the operations building, he certainly saw it. I'm sure that Major Marcel had talked to him and had given him some pretty sage advice as far as he was concerned. That word you? I don't know how much just Marcel knew about it, but he, again, was a very intelligent individual and not the type that would just jump at anything and try to carry it to an end. And between the two of them, I'm certain that one or the other would have called the other one's hand if it was a weather balloon.
So what did you think when General Ramey said it was a weather balloon? Did you believe that?
We're in 1947. When the general said it was a weather balloon, it was a weather balloon. And it was a load off of our mind, as far as I was concerned. When I said our mind, my office, the public relations office.
Because you no longer be the focus of
We
world
were
attention.
on it completely.
You're just as happy that that was the case.
Very much so. That was, as far as I was concerned, that was the end of the story. Surprisingly, I used to see General, at that time, he had to come in General Blanchard. When he'd come into town, he'd call me, and I'd go out and have breakfast with him, or lunch. Never a word was mentioned at any time during any of our conversations.
Was that deliberate on your part?
No. I had very frankly completely forgotten about it. And whether he had forgotten, I would doubt it very much, but he just never brought it up.
Did anything happen, did the Colonel say anything about this incident shortly after General Ramey's statement, perhaps in a staff meeting?
In the next staff meeting, which was about a week later, I think we held them at that time every Monday, he made some comments about our agenda and what we're going to talk about. And I believe after those comments, he made some statements to the effect, we sure messed up on that one last week. Matter of fact, he said, that outfit that was sending those weather balloons up were here on our station. They were from White Sands, and they were checking the upper atmosphere winds from east to west.
He sort of helped buttress the weather balloon theory.
With that comment, we all, see, we knew it all along. You know, we were all real smart all of a sudden. We knew that it wasn't a flying saucer.
Did you ever have a chance to talk with Jesse Marcel?
Not until about 1980. Next time I talked to Jesse, came to Roswell with Johnny Mann from a TV station in New Orleans. He was taking a man out to the site to show him where it had happened. And he interviewed myself and had brought Jesse with him. And I spent an hour and a half or 2 hours with Jesse the night that he was there and talked about it. That time said that was no weather balloon. What I brought into the general's office is not what was there when I came back in the news media were there. That kind of convinced me that he was a neighbor of mine, a block down the street in Roswell. I had nice regard for the man. He was a very fine individual. We were impressed with his son, now Dr. Marcel. He was quite a sharp little 11-year-old. I believe he was 11 or 12, whatever it was. He was as sharp as a cracker, and I think he still is.
What about another officer there on the base who worked with Major Marcel, Sheridan Cabot? Does that name ring a bell with you?
The name, yes, I'd heard it. He was OSI or CIA or something. I had no association with him whatsoever at any time. I had, you asked this question in 1947 and he walked by, I could have said that's him over there. That been about the extent of it. Had nothing to do with him in any way, manner, shape, or form.
There been some talk about the circumstances under which you left the Air Force. The suggestion was that somehow you were pressured into leaving because of your involvement in the story and that sort of thing. Can you set it straight?
You want a long story or a very short story?
Yeah, let's try the short version, then I could ask questions.
At the time of the incident, we had a 2-month-old daughter. We had built a house a couple months before. I was gone a lot of the time. I had about 4 different jobs. We were starting to wonder, well, I think my daughter at her age of 2.5 or 3 months wondered what this was that came in the house every once in a while. My wife and I talked about it and talked about it. Quite a decision for us to have made. Try to decide to stay in the service or get out. We kicked this thing back and forth and back and forth, and finally in February 1948 we decided that we'd stay in Roswell. I felt I knew enough people in business there that I could, nothing else, I could get a job in Roswell. I submitted my letter of resignation. I was a regular Air Force officer. Put it on Colonel Matchew's desk April 1st of 1948. On August the 18th of 1948, I got a Twix at the base. Started out with First Lieutenant Walter G. Hawk, serial number 041123, and goes on and on and on and on and on, and it states that relieved of all duties and assignments and all that, and it ends up Mr. Walter G. Hawk's permanent address is 1405 West 7th Street, Roswell, New Mexico. I thought it was rather humorous. I started out as Lieutenant Hawk up here, and Twix that long at the bottom. I was no longer, I was Mr. Hawk. It had nothing to do whatsoever with the incident or anything else that had happened on the base. It was just a personal matter that my wife and I both felt we'd like to raise our daughter in Roswell. A small enough community, good school system, everything else. Maybe we shouldn't have been thinking that far ahead at that point in our life, but it was one of the things that we were taking into account. I was also probably going to be transferred to Fort Worth within a matter of 4 to 6 months. We didn't want to go to Fort Worth. We wanted to stay in the smaller community. Blanchard had told me that if I did go to Fort Worth, that I would become a public relations officer, 8th Air Force. He transferred over there subsequently and became operations officer, 8th Air Force. And from then on, he started going up the ladder rather rapidly.
He was rather well connected, wasn't he?
Yes. His mentor was Curtis. I have to stop on that. I always want to say Curtis Easy LeMay. Curtis E. LeMay.
So as far as you're concerned, you could have stayed with the military and enjoyed a rather bright future. No talk about your being shipped out after the...
None whatsoever. Things just went on the way they had been going on. Not the day I arrived on the station, but after we came back from Bikini, where I became public relations officer for the 509 Air Attack Unit. And when I came back to Roswell, Blanchard made me the group public relations officer and also base public relations officer.
Do you have any regrets having been involved in this incident?
None whatsoever. I found it fascinating. I meet so many different people. 99% are real nice, but once in a while that 1% always pops up and kind of squares you away and go on your merry way. It's been fun.
In your heart of hearts, what do you think it was that was on that ranch 43 years ago?
Some type of craft from outer space, from where I do not know. I've talked to enough people involved in it. I talked to Jesse, Marcel Sr. and Jr., other people that had little touch with Bob Shirky, who still lives in Roswell. Everything I've heard from the investigators, always every time they come up with something new, I'm kind of, wow, that really is a surprise. So that puts another crown, or star in the crown, or whatever you want to say about it. My feeling is that there's been so much that has been brought forward by legitimate people that there had to be something to it, and apparently that what it was something that crash landed out there in the desert. I'm a firm believer.
Can I get you to express your desire about what our government should do about this point in history?
Well, very frankly, I think that the government ought to take all files that they have on this subject and turn them over to a committee of legitimate ufologists, if you permit the use of that word, whether they be the ones that I'm familiar with, or a panel of scientists who are not negative, but will look at all the information with an open mind and come up with a conclusion. I think that, this is censorship, pure and simple. I don't like it. We want the right for people to walk the streets with placards and protest. I wonder what would happen if a bunch of people started walking around Pentagon, the archives, carrying signs, "We want the files." I don't think we'd get very far.
That's right. Is there anything that I've missed in all of this that you feel is important to add to this record that we're trying to put together? Any experiences that you had, any thoughts, concerns?
Well, all my experiences with this have been extremely pleasant. I've met some of the nicest people. I've only had one experience. It was a telephone call from a fellow called, and when I was out of time, and I came home, my wife said, "The shadow called you." And I said, "The what?" And she said, "The shadow, the squeaking door." So fellow called me. He was a friend from my past. He spoke this very low voice and very slowly, telling me that I was going to be in trouble. I should forget this whole thing. Told me all about how the materials were found and they were put on freight cars and shipped from one place to the next. And my recollection of that is real vivid, primarily because it was trying to talk to this fellow and keep a straight face. My wife kept walking near me. Creak. I thought that was really funny. He told her when she first talked to him that morning, he said something to the effect, "Well, what do you think about the UFOs?" "Oh, I think it's a lot of fun." "There's nothing funny about it." The guy was really kind of a crank.
Do you know who this was?
No. I tried everything I could to trick him into giving me some clue that I know him to the base, that I know him from where. He just didn't stop, and he kept on not threatening me, warning me about the dire consequences if I kept on talking about these UFOs. We still laugh about it. The rest of the people have just, everybody's been extremely gracious. They're very knowledgeable people. Once in a while you get someone who asks a question that kind of throws you off in the corner, but I try to answer everything as honestly as I can, and I've had no trouble with anybody. I try to keep my story straight. Don't change on that. I try to keep my story simple, so that it'll be straight and I don't have to cover anything up. That's about it.
Enough of that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
You got over 50 years investigating this stuff, and a lot of people, my listeners might not be aware, but if you heard of Roswell, it's largely because of Mr. Friedman.
I'm the original civilian investigator,
Absolutely.
yes.
And I think that whole story would have just been swept under the rug, and somewhere in the secret government, there are people cursing at you.
Well, probably more than one place.
Yeah, because you really, I mean, that Roswell's always been my favorite UFO story because there's so many twists and turns. And you know, I was going to ask you, did you hear this new theory that these alien bodies were some kind of Japanese captured soldiers that were experimented on, that people...
oh yeah, that's been around for years. And look, one of the fanciest one is that Stalin worked with Dr. Death, Joseph Mengele, and they had some physically distressed people put on board a craft, and it crashed, and they were trying to start a panic like War of the Worlds had started a panic. And I hate to say that's a ridiculous argument. For example, the War of the Worlds panic, that took place in New Jersey, right across the river from you. And New Jersey is the most densely populated state, more people per square mile than any other state. And where the saucer crashed in New Mexico, ain't no people, damn it.
Yeah, I mean, that theory is just crazy. I heard somebody talk about it was Asian people from Japan with progeria. And one of the misconceptions about Roswell, though, I wanted to ask you about is that people think it was a UFO crash, but don't you believe it was two separate crash sites?
Well, okay, there was a crash 75 miles roughly north of Roswell, out in the middle of nowhere, near the little town called Corona. Like the cigar, like the Toyota Corona. And when there was a 50th anniversary celebration of Roswell in '97, they had a sign on the old theater in Corona. Forget about Roswell, it all happened here.
Yeah, so the debris field was near Roswell, but there was an almost intact craft where
No.
Something in Corona?
Well, the debris field was near Corona, and there may have been a crew compartment found miles away. Okay. I think the reason that I say that is because in my first conversation with Jesse Marcel, he was the major with whom I first talked, and he was had been the intelligence officer at Roswell. People forget to mention, Roswell was the home of the 509th, the only atomic bombers in the entire world. The most elite military group in the world. And I say that because they dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They dropped two more, Operation Crossroads in the Pacific the next year. Everybody had a high-level security clearance. It's great. They got a 13,000-foot runway. And it's the airport now. Then it was the air base, which is much longer than most places. To carry big B-36s with their A-bombs needed a huge runway. B-36 was, I used to watch them fly when I was in industry and down in Texas, and big old monster, I'll tell you. Anyway, Roswell, there was another crash over in the plains of San Augustine. And when I first talked to Jesse Marcel, and I got to him strictly out of the blue again, I was doing a television interview in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, before speaking that night at Louisiana State University. I was supposed to do 3 interviews, and people from the university brought me to the TV station, and I did the first 2, and the third reporter was nowhere to be found. So the station manager's giving me coffee. He's looking at his watch. He didn't want to lose the interview because he had it scheduled in his programming, but he knew I had other things to do. And out of the blue, he says, the guy you ought to talk to is Jesse Marcel. Who's he? Brilliant investigator that I am, And his next sentence changed my life. He handled wreckage of one of those saucers you're interested in when he was in the military. What? What do you know about him? Well, he lives in Homa. That didn't tell me anything because they didn't know where Homa was. I've been there since to talk to Jesse, as a matter of fact. Yeah, he's a great guy. We're old ham radio buddies. You ought to talk to him. So the next day, we had a great response at the university that night. The next morning, I'm at the airport early, got a plane to catch. I thought I'd call information in Homo, or wherever it was, and they had a number for a Jesse A. Marcel. Okay, I called him. And this is before the internet, you know. Times were different then. 1978, no internet. And he told me a story, and people said, well, why would he talk to you? I thought it was all highly classified. His picture was in the newspapers. I found that out later. I didn't know it then. His picture was taken in the office of General Ramey, who was head of the 8th Air Force, of which the 509th was a part. And he told me a story. And one of the first things he said was there was so much wreckage out there, spread out over such a large area, that he figured there had to be a mid-air explosion. Because there was too much stuff, and it was spread out over too large an area. There was nothing conventional out there. He'd seen airplane crashes in the Pacific, and there's a mess.
That's what I always thought when people talk about, well, it was just a weather balloon. Like you were saying about the 509th, is like these guys were around nuclear weapons, and I think they would know the difference between a weather balloon and an alien spacecraft, or
Well, Jesse had taken a course on radar and weather balloons and all this. He had to brief the airplanes when they went out on planned missions. Send a bunch of airplanes up to New York, a pseudo attack on New York, if you will. So he was very familiar, and weather balloons were launched every single day at the base, because you want to know which way the wind's blowing, and how strong it is at altitude. You can't tell that from the ground. You got to send up a balloon, and it radios back information. So Jesse was very familiar with weather balloons. Well, remember, there were 4 explanations. The first in the newspapers on July 8th, 1947, Army captures flying saucer on wrench in Roswell region. That was in newspapers, evening papers from Chicago West. The press release went out too late to make the East Coast papers. And the next day, Ramey empties Roswell saucer. So the weather balloon explanation, first it said flying saucer. Then it was weather balloon radar reflector combination. And then we had the mogul balloons. Now, these were 20 to 25 standard, normal neoprene weather balloons at 20-foot intervals, twine, tying them together. They were supposed to be a constant altitude instrument platform. They were trying to see if they could hear a Soviet nuclear explosion, because they didn't know when the Soviets would go nuclear. And it wasn't a very good idea. They would stay aloft for thousands of miles. And they had found that underwater, you can hear sounds over a very long distance. There's a layer of the water through which sound travels better, if you will. But the fourth explanation, the mogul balloon explanation sounds good. We were testing mogul balloons in New Mexico. The only trouble was people have looked very carefully at the logs of those who were launching the balloons. They said high security. The purpose was classified, not the technology. They were not accompanied by chase planes or anything like that to recover this exotic technology. It wasn't exotic. The fourth explanation was my favorite, though. The Air Force wrote a big report, the Roswell Report, Truth versus Fiction in the New Mexico desert. The Air Force supplied the fiction. The fourth explanation, they said they weren't going to say any more, but they wrote another report. Now they had discovered that we were launching crash test dummies all over New Mexico. So stories about bodies, crash test dummies, and they used the same map of where they dropped all these dummies. I should explain the reason for that was airplanes were flying much higher than they'd ever flown before. And if you were on board an airplane at 40,000 feet and you had to eject, you wanted to make the ejection safe in the first place, because you had to find out how long does it take before you come down where the temperature is reasonable. You could freeze to death. At 40,000 feet, it's very, very cold up there. And you certainly aren't going to use pilots on these ejection seat tests, And the bodies were dummies. I found the Air Force officer, Colonel Madsen, he's dead now, who had been in charge of the program. His picture is in the Air Force report. They didn't talk to him. They went back and looked at the old records. He made sure that I understood a couple of things. One, the dummies were 6 feet tall and 175 pounds. And they were in Air Force flight gear. You say, why would you do that? Because that affects the drag and the heating of the body as it comes down. You want to measure that. And you can't do it, without a dummy that isn't properly dressed, if you will. Now, these were wooden dummies, and often when they hit the ground, the limbs came off. And they didn't look anything at all like a small, big-headed alien.
Yeah, I always thought that was funny. Like, okay, you used...
It was funny.
Did you use 4-foot-tall aliens with big heads and big eyes and, 6 fingers? I don't understand.
Well, depending on who you talk to.
And wasn't there a time discrepancy, too? Like, these dummy tests?
Well, a minor detail. Something? Yeah, none of these were launched until 53 or later. So what's 6 years between friends? I mean, come on. It's like time lag, time warp, time travel for crash test dummies, the new technology. What's crazy is that explanation appeared on the front page in the New York Times. And all I can say is that at the beginning of World War II, within 2 weeks of Pearl Harbor, there was a director of censorship established. And, for example, the newspapers couldn't use the word uranium anyplace. They couldn't use Fugo balloon. The Japanese were launching these big balloons with explosives on board from out in the Pacific, and the winds blow them, and they're going to start fires all over the United States. There were a few started, not many. But you couldn't talk about that. We didn't want them to know how successful or unsuccessful those balloon launches were. One person did die. There was
I've read about that. It's amazing that the government's response was to just not talk about it. They didn't want the Japanese to know that they were at all successful. So they would just
let them waste their energy. So, what I'm saying is, it looks as if the Air Force had a policy of not releasing information. That's no surprise. And that's why I mentioned that Air Force press release about Blue Book Special Report 14. It set the tone when you have your top official in the Air Force flat out lying. And then when I tried to get more from Colonel Weaver, who wrote that big fat report, he attacked the MJ-12 documents. You mentioned those. He wrote bogus on them. And when he was asked by the FBI was worried of his classified information being leaked here. What's going on? And he wrote bogus on every page of the documents. And the FBI bought it. I filed a Freedom of Information Act request for all the information, notes, memos, and blah, blah, blah. You got to write in computerese. And I wanted any information to back up this conclusion that this was phony. In other words, that these documents were phony. We have nothing in response to your request. Very useful. It's crazy. You can get away with it if you work at it. Secrets can be kept. And look, I'm not saying the government should never lie, which may sound a little strange, but when we tested our first Avon at Trinity site in New Mexico in 1945,
that was an earthquake or something?
No, it was explained it away as an ammunition dump had blown up.
That's right. Yeah, I've heard that.
People had seen it from 100 miles away. The skies are clear in New Mexico, and that was one hell of a big firecracker, I'll tell you. And they got away with it. And I don't blame them for doing that. Certainly, the government was very worried about if the Japanese found out what was going on and what cities were going to be bombed, if any, they would move American prisoners of war to those cities.
Yeah, I agree with you that in some cases, sure, it's okay to keep secrets, but if Roswell really happened the way so many witnesses recall it, it's the most significant event in human history. It confirms that we are not alone in the universe.
Yes.
And I don't believe that anybody has the right to keep that from us. That's what keeps me interested in this and keep digging. I keep digging and digging and digging. And unfortunately, you got to dig through so much garbage to get to any real...
You noticed that, huh?
Yeah.
And Mr. Friedman, I want to take the time to thank you immensely from the bottom of my heart for taking the time to talk to us tonight. It's been an immense pleasure and delight to talk to you and learn more about this incredible subject. I want to wish you the best on your continued journey to find the truth.
It's good to talk to somebody who knows something about the subject.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Greetings and salutations, and thank you for being here for the 75th Roswell Anniversary Truth Seekers Special Deep Dive. If you're new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you too will know about future special events you can attend here. I wanted to take a moment to thank all of our kind and generous benefactors, because people all over the world send a few bucks in pledges, either through PayPal or through the super chat down there in the live chat, the money button, super stickers, we have and take Cash App pledges as well. I want to thank everybody who has signed up to be a Patreon member, because for as little as $1 a month, you can get some extra content from us here. Additionally, I'd like to thank the channel members who get a bunch of YouTube benefits as well as all the Patreon benefits for as little as $5 a month. I also wanted to mention that I have something strange for my friends. These are Roswell wreckage replicas, which I have been making here. I also wanted to mention that for today's special event, we have prizes for those of you pledging $30 or more, either through Cash App, PayPal, or Super Chat. And this is a gift that we will be sending everybody who pledges $30 or more. This is a Roswell debris replica, and it's designed to look exactly as Jesse Marcel and his son had described. This is the so-called I-beam wreckage. This is a replica, of course, and I'm happy that I'll be able to offer these to anybody pledging $30 or more to our show today. This is just a special free gift that we're going to be giving you kind and generous people for supporting our show. Well, friends, let's get back into it. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We tonight are going to finish a long-standing research project of mine. For those unaware, some time ago, I began to gather the world's leading experts, authors, and researchers into what I believe is one of the greatest mysteries on planet Earth, and that is the Roswell mystery. We are coming up right now on the 75th anniversary in July of the Roswell event. Ahead of that anniversary, I thought I would gather all of the world's leading experts, authors, researchers, people who have really spent a great deal of time investigating the Roswell mystery. That mystery began 75 years ago, and it is one of the greatest mysteries on Earth. There is so much information to digest before you make up your mind, and I thought I would bring together all of the world's leading experts, authors, and researchers. And then on the 75th anniversary, for those unaware, we are going to broadcast the entire series in its entirety. Every author, researcher that I have interviewed, every bit of Roswell information that I can pack into that deep dive will be broadcast on the 75th anniversary of Roswell. Now, there is one person on my list that I have never been able to get to. He's one of my favorite researchers. He's an author, a UFO and aircraft historian, lecturer, and more. But I knew that he had some additional information, maybe information that none of us have heard before. And I have never heard him speak. I've heard him speak about Roswell, but it's usually part of a larger interview. You know, he'll discuss Roswell for 20 minutes and then move on to another topic. So tonight we have Michael Strett, one of my favorite researchers, here to help us wrap up this incredible series. Let's bring him in here. Michael Strett, welcome.
Hi, Stephen. How are you doing?
The rock star of ufology, Michael Strett. Good to have you here. And I want to thank you personally. I reached out to Michael and I said, in good conscience, I can't finish this series without including Michael's thoughts on Roswell and really digging, I want to dig into his brain on this thing and see what he thinks. So, Michael, what do you think? Let's start there.
Well, Stephen, thank you very much. I really like the work you do. I really do. You put some humor into it. You put education into it. And I really get a lot out of your videos. I really do.
Well, thanks. Ditto to you. You're one of my favorite researchers. People ask me all the time, what researchers do I trust? I can count them on one hand. This one's Michael. This one's Michael Strett of my one hand that I can count on researchers that I trust and think are providing accurate information.
Mm-hmm. So I thought what we would do today is I want to try to present the Roswell case the best way I know how, as presented by the researchers, by the reference works. We're just going to run through the case and we're going to present it kind of word for word as is. And then later on, when we're done, I kind of want to provide a counterpoint. And the reason why I want to do that is, being a researcher, it is our job, it is our mandate to resist the urge to jump on a particular bandwagon, a particular narrative. So we have to be non-biased and neutral. That's our job. And in some cases, if the truth is unpopular or it's inconvenient, we still have to go down that road, regardless. That's the goal here.
I absolutely agree with you, and I've tried to keep an open mind. We've invited people who are true believers that it was an extraterrestrial event, who are convinced of it. We've invited Cal Korff, who's a huge skeptic, who says it's nothing but a weather balloon and hype. I've tried to keep an open mind, and I'm going to make up my mind after I have digested what everyone has to say.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and get started, and we'll share the screen now. Let's go ahead and share screen now, and let's see if I can figure out how to do this here.
It's the center button there says share.
Okay, let me see. I don't see that on here. Okay, all right, share screen. Share screen. Okay, all right. And what if I go to this? Can you see this?
No, you have to go to the bottom. It'll say share.
Okay.
The bottom right in the middle, you'll see a bar there. It says mute, stop cam, settings, share, invite, leave studio.
Entire screen. Share. How about now?
There we go. Now,
Does that
now
work?
we got it. Yeah, and I can
Okay,
add
good.
it here to our stream here. There you see. This is why I invite Michael, because I'm too lazy to do all these slides. And
Oh
Michael is,
no. That's
he's got them. He's got slides and
we gotta have visual aids here. All right.
presentation and everything. Yeah.
So let's do kind of a Roswell road trip report here, and I want to take you through the town, show you some of the landmarks, and trace the historical legacy of the event, and then take you down Main Street, which you can follow today. You can follow the path of Main Street all the way to Hangar P3 Building 84 if you choose to do so. So that's what we're going to do here. And the first thing that we need to look at is this map here. And if you look at the bottom of the map, you'll see Roswell, and we'll just kind of go through this slowly here. On the upper left hand, you've got Corona, and then you've got something called the debris field. So in point of fact, we're talking about multiple events going on at the same time. It's not just one crash here. We've got multiple things we need to look at. So the first thing is, if you look north of this large circle with the arrow that I have pointed to it, the debris field, 5 miles north, approximately 5 miles north of the debris field, which is 65 miles northwest of Roswell, is something called the touchdown site, which almost no one ever talks about. It's called the touchdown site. And this is the location where Lincoln LaPaz and Louis Rickett found two interesting things. They found fused glass, fused sand, which is indicative of high heat. And they also found, Stephen, a seamless black box that is almost never talked about. We believe it to be about the size of a bread box. It's seamless. And to this day, I don't think anyone knows if we've ever been able to open it. We just don't know. So those are the two things that were found 5 miles north of debris field at a place called the touchdown site. Now, going south, we've got the main debris field, 65 miles north of Roswell, where we have Mac Brazzle and 7-year-old Timothy D. Proctor on the morning of July 3rd, 1947. They discovered 3 types of debris, which we're going to look at in the next few slides here. Now, as the craft is traversing from the northwest to the southeast, you can see the track that I've drawn here. That's the flight path. We have the main impact site. Now, there were 5 bodies recovered and 1 was still alive. And we've got the impact site, which was an egg-shaped craft the size of a Volkswagen. Now, west of the impact site, I have a small dot here. Now, that dot should be moved further northwest. I've already corrected it, but I need to put that map into this PowerPoint. So take that smaller dot where I say second body site. That needs to be moved further to the west. And that's also known as the D. Proctor site, where in the mid-1990s, Timothy D. Proctor brought his mom to this site and told her, "This is where I found something else." He did see the body. At least one body he did see. So this is east of the debris field. Now, we go to the crash site. We already talked about it. 5 bodies recovered. 1 was still alive. And this is kind of the technical layout of where we'll be kind of going through here. Now, let's go to this one. This was taken by Don Schmidt. This is the vicinity of the impact site. This is July 2nd, 1947, approximately 11:59 p.m. And if we go forward here, so you can see there's no trees. There's these low rolling hills. It's remote by car, but it's not remote by aircraft at all. You can see whatever would crash here would be visible by someone flying over. So this is now the morning of July 3rd, 1947. We've got Mac Brazzle and we've got 7-year-old Timothy D. Proctor. They come across this strange debris, and they mention 3 types of debris. Number 1, they had debris that was basically, you could call it debris that could not be cut, could not be burned, could not be dented with a 16-pound sledgehammer. That was the first type of debris. The second type of debris is known as the Holy Grail or the memory metal. This is the kind of debris where if you were standing by a table and you pick this debris off the table and you crinkle it up in your hand and let go of it, it would spread out like liquid mercury and then slowly drop down to the table. That's number two. Number three is these strange I-beams that had this very interesting hieroglyphic writing written on the inside wall. So those are the three types of debris that were found. This is the morning of July 3rd, 1947. Okay, so let's move on here. And this is interesting because whatever this was laying out in the New Mexican desert area for the night of the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th. So we've got we're looking at 5 to 6 days that the debris, the craft, the bodies were already sitting out there before the military got involved. So you can see we've got erosion, we've got weather, we've got critters.
A lot can happen in 5 days.
A lot can happen in 5 days. That's right. That's right. So, and see, now that's consistent because if you have a body that's decomposing over 5-6 days and you've got animals nibbling on these things, it's going to start reeking really bad. And that's precisely the report that we got from the members who on the retrieval team. They said that the stench of the bodies permeated their uniforms and their fabric on their clothes so bad that their wives had to burn their clothes. Now, someone tell me how a weather balloon is going to do that. How is that going to happen? Just throwing it out there. How is that going to happen? Okay, so this is an illustration that I commissioned my friend Tom Bogan to do for me. He's no longer with us, so I'm preserving his legacy. He gets the credit for this. Now, this was done under the strict guidance of Don Schmidt. Don Schmidt has reviewed these. This is as close as we can possibly get to what it may have looked like. Now, let's go on. We'll go on to the left here. We've got the ambulance truck. We've got the survivor there. Above the ambulance truck, we've got the 18-wheeler tractor trailer lowboy. We've got a Jeep here. Don Schmidt also stated that where this craft came down was within very close proximity of a windmill and a small water tank. So we've got that. We've got the troop transport on the right-hand side. And then in the foreground to the right, we've got this egg-shaped craft the size of a Volkswagen with a hull breach and then a couple of other bodies. So there's one thing in here that we did not add, which almost no one knows about, which Don Schmidt told me. At Roswell Army Airfield, the 509th Bomb Group did not have a crane at the time of this incident. So they brought in from downtown Roswell a civilian crane to pick up the craft and put it on the 18-wheeler tractor trailer. We just didn't have enough real estate in this illustration to put that in, but there should be a crane in this illustration to make it completely complete. So let's move on to the next scene here. Now, this is Roswell Main Street military convoy, July 8th, 1947. And we have this plus or minus 5 minutes because we've identified multiple eyewitnesses, including 2 paper boys who saw a very interesting convoy going right down Main Street. And you can follow that route today all the way to the base. So you've got a couple Jeeps up front. You've got that 18-wheeler tractor trailer that was at the crash site. We've got a Jeep in back. But then there were multiple eyewitnesses that stated that there was this strange egg-shaped craft. It was about 12, 13 feet across. It might have been 8 feet tall. And they had a tarp over it. They had ropes covering it. And you could not see what was down here. But it did resemble this egg-shaped craft, and that's consistent with what we know about the actual crash site. So these things seem to check out okay. So we're tracking pretty good here. So let's move on. I want to take you inside the hangar now. So this is Roswell Army Airfield, hangar P3, building 84. This is approximately 15 minutes to 20 minutes after the 2 paper boys saw the convoy going down Main Street, which you can follow today. Now, in the foreground, we've got a few bodies here. Over to the left, we've got the child-sized casket. That was confirmed by Glenn Dennis, who got the order for the child-sized caskets from the base, which is interesting. Why, if it's a weather balloon, why would you have child-sized that makes no sense whatsoever. So the weather balloon explanation is quickly deflating here. It's quickly bursting. Off to the left, we've got that troop transport with debris. And here's the other thing. If this was a weather balloon, why would you have two teams of military police from other sections as well, crisscrossing the debris field for at least 2 days on their hands and knees? If this is just a weather balloon, that doesn't make any sense. Now, in the back,
I agree.
You've got the wooden crate that they're building, and they're going to put the bodies in the caskets, and the caskets go in the wooden crate. Off to the right, you've got the 18-wheeler tractor trailer with the craft on there on the low boy. Now, it's interesting to keep in mind that by the time we had the retrieval operation, the civilians got to, I'm going to back up a couple here. Civilians got here before the military. And so what that means is, to this day, Stephen, I'd be willing to bet that there are still some people out here, relatives of people who got to the debris field before the military got involved and the crash site. They picked up a souvenir and they still have it today. I'm sure.
I would agree with you that somebody's got to have.
Stephen? What do you think?
I think that somebody's got this material hidden away, and after all these years, I don't believe that they were able to get it all. And just to clear up a little bit of confusion, because people are always confused by this, there's two separate debris sites, right? There's the one where everything was destroyed and it was literal little pieces that they had to pick up, and then there was the second site with what some people believe was some sort of escape pod or, crew pod that you're describing here. But yeah, I would think that all those people involved, somebody would have put some of that in their pocket. Some of them would, spirit it away, put it away, because this was a huge event. Like, this could be alien spacecraft parts. Yeah. I would grab some.
Someone's got physical evidence right now as we speak, probably in the Roswell area, or they might have handed it to a relative or a cousin and then they moved away. But you can bet your bottom dollar that somebody has something. Now, they probably won't come forward. It might be a death wish, because now you're playing with the big boys. That's how you can get in trouble, when you have physical evidence, because the way this game is played is they don't care what you know, they care what you can prove. That's how this game is played. And if you have a piece of actual physical hardware, now you're in a completely different category. So that's something to keep in mind. And so we know why people haven't come forward, because it's a very dangerous thing to do. Now, let's keep in mind, when this is all going on, it was kind of a chaotic situation. You had multiple things converging at the same time. And by this time, the first body flight had already departed Roswell. This was in a C-54 by Pappy Henderson. The other body flight that we're going to talk about later is the straight flush B-29. So by this time, we're preparing the bodies for getting out of here. First body flight is already gone, went directly to Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. Okay, so what they did next is they put the bodies in the caskets, the small statured child-sized caskets. Those caskets were put into the wooden crate, and the wooden crate was lowered into atomic bomb pit number 1. And then this is interesting, they put 2 perimeter screens around atomic bomb pit number 1 with MPs stationed both inside and out of both rings. And these MPs were told to shoot to kill anyone who tried to breach these perimeter screens. Now, I argue, why in the world would you shoot to kill someone
over a
that's standing guard with a wooden crate that reeks of decomposing bodies if it's a weather balloon? This doesn't make any sense. Even if it's a Project Mogul balloon, it still doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, not shoot to kill. And it would have to be something a little more important and exotic than weather balloon parts or radar reflectors.
Precisely. That's exactly correct. All right, so now we're moving on. This is B-29 straight flush, taxis over atomic bomb pit number 1, Roswell Army Airfield, wooden crate loaded into cargo bay. This is July 9th, 1947, flown to 8th Air Force Headquarters, Fort Worth, Texas. So you can see they're now bringing the crate up into the bomb bay of the B-29. This is straight flush. And what's interesting about straight flush is, if this story is true, if we really did recover extraterrestrial bodies, why did they scrap this aircraft? It's the most significant, historically significant aircraft in the world, and they got rid of it. This, I don't get it. I don't understand the logic. This should be preserved for history. If the story,
I would agree. Yeah, absolutely. It would be one of the biggest. It would be one of the most important aircraft in aircraft history, because it would have flown these biological bodies of otherworldly beings to Wright-Patterson. Or I'm sorry, this one was flown to Air Force Headquarters.
Fort Worth, Texas, correct. Yep. All right, so now B-29 straight flush flew the Roswell bodies to 8th Air Force, Fort Worth, Texas, scrapped July 1954. So I just can't get over the fact that this is like the most significant airplane in, I mean, arguably more significant than the Wright Flyer that's hanging from the Smithsonian right now, the Air and Space Museum. This is even more significant than that, but yet it's gone. Okay, well, so this is the model aircraft display at the Roswell Air Center, and you can see all these really nice aircraft here. But take a look on the top shelf here, and I'm going to zoom in. And what can we find?
There's the straight flush, yeah.
Of straight flush Victor 85, and ladies and gentlemen, this is all we got left. All we have left of the most historic aircraft of all time is a scale plastic model. That's it. That's all we got. They absolutely should have preserved this. It should have went to the Air Force Museum in Dayton, Ohio, and they wouldn't need to say what the cargo was. People in the know would know, but at the very least, they could have saved it for us.
Yeah, and even forget about Roswell. Even just the history of the nuclear and atomic arsenal of the United States, it was involved in that as well. So it should be preserved.
It should be preserved. That's correct. That's correct. Okay, so here's the nose art straight flush. And then we should talk about the C-54. Now, at least 2 bodies were flown directly from Roswell Airfield to Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. It was not known as Wright-Patterson Air Force Base yet. It was still known as Wright Field. And this was flown by Pappy Henderson, who was a very good pilot. His wife, Sappho, had confirmed that he had told her the story later on. So we got a kind of a second independent confirmation there. And this is a drawing by my friend Rudy Gardea. And here we've got Pappy Henderson overseeing the loading of the body into the C-54. So we just wanted to kind of...
Yeah, and just to be clear, this is an on-the-record witness who gave his testimony that this is what he witnessed. He went on the record to say this is what he witnessed, and he flew this where he flew it. I mean,
he told his wife Sappho years later, sometime around 1983, 86 timeframe, when they saw it on the supermarket checkout. So, you know, it all really boils down to eyewitness testimony in many cases when we don't have physical evidence. How much do you trust your fellow man, your fellow woman, your fellow library research assistant, reference librarian? How much do we actually trust these people? I just don't think that Pappy Henderson would be promoting a lie. I mean, he's an ace World War II pilot.
This has always bothered me when the skeptics say, well, you know, so these people said these things doesn't mean it's true, or they made it up, or they're trying. This guy has not really profited from his story. I always follow the money. You know, if somebody's coming out with a fantastical story and then they're all over, you know, at UFO conferences telling their story over and over again for money, that doesn't hold as much weight to me as some of these Roswell witnesses who years later came out with their story. It just, I don't believe that this guy would just make this up. For what reason?
Correct. What would be the advantage, really? You know, what would be the advantage? Okay, then of course we've got the autopsy that perhaps took place in the Foreign Technology Division, Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. This is sometime July 9th, 1947. We do not know the exact date. So that's kind of the site picture here. But what I want to do is I want to present what is the best available witness testimony that we have that we can really drill down and really trust, someone reliable, someone that's documented. Well, we have something in the form of Mr. Marion Black Mac Magruder. And he was a World War II pilot. He was a fantastic pilot. He was deployed to England February 6, 1943, to learn about night fighting. Now, prior to this time, America didn't know a thing about night fighting. So they had sent Marion Magruder over to England to learn about night fighting, come back to the U.S., and then teach U.S. pilots and military personnel exactly how to go about night fighting. Because the Britons are the ones who invented the radar before the Germans and Americans. And so we had to get kind of an intel so that we would know how to do it. And so they
and isn't it accurate that because in England there was all those German bombing raids at night, they quickly got to be experts at repelling, invading forces and dogfighting at night and these things. So it makes sense that we would send our pilots to the experts to learn it.
Exactly. That's precisely correct. So here he is, Air War College, 1947, 1948. And then if I want to take you to Montgomery Field, this is Alabama. Now, he was at the Air War College in April of 1948, and a very interesting call came in, because this was about two groups of 18 World War II pilots. The best of the best went to Montgomery Field. This is April 1948. A strange call came in from Wright Field, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and it was urgent. They needed to go to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base immediately. So there was a plane was provided for them. They all got on the plane, and they wanted to get their quote-unquote opinion on something. Very interesting. They wanted to get an urgent opinion on something. And so here's the Air War College, Maxwell Field, Montgomery, Alabama, 1948, just to give a site picture here. And then we've got Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, April 1948, and this is the subject of where we're going to drill down now. So what happened is they were brought to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. This is according to Mark Magruder, his son. So I did about a 2-hour interview with Mark Magruder, and he provided the notes from his father where they talked about a very interesting encounter. Now, so you can picture there's two teams of World War II pilots. They fly them to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. They're brought into a room, and then two men come in with a box, and they start handing out debris, which they said came from the Roswell crash. And a lot of these pilots, they didn't know anything about this. They weren't even involved, but they start handing out this debris, and these pilots, they're holding this debris in their hands, and they're looking at it, they're feeling it, they're wondering where actually it came from, what its properties were. Now, when all that was done, the debris was gathered, put back into the boxes, and then this team of two teams of 18 World War II pilots, they are led down this corridor at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. They make a left-hand turn, and they're brought into this somewhat medium-sized room with no windows, but on the back wall, there's this one-way mirror where you could look inside, but whatever was there could not look back to you. And what they ended up seeing was the survivor. So here's the survivor, April 1948, drawing by Rudy Gardea. Can you imagine seeing the survivor of the Roswell crash? They also saw debris, the survivor. There were other bodies that were deceased that they also saw as well, because I confirmed that with Mark. He saw the survivor and the deceased corpses as well. He was described as squiggly. He kind of had this Casper the Ghost look, oversized eyes, kind of a 2 little dimples for a nose, a slit for a mouth, hairless, 3.5 to 4 feet tall, and really having this squiggly, long arms, almost, you could say muscle tone was very weak, but that's what he described back in April 1948. Now, is there any evidence to back this up at all? Is there any paperwork? Well, Mark actually sent me his father's documentation for the Air War College, 1947, 1948, and it turns out, yes, he was there. He was there. Here's the actual Air University College, Montgomery, Maxwell Air Force Base, Montgomery, Alabama. We've got the date here. They talk about the seminars that they were.
Yeah, he's got a seminar looking at aliens, but it's awesome that he has the paperwork back
Yeah,
up.
we've got the
To
paperwork
prove that he
back
was
it up.
actually there.
It tells you what room it was in at Wright Field, at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, what the subject was, and we'll go down here. Here's the daily planner here. So you got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, field trip to Wright Field. So this is confirming evidence that Marion Mac Black Magruder was indeed there the time that he stated that he was there. This is pretty much bombshell conclusive evidence that they were actually there. Here, they even give you the names of the people involved, some of the lecture descriptions here. This is Wednesday at 10:10, lecture room number 1, current tactics of air operations. And we can go through all these. We won't read them all, but it's very good evidence. Now, here's Mark Magruder, son of World War II pilot Marion Magruder, did a 2-hour interview with him. And here's the Kentucky Hall of Fame, Marion Milton Magruder, 1911 to 1997. So just to prove that I did interview the gentleman, he's a real person. Here's some of the medals that he received as well. And then we want to go to this one here. So this is July 20th, 1969. Neil Armstrong is, this is Buzz, but landing on the moon. And right between a break in the coverage, Merritt Magruder, another son of Marion Magruder, they walk out to the porch. And the son turns to the father and said, I wonder, they're looking at the moon. I wonder if there's anybody out there. I wonder if there's any other life in the universe. And here's some of the statements that were made by Marion Black Mac Magruder. Quote, I just know, I know for sure. One day you will know we are not alone in this universe. I can't tell you about it now. Someday maybe I can tell you. Statement to son Merritt during Apollo moonlighting, July 20th, 1969. Then he goes on here, quote, I was at the Air War College when all this happened. I know all about it. I want to see what the show is all about. Then maybe I can tell you more. My whole class was made privy to that information. We will watch the show. I can't talk about it now. It's top secret. We will talk about it once I see what they reveal on the show. So this is statement in 81 or 82 during a commercial break for Dallas, highlighting a promo regarding a break documentary on a possible UFO crash in Roswell during 1947. So here he's talking about being there and being privy to the information. Let's go on here. Quote, it was not like the aliens depicted on TV, except for a large head. Instead of gray in color, this being was more flesh tone, wearing a flight suit, human-like, but not like any human being I've ever seen. Squiggly, clearly not from this planet. He goes on here, quote, they were all small in stature. So there you go right there. He used the word they, so it's more than one. Humanoid, somewhat Asian-looking. Clearly they were not of this world. We all knew they were not of this world. They had extra long digits with suction cups at the end of their fingers. Their arms were this and long, out of proportion, longer than human. Their elbows were a lot further down. They were like little children without any hair, about 4 feet tall. They had almond-shaped eyes, a little larger than human. The mouth was just a small slit, not much of a nose, no ears like some of the drawings. And then I thought this was very interesting. Quote, they all think the bodies are at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, but they are at Eglin Air Force Base in vast underground cold storage vaults there. Statement after watching a documentary about Roswell. So he was privy to the fact that
that's interesting.
There was definitely something at Wright Field, but that's not the only location. There was something going on at Eglin Air Force Base with bodies. And then we've got pretty much confirming evidence indicating that other repositories for UFO crash retrievals and bodies are at the very least MacDill Air Force Base, Tampa, Florida, Langley Air Force Base, Virginia, and Homestead Air Force Base, Florida as well. So you can see that they spread these assets out so they don't have single point failure.
Well, it would make sense, wouldn't it, that they would first, when this event happened, they would first take it to a very secure location first before they figure out where the final destination is going to be. And yes, spreading it out so that they have, they don't lose they don't lose the samples of these biological entities. I would want to spread them out as well. I would send one to each. If you had 5 bodies, send one to send them to 5 different bases so that we preserve them. And isn't it interesting? Some of them may have went to Florida because there's that famous story of Jackie Gleason
claiming Homestead Air Force Base. We've got
Homestead Air Force Base. Yeah, he claimed that Jackie
Mm-hmm.
Gleason claimed to have seen an alien in an Air Force base, and he was so upset he couldn't eat for weeks.
He was a change man. That's correct. All right, so then let's go to this Southwest Soaring Museum. So if you go to Roswell, there's a couple ways you can get there. You can fly into Albuquerque and drive 200 miles, or you can fly directly into the maintenance center, the air center at Roswell, and then drive 6 miles and get there. So it's a lot easier to go the shorter route. But I took the longer route. And maybe it's good I did, because I got to this soaring museum, and I just hit you with a couple photographs here. They've got
we got some kind of tapping going on. Just to be aware of that.
Okay.
Somebody in the live chat mentioned.
No problem. So they've got conventional designs, they've got home-built designs, they've got foreign designs, and I was there for about half an hour before they closed. The guy let me in, and I just wanted to take a couple of pictures here just to document it. But interesting that there's a very interesting antique auto and toy museum literally 1,000 feet away from this sailplane museum. And they were closing in 10 minutes. And I just said, can I look through this really quickly? I'll be very quick. And they let me go through. I'll take you through a couple of the pictures here. Here's some of the toys they had on the wall. Nothing was for sale. They had some old vintage cars on the interior. And then they had dozens and dozens and dozens of these old rusty Hulks, Model Ts, Model As. They had trucks. Some of them probably could be restored. And so, of course, since I was going to Roswell, I asked this gentleman who was kind of the curator here. His name is Archie Lewis. I said, well, are the rumors true? And he said, what rumors? And I said, well, the rumors about Roswell. What was a craft recovered? Were bodies recovered? And I got this guy on videotape. And what he told me is he said in 1947, like on the literal same day that this event occurred, which was the night of July 2nd, 1947, his sister, now deceased, was riding horseback with 2 other friends, and they were in Vaughn, New Mexico, which is about 100 miles north of Roswell, riding horseback, and all of a sudden this strange craft came by them, did one complete orbit around, and then departed. And he said that they were shooken to their core. They were absolutely terrified of whatever this thing was. Now, technically, I can't prove it was the same craft, but it's going in the same direction. It's the same day. They didn't describe it in great detail, but there's a very high likelihood that this was the same craft. So we've got independent confirmation of another UFO, which could be the exact same craft that crashed 100 miles north of Roswell on its way to the crash site. So it's just an interesting data point that I don't think most people have really heard about. And again, if this is a weather balloon, how does a weather balloon make a controlled descent in orbit around 3 girls on horseback? Doesn't make any sense. So just a little piece of the puzzle here. Here is the map of Vaughn, and then you can see it's about 100 miles north of Roswell. So that just gives you a location. It was definitely heading in the right direction. Okay, this is kind of a quick flyer that I put together, and because I was heading to Roswell, and I thought, well, why don't I front load this thing? Why don't I try to put together a flyer, and I'm going to send this out to all the Experimental Aircraft Association chapters in the entire state of New Mexico. So I actually did that. I created this flyer. We'll go over it real quickly here, and it was in PDF format, and I asked them to please circulate this to your EAA chapter members. I wanted
Yeah,
to
so you're trying to find some additional witnesses, right?
Exactly. I'm trying to, we got to take the bull by the horns here, because if we don't, another 75 years is going to go by and we'll all be gone and we'll still not know what actually happened here. So I'm going to rip through this really quickly here. Attention. After more than 75 years, the truth can finally be revealed regarding what was commonly been referred to as the Roswell incident. On the night of July 2nd, 1947, an egg-shaped object of unknown origin crashed on the Foster Ranch, approximately 35 miles northwest of Roswell, of New Mexico. The craft measured approximately 13 feet across and had a brushed aluminum exterior surface. On the morning of July 3rd, local rancher Mac Brazzle discovered mysterious debris scattered over the ranch. The debris consisted of hundreds of tinfoil-looking shreds of material that spread out like liquid mercury after being folded up by hand and released. Other debris included extremely thin material that could not be cut, could not be burned, or dented with a 16-pound sledgehammer. Finally, multiple small I-beam-shaped debris was recovered, which included strange hieroglyphic writing or symbols on the inside wall. By July 8th, military personnel from the 509th Bomb Group stationed at Roswell Army Airfield arrived on the scene to begin the retrieval operation. They discovered 5 bodies associated with the craft, and one was still alive. By 4 p.m. on July 8th, multiple eyewitnesses in Roswell observed a military convoy traveling down Main Street, heading in the direction of the base. This convoy consisted of multiple jeeps and a lowboy tractor-trailer, which was carrying an egg-shaped craft concealed by a large tarp. Minutes later, the convoy arrived at Hangar P3 Building 84, where the construction of a large wooden crate began. The remaining deceased alien corpses were carefully placed into child-sized caskets and loaded into the crate. On the morning of July 9th, the bodies contained within the crate were loaded into the bomb bay of B-29 straight flush and subsequently flown to 8th Air Force Headquarters, Fort Worth, Texas. At least one body was flown in a C-54 by pilot Oliver Pappy Henderson directly to the Aeromedical Lab at Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio for autopsy. If you or someone you know has had first-hand experience dealing with the Roswell debris, crash UFO, or extraterrestrial bodies, please preserve an important part of our national history by contacting military aerospace historian Michael Strett below. Okay, so I sent all these out. I waited about a week, and guess what? I got crickets. I got nothing but crickets.
That stands to reason, because some of the witnesses would be 95 at this point.
They are. However, I got one response. Believe it or not, I got one response, and this is from a gentleman who claimed that he personally knew Timothy D. Proctor. D. Proctor was working for him. He was kind of a building contractor, and he was working. So he actually knew D. Proctor. So one of my flyers got to this guy. And so I called this guy up. I emailed him. I interviewed him on the phone twice. And I'm going to hit you with the takeaway here. Witness who knew D. Proctor. Number 1, stated D told him that he had held the Roswell debris. Number 2, mentioned that he had seen the bodies, the D. Proctor's second body site. And number 3, mentioned that D told him he was not threatened by the military, but his parents were. And that's what I got out of it. It's not much to go on, but this is what he told me.
Well, it's still another corroborating witness.
Another piece of the evidence, yes. So if Roswell was nothing more than a weather balloon, then explain the bodies, number 1. And number 2, explain the debris. And number 3, explain why the military would threaten his family if it was just a weather balloon. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. And explain all of the other witnesses who claimed that they were threatened or their families were threatened.
That's correct.
And the deathbed confessions of people.
Yep. Something else, we're not being told here. Okay, so now let's go to Roswell Army Airfield, Hangar P3, Building 84. This is the current Roswell Air Center. Want to give you some shots of the scene of the action here. Here's the reverse image of the hangar itself. And then I want to take you inside the hangar as well. So now we're walking up into the hangar. and I believe I can get you plus or minus 6 inches to where they actually laid the bodies down on the floor. It's a very interesting vibe you get from this place. And if you make the right connections, you can make an appointment with the director of the maintenance center, and he'll take you inside the hangar and drive you around the entire base. So now we'll go inside. This is the location here. And this building, he told me, was only supposed to be there for 10 years. These are the original rafters, the original structure. They did add a notch cutout. But this building is still in good shape after all these years. After all these years, the building still stands. And here's the reverse side of it here. This would be the area where the 18-wheeler tractor trailer came in. And then now we're going to where we believe the crate was built, where the caskets were. And now I want to take you, this is the location here where we believe probably plus or minus 6 feet, maybe a foot at the most, where probably 4 bodies were laid out on the floor. The survivor was kept somewhere else, but this is the location right here. And it's a strange vibe. It kind of gives you a sense of history, but if all things are created and we believe that this is the location, this is the actual position of where the bodies were laid down on the floor. Now, take you through kind of the center here. We could not find the atomic bomb pits where they lowered the crate in. That was paved over, so we couldn't find that location. And
well, it would stand to reason that they would pave over it. They don't need those pits anymore.
They don't need those pits
load
anymore.
bombs.
Nope.
No.
So we could not find those. But they've got various 747s. They've got L-1011. They've got DC-10s in various stages of being scrapped and saving some of the components. Here you can see United Airlines. Now, that takes us to Elvis Presley. What in the world does Elvis Presley have to do with Roswell? I mean, is this a joke here? What in the world does he have to do with anything? Well, turns out that Elvis's jet is still there since
I saw this. I saw several articles on this. It's sad because what a beautiful airplane, right?
It's still there today. I went up and touched it. It was cold, but the paint is faded. It's kind of got opaque windshields. So the tires are flat. It's got weeds growing up through the cracks. It's kind of got this ghostly appeal.
It does, yeah. With 20, 30 years of sun, drenched damage and raining on it will probably do that to any airplane. It's sad that they didn't preserve this better.
Yep. Now, I don't know if it could be salvaged to fly again. It would take millions, but maybe it's possible, depending on the structure integrity of the spars. But it's possible. And so I asked the guy, what do you think? Did Elvis know anything about it? And he told me that with Elvis's international connections and his very good friendship with Richard Nixon, it's possible that Elvis knew something about Roswell, but he never admitted to it. So I guess this question's still out there. He could know something about it. There might have been something there that he knew, but he certainly never told anybody that we know of anyway.
Interesting.
So there's a little bit of an Elvis connection here. Now, if you go to the Roswell UFO Museum and Library, this is kind of a view inside the library. And then these are the about 200 bank boxes of material. And they also have, these are kind of the shots here. They did a really good job at organizing. This is a first class operation here. And these carousels have some really nice 3-ring binders. And I only got through the top of the one on the left. There's still a lot more research to go here. So that's just kind of a highlight of the Roswell trip. Now, what I want to do now, Stephen, is I want to switch gears here, and I'm going to go through a couple of.
Your desktop is worsely organized than mine.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right, so let's go into this final revised, and I'm just going to run through a couple of points here. Now, this is kind of the questions I want to ask here. Okay, so I'm going to run through these really quick here. The Roswell why questions. This is what I've titled this here. Why were official government documents relating to Roswell Army Airfield in 1947 destroyed? That's interesting.
You're
Why would they
right.
destroy all these documents?
Yeah, and I would think just the fact that they were the only military base with with atomic weapons at the time,
Right.
Everything should be preserved from that for the sake of
Everything.
history.
I
For the
totally
sake of
agree.
history, even if forget the alien stuff, forget the Roswell crash, just the fact that that bomb wing was the only game in town for atomic weapons, right? They dropped
Precisely.
the bombs on Japan and all of that stuff. I would think every single paper should have been preserved for history's sake.
Couldn't have said it better myself. So that includes the teletype messages, radiographs, letters, phone records, and invoice. It's all gone. Where are those documents? Where are all those written letters? Okay, next one. Why were all 3 letters written by Stephen Schiff to Les Aspin requesting access to all 1947 Roswell files unanswered? He never got a reply. He did not even get a response. So that raises a red flag. Next one. Why would so many deathbed confessions by both military and civilian witnesses describe non-human bodies recovered rather than a weather balloon? Not one of them said that it was a weather balloon. So I think that's interesting. If the Roswell craft was only a weather balloon, why did former CIC operative Joe Worth confide in Rickett years after the crash, quote, honest to God, they still haven't figured out what that stuff is, end quote. If the Roswell craft was only a weather balloon, why would former Provost Marshal Edwin Easley make reference to the creatures just before he passed away at Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas? That's interesting. How do we go from weather balloon to creatures? We're talking about something else here. We can't just be talking about a weather balloon. Why would former CIA operative Claire Miller, who dispatched the funding for the cleanup operation, refuse to talk to CIC member Louis Rickett years after the event? That's interesting. If the crash was only a weather balloon, why would Sergeant Fowlett Jr., with only days to live, confide in his daughter that he was, quote, at Roswell when they recovered the spaceship? I was involved. It's all true, end quote. That's interesting. That's interesting.
And I tend to one of my favorite books on Roswell is this Children of Roswell.
Mm-hmm.
Because it tells a lot of these deathbed confession stories. And I just don't see people at the end of their life going, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make up a story about aliens. And these people verifiably were stationed there at the time. You can check, you know?
Right.
It makes no sense that they would just start making up stories about aliens on their deathbed and tell their family. And in some cases, the conversation goes like, I just want you to know this is what happened and this is the truth, and we're not alone in the universe. There's other intelligent life out there, and I know because I've witnessed this event that was covered up. Why would you tell your children that on your deathbed?
Exactly.
It makes no sense to me.
I agree. Next one here, Myers Wani. No, this is where we want to go here. Captain Darwin E. Rasmussen, 718th Bomb Group Operations Officer, on his deathbed, told family members that the Roswell incident was true and that 4 bodies were recovered. Myers Wani, B-24 Liberator pilot in World War II, was ordered to Roswell Army Airfield to oversee the transport of a top secret item from Roswell to Fort Worth by way of a B-29. In the final years of his life, Wani told his daughter that the Roswell incident was real and that he had flown the bodies from Roswell to Fort Worth. He also mentioned that there were 3 sites and told his family, quote, whatever you do, don't believe the government. It really happened. So now we've got B-29 people talking. B-24 Liberator pilots. See, that's the caliber of witnesses that we want here. Next one. Why would CIC Captain Sheridan Cabot refuse to talk about the Roswell events to family members with only days to live if what was recovered was only a weather balloon? If the crash at Roswell was only a weather balloon, why would Sheridan Cabot's CIC Air Force OSI boss Doyle Reeves write him a letter stating the following? When you call the press conference to tell the world, let me know because I want to be there. That's interesting. If it was only a weather balloon or top secret American or German experimental aircraft, why could Werner von Braun, top German rocket scientist, not identify the material when he arrived at the crash site? If the crash at Roswell was only a weather balloon, why would 390th ASS MP Leroy Wallace, who helped load the bodies at the crash site, need to constantly bathe his hand to rid himself of the terrible stench? That's what we talked about. He later burned his clothes and burned the ashes due to the foul smell. Oof. That's some pretty good evidence. That's some pretty good.
Yeah, I've heard that before, and
about
I found that to be pretty convincing evidence. Like, what?
Yeah.
If there wasn't this intense, crazy, stench, and who knows what aliens smell like? Maybe it's worse because they got some kind of different enzymes than us, or different, and they're laying
Right.
out there in the desert for 5 days. That's going to reek.
Absolutely. Why would the U.S. military conduct a test flight of a top secret experimental aircraft at night during a thunderstorm/lightning storm? Classified aircraft are tested at Muroc Dry Lake Edwards Air Force Base, not near Roswell Army Airfield. Why did special unscheduled flights arrive from Washington, D.C., White Sands, Fort Bliss, and Kirkland Air Force Base immediately after the debris was recovered? That's another good one. Don Schmidt knows about that very well. You've got immediately after this happened, you've got flights coming in from Washington, White Sands, Fort Bliss, Kirkland Air Force Base. Over a weather balloon? Why did Senator Dennis Chavez phone Whitmore Sr. and advise him to do what he was instructed by the FCC to not broadcast a wire-recorded interview with Mac Brazzle? That's an interesting point that we've heard of before. Why was Barry Goldwater denied access to the quote-unquote blue room at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base by General Curtis LeMay? That's never technically been answered. Let's continue here. Why did Mac Brazzle later claim that he found the material on June 14th and that it consisted of rubber, tinfoil tape, and wooden sticks? Why was Mac Brazzle's son Paul turned away by MPs 10 miles from the debris field when he attempted to water the horses on the ranch? If the crash was only a weather balloon, why would Louis Rickett ask Cabot if the material was hot, radioactive, when he traveled to the debris field? What do you think about that, Stephen? Would that be a weather balloon?
I don't understand why a weather balloon would have radioactive materials included with it, or even if it was a spy balloon or whatever, that makes no sense to me. So it had to be something more exotic than a weather balloon to me.
Right. Why would Cabot invite Master Sergeant Louis Rickett to view the debris for an independent assessment opinion regarding the strange wreckage if it was only a weather balloon? Why would the military return to Mac's house looking for any remaining debris a full 2 years after the event? Oof, that's a good one. Why would Mac Brazzle's storm out of the restaurant in 1959 after being asked about the 1947 events in Roswell by a former real estate salesman, Howard Scogan? If the Roswell craft was only a weather balloon, why was Sergeant Frederick Benthal ordered to review the background files on both Robert Oppenheimer and General Curtis LeMay during his flight to Roswell in a B-25 for the purpose of photographing the bodies? Why would a mortician meet the crew of Straight Flush on the tarmac once it landed in Fort Worth? That's it.
Yeah, and speaking of photographing bodies or debris, isn't it true that they brought in outside photographers? And wouldn't they have their own? Why would they bring in outside photographers from outside of the base? That doesn't make any sense. If it was just a weather balloon, you got people on the base, they're familiar with weather balloons, send them to take the pictures. But that's not what happened. They brought in photographers from other bases for some reason.
That sort of checks out with a lot of the Leonard Stringfield cases as well, where we have pilots that saw a strange movie that was circulated around to multiple bases where 2 alien corpses were seen on a slab, and then the movie just cut off. So you're talking about motion picture, film reel, photographs. Absolutely. It appears that these things were taken. Okay, now, if the crash was only a weather balloon, Why was Corporal William Quincy ordered to guard overnight a tarp-covered atomic bomb pit complete with 4 by 5 by 12 wooden crate, B-29, and double row of protective screens? See, that's it. That just does not add up to being a weather balloon. And we'll just kind of wrap it up here. If the Roswell crash was nothing more than a weather balloon, why would Marcel make reference to seeing white rubbery figures at the crash site? Why did T.J. Slowey, Executive Secretary of the FCC, warn George Roberts, minority owner of KGFL, that if they air any portion of Brazil's previously recorded interview, they would lose their broadcasting license? Why would William Blanchard, Roswell Army Air Force Base Commander, leave his base responsibilities to examine a weather balloon? There is a good point. He wouldn't bother. Why was Mac Brazzle abducted by MPs directly off the Roswell downtown streets? Why did Bill Brazzle, Mac's son, state that his father was never the same after the event? Why did CIC Captain Sheridan Cabot prohibit Marcel from gaining access to his official report? If the crash at Roswell was just a weather balloon, why did Sheridan Cabot slam his fist down on the table and storm out of the room during Thanksgiving dinner decades after the event, when his son, Joseph Cabot, asked him what happened to the black box that was recovered near the debris field? So when you put this all together, it's clear we are not talking about a weather balloon here. There's something else going on.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you.
Something else going on. Okay, now, couple things that we want to do to be neutral here, to be completely neutral. Let's look at a couple of other pieces of evidence here. And I've kind of termed this Roswell Part 10 in a long series that I did called Roswell Revelation. So in this installment of Roswell Revelation, we will closely examine the quote-unquote trickle-down technology list. The following breakthrough technologies were allegedly a direct result of the Roswell crash of 1947. So here's the list. Number 1, image intensifiers. Number 2, fiber optics. Number 3, super tenacity fibers. Number 4, lasers. Number 5, molecular alignment and metallic alloys. Number 6, integrated circuits. Number 7, HARP. Number 8, Project Horizon. Number 9, portable atomic generators. Number 10, irradiated food. Number 11, third brain guidance systems, EBE headbands. Number 12, particle beam Star Wars anti-missile energy weapons. 13, electromagnetic propulsion systems. 14, depleted uranium projectiles. And number 15, Velcro. So, however, were these breakthroughs really the product of reverse engineering and alien spacecraft, or did they have a more earthly antecedent prior to? So, if we look at the breakdown here, let's look at the first one. Night vision. We've got Dr. V.K. Zworkin, father of night vision. Night visions and infrared systems were used on German Panther tanks prior to Roswell 1947. They were actually employed in 1943, 4 years before the Roswell incident. So we need to address that. That's something that has to be looked at. Next one.
Yeah, these claims of technology derived from the Roswell crash, I've never believed, because I've independently, it looks like you've done some of the same work that I did. I've independently looked into.
Right.
And what I found is most of these technologies either already existed or they're well on their way to becoming reality before or nearly after the Roswell event.
I know. And, it's an inconvenient truth, but we can't deny it. Even if it's unpopular, we still have to examine counterpoints, because we have to be neutral. We absolutely have to be neutral. We look at fiber optics. 1884 illustration of a, quote, light pipe by Alexander Graham Bell. So the beginning workings of fiber optics date back to 1884. Here's the photo phone. They talk about this, 1842.
Interesting. You got it further back than me then.
Okay. We've got lasers here. Roof Wiederow, and this is the document here. Quote, cascade principle described in document, German document, as far back as 1917. They studied studies in Germany in the late 1920s. They go into the historical legacy of the cascade principle, which is the forerunner to the laser. So they were already looking at this very early on. Transistor and integrated circuits, German Klystron tube 1940 to 1941, and then photographs of German semiconductor chips. This predates Roswell by 6 years. They already had these tubes and beginning the workings of the semiconductor chips prior to Roswell. So to be fair, we have to look at this other evidence as well. And then one other quick point I want to look at as well is I have a source who I will not name, but I will give you his word for word description. Now, he believes he knows exactly what the Roswell incident was. It was a quote unquote stovepipe operation to ferret out German spies. That's his impression of it. Now, these are direct statements. I won't name him, but this is what he said. Roswell Disinfo was so successful at smoking out spies and moles that 8 months after hearing that U.S. intelligence found their spies, the Soviets created their own alien crash the following year to do the same because they feared U.S. spies. Then I asked him, I go, well, how many? He said, 12 were made, 3 were used as wreckage. 8 to 9 were used in hangars as props to test military intel and scientists. All were props incapable of flying. They sat in hangars and were moved around so that personnel and satellites in subsequent years thought they were moving since positions daily. The text is a little choppy here. Tested different incoming shifts. We built those. Stovepipe is a counterintelligence technique. It's a term. The craft were not called that. The detachment would use the fake models to test incoming guys to where intel flushed out at. Back then it was CIA, or back before then it was CIA. They used the OSS, which was the Office of Strategic Services, would have used a group called Detachment 101. This is the group that allegedly built these mock-ups and quote-unquote crashed them. When the War Department was in charge of everything, they started a foreign intelligence group called Detachment 101. So when the OSS started, they already these guys already experienced in foreign affairs and special activities. No laws and definitions back then. Was the wild, wild west of intelligence. So that's according to this source. He believes it was a stovepiping operation to smoke out German spies. And that's kind of the counterpoints I wanted to bring up.
Interesting. I've never heard of this. I've heard the Annie Jacobson explanation, which I don't find credible at all, because her so-called witness told her one thing happened at Roswell with this, fake, they apparently, according to Annie Jacobson's witness, they, did some kind of surgery on already deformed children or something like that, and then crashed it on purpose to scare us or whatever. And he told George Knapp an entirely different explanation of what happened at Roswell.
Let's see if I can get back to where we're at here. Let's see here. Can I get back to you here?
Do you want me to stop the screen
share? Yeah,
share?
You can stop sharing at this point. Yeah. See, now looking at his information, it doesn't technically jive with what we know about the bodies, the B-29 flights, the crates. See, how do we factor all that in? The stench of the bodies, the B-29 flights. So it's still kind of a mystery because even his counterpoints don't technically jive with what we know about Marion Black Magruder. So again, we're back to this thing about these bodies again. How do we actually describe and account for the bodies? If they were making a mock-up, this is something that I'm sure would be bent by a 16-pound sledgehammer, but yet the witnesses said that the debris could not be dented with a 16-pound sledgehammer. So even the counterpoints seem to kind of fall apart, and we're back to this going back to the original witnesses again.
Yeah, and the most popular narrative, which is the narrative that it was an alien spacecraft and bodies were recovered and that the debris was otherworldly, therefore couldn't be cut, smashed, whatever. And interesting, I did have a question from the live chat that I thought was interesting. And since you're an aircraft historian, I thought you're the perfect person to answer this. And I suppose they know that. That's why they're asking. So 1 second. Patrick Sheehan asks, please ask Michael about the possibility that the Roswell incident involved U.S. Navy top secret X-5U program. It was supposedly canceled in 1947, called the Flying Flapjack. Early scale prototype was flown by Lindbergh.
Yes. Yeah, that's, we're talking about some of the things that were done by Zimmerman, the Flying Flapjack. The other one, which had the Wright engines in them, that was never flown. So the Chance Vought XF5U-1, that aircraft was never flown. They scrapped it because the gearbox mechanism was too sophisticated, and so they never flew it. But Jack Pickett is of the belief that there were jet-powered U.S. Air Force jet flying wing aircraft, but since this is 47, that would have been very early on, very early.
Yeah, I'm just going to show a picture for people. Very interesting airplane, and I like weird, airplanes like this.
It's a nice aircraft, but that plane was never flown. It was not
cool design, though.
Yep.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Definitely a cool design. So you don't think this had anything to do with Roswell?
Nope, it was not. It was not this one.
And one of my other questions for you would be, what do you think of? Some people believe that the the German flying wing aircraft that was recovered may have had something to do with Roswell. Like maybe they reproduced it, they were doing tests, and that's what crashed.
Yeah, I know that Don Schmidt had gone down that road, and he's absolutely convinced it has nothing to do with a Horton 229. Because now you've got jet engines, you've got rivets, you've got sort of a composite aircraft construction. There were no rivets, whatever they describe. And, we can even go back to the black box. That black box was completely seamless. So there were no rivets. There were no fasteners. Probably weren't any weld marks. And that has to be explained. If this was a mock-up, if this was a fake crash built by OSS, to ferret out German spies, then how do you account for this black box that was recovered? How do you account for the fused glass that they found indicative of high heat? So there's a lot more going on here, and I'm going to remain neutral. I'm not going to jump on plus or minus. I'm going to continue doing the research, and wherever the truth leads, whether it's unpopular, it's inconvenient, I'm going to go with that.
Well, I appreciate that you are open to all the possibilities too, and you don't just, I've seen some people just reject evidence because it doesn't fit what they believe, and I don't think that's the right way to go about it. I think we should accept all of this, accept all of the information. And I want to thank Lord Ludicrous, who said of Michael Strett, he said the very best person to close the amazing series out. The Roswell series is one of my favorite things you have done, Stephen. And Michael, I love your work and passion. So thank you, Lord Ludicrous, for your kind. Do you got a little bit of time we can take if somebody has any questions for you in the live chat?
Yeah. See, whatever the truth ultimately comes out about Roswell, it has to answer all the questions. It can't answer some. It has to answer all. It has to answer the debris. It has to answer the bodies. It has to answer for all the unknown.
Yeah, the only explanation the government provided for the bodies was some kind of, tests, high altitude tests where they were dropping mannequins, and that doesn't work because that didn't happen until years later. First of all, and second of all, those were 6 foot tall mannequins. That doesn't explain the bodies at all. But according to some skeptics, well, it was just mannequins. They were testing things. They dropped a bunch of mannequins out of planes. High altitude testing or parachute testing or whatever. That explanation to me is about as credible as the swamp gas explanation for some UFOs. It just doesn't add up to me.
A 5'10" to 6'2" wooden crash test dummy would not fit in a child-sized casket. Ain't gonna work.
Yeah, that's another one as well. So now that the 75th anniversary is coming up, do you know they're doing some special events for that as well for the 75th anniversary? To me, it's just this is the 75th anniversary of a great mystery. Do you think that we'll ever get a definitive answer, or that this mystery will be ever solved?
Very good question. Without the physical evidence, we are just going to be spinning our wheels. That's it. Without that physical evidence, it's just going to be another one of these legends. And that's why I think that the Leonard Stringfield crash retrieval witnesses are so important, because it does provide corroborating evidence for the Roswell incident, because he's got about 119 retrieval cases within his 7 status reports. That's about 2 inches thick. Now, can we rule some of them out? Absolutely. Some of them are overlapping, no problem. Some of them are hoaxes, no problem. So let's take 20 off the batch right there. Let's go from 119. Let's just go down to 100 conservatively. So it's like the odds are 100 to 1. All we need is 1 to be correct. That's all we need. So if you took those odds to Vegas and you went to the roulette wheel and there were like 100 spots there, and you bet on 99 of them, you're going to win. You're going to win every single time.
Yeah, that's
so
good. That's
the
good.
odds are in our favor. All we need is 1 to be correct.
Yeah, we have an excellent question from number 6. Is Michael coming out with a printed art book?
Well, I think my Dark Files book is my printed art book.
Yes, but at first that was an ebook. I've just now learned that you've got a printed version available. It's available on Amazon, right?
It's printed all right.
I'm a terrible show host. I will put the link to your Amazon book in the description of the video, but you can just search on Amazon for
Dark Files, Michael Strett. It'll pull right up.
Dark Files.
Book,
and I got to tell you that I'm so glad that you did a printed art book, because I like ebooks, but I really like to have the physical book.
I like a book I can hold,
Yeah, absolutely. And Pix is here, surprisingly not arguing with me tonight. And he says, Michael, are there any aspects of the story you would venture to assert as true? I think
I would take the word of the World War II pilots, like Marion Black Magmer. I would bank on that. When he talks about things being pulled over to Langley Air Force Base, other locations other than Wright Patterson, that checks out with some of the things that Leonard Stringfield had talked about. So when coming from a World War II pilot that has no dog in this race, he's just talking about what he experienced. Plus, we've got his records proving he was there. So I take a bank on his statements. Yep.
Yeah, and I'm not aware that you were working on a Lazar project, but somebody's asking when the Lazar report is coming out.
That Lazar report came out.
It's been out years ago, right?
It came out 10 years ago.
Yeah, and I don't know if you're aware, Michael, but we have had on the record sources from Los Alamos. We talked about this off air, but just to inform that his bosses at Los Alamos have now been found, and they gave on the record statement saying that Bob Lazar was never a scientist at Los Alamos. He was a low-level electronics technician. And we've also got on the record interview with an Area 51 security guard who claims that Bob Lazar never stepped foot on the base.
You did such a good job on that. I know.
Well, it wasn't my work, but I was able to find people who did that work and allow me to, and they came here and helped me to share it, because we have a little bigger bullhorn,
The question I have is, if that story is true, why have we not heard of even one test pilot who flew out of that facility stating that they saw a remote working facility at Papoose Lake S4? Not one test pilot has ever come forward that was stationed there and flew there prior to and afterward. We don't have the testimony of even one test pilot stating that there is an active facility built into the side of the mountain. Not one has ever come forward.
Yeah, and that Area 51 security guard also said that he'd been all over the base, including Papoose Lake, and there's nothing there that Bob Lazar described. No roads, no guard shack, no hangars in the mountain, and he was right next, he drove right next to that. Yeah. And we have member Frapsap who says, with a great question, I'd like to ask Mr. Strett about the black and white film showing supposed flight panel with identifications shaped like hands with 6 fingers and the 3 fingers description of the EBE.
I think you're referring to the alien autopsy film that came out decades ago.
That was just a tiny portion, but people have cut that out and re-uploaded it. So I don't believe that is credible, Frapsap.
I would agree with you, Stephen. I would agree.
Thank you for being a member, FRAPSAP, and thank you for your excellent question. And I want to remind our viewers that we're a viewer-supported show. You can now become a member, or you can join our Patreon. And either of those two things, you get all of the extra goodies. So I've now finally figured it out. And if you're a YouTube channel member, you get all the Patreon benefits as well. So thanks to our kind and generous benefactors, Michael. People all over the world are sending me money to keep doing this. And that's a, that's a great thing. It's good. Yeah. And Mark Tarana with a great question who says, if this debris was indestructible, how large must the explosion have been to create it?
I know. Don Schmidt had questioned that too. And his answer to that is, we don't know exactly how or why it crashed, but the lightning that may have struck it during the electrical storm exceeded the tensile strength of the material. So
well, that makes sense. You know, a lot of people are very critical, saying they came all the way here from another world, but they somehow crashed when they got here. But I would argue that all machines fail, and the more complicated a machine, the more likelihood of failure. So, you know, I get that argument though, right, Michael? Like they came from, 20 light years away and then they crashed, but atmospheric flying and flying in space is two different things. You know, I can't really explain why it crashed. Most people have said that this huge lightning storm may have interfered with their propulsion system or their guidance system or whatever.
Or an experimental radar system, an experimental high-power radar could have been involved, which is what allegedly took down the Kingman thing, because that was a soft landing, that was not a crash retrieval. And it really boils down to the crash retrievals. That's why I think that Leonard Stringfield got closer than any of us had ever gotten, because he interviewed the first-hand witnesses that were on the retrieval teams recovering the craft, the debris, the bodies. So we've got air traffic controllers, astronauts, cosmonauts, high-level military brass who were on these retrieval teams. Could they all be lying? Could they all really be lying?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Unknown Sender has a good point. Strange no one got sick from handling biological aliens. Well, I'm sure maybe they had gloves and masks or something, right? They wouldn't have just picked right? I don't think they would just pick them up with their bare hands, and because there'd be this,
at the very least, it was a
fear
nauseous
of
smell. It was a nauseous smell being next to those bodies. That's what the witnesses are reporting.
Yeah. And anybody with any questions for Michael, please put them in all caps. That makes it much easier for me to know. So, but I think we're going to wrap things up here, Michael. I'm going to throw you out, but we are going to take a musical break, and then I'm going to return for some other show business that I can cut out of this later. But I certainly want to thank you for coming here and shedding some more light. And you have brought us new and interesting witnesses that no one else had, and new insight into this great mystery.
Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you are welcome here anytime, my friend. So
Great.
Don't be a stranger. The government's explanation into what happened at Roswell, in my view, is laughable at best. First published in 1997, the Air Force published their findings, called the Roswell Report, Case Closed. And in their report, a very skeptical report, I might add, they completely and totally dismissed almost all the witness testimony. They made wackadoo explanations for what really happened, conflating people seeing alien bodies with some kind of top secret high altitude tests where they were dropping dummies from high altitude balloons. And importantly, those tests didn't occur until 1953, some years after the event in 1947. The Air Force offers no explanation other than to say that people conflated times and dates and different events somehow. I'm not buying it. I believe that the Air Force largely tried to explain away all the evidence, ignored an incredible amount of eyewitness testimony, or simply tried to explain it away with no justification for explaining it away. This government explanation, Roswell Report, Case Closed, I believe is laughable in its attempt to explain away what happened in Roswell in 1947. I also found a laughable video explaining away the entire Roswell mystery that was put together by government sources in order to let the public know that Roswell was nothing special, just a weather balloon. I don't buy it, friends, but I'm presenting their explanation here in our Roswell Deep Dive for the purposes of education and history. You decide. Is the government being truthful here, or are they trying to continue a decades-long cover-up?
An event, popularly known as the Roswell Incident, has recently been the subject of intense interest by both the media and a curious general public. In recent years, numerous speculative books, magazine articles, television programs, a made-for-TV movie, 2 UFO museums, fraudulent documents, and even an alien autopsy film have emerged to exploit the media fascination with the Roswell Incident. The story has even gained international attention. Despite the vested interest and questionable credibility of all sources involved in generating the media hype, the U.S. Air Force is routinely accused of concealing a deep, dark secret from the American people. In early 1994, New Mexico Congressman Stephen Schiff requested the General Accounting Office initiate a records review. The purpose of this review was to determine if the U.S. Air Force or any other U.S. government agency possessed information on an alleged crash near Roswell, New Mexico in July 1947 of an extraterrestrial vehicle and its alien crew. In response to the GAO probe, the Secretary of the Air Force directed a comprehensive search for records. The objective of this search was to tell the Congress and the American people what the Air Force knew about the 1947 Roswell claims. If the information was still classified, it was to be declassified. If active or former Air Force officials had signed non-disclosure agreements, they were to be released from these agreements. The resulting 800-page report was completed in July 1994. The report concluded that the predecessor to the U.S. Air Force, the U.S. Army Air Forces, did recover material near Roswell in July 1947. What was recovered was not the remains of an extraterrestrial spacecraft and its alien crew, but debris from a then classified Army Air Forces research project codenamed Mogul. Begun in 1946, Project Mogul was a top-secret attempt to acoustically detect suspected Soviet nuclear explosions and ballistic missile launches. The project was accorded the highest priority because it addressed the most important post-war national defense concern, development of an early warning system to prevent a devastating surprise attack. Mogul used an odd assortment of naval acoustical sensors, radar reflecting targets, nylon fibers, and other equipment carried aloft by a train of weather balloons extending over 600 feet. Claims that the U.S. Army Air Forces recovered a flying disc near Roswell in 1947 were based primarily on a misidentification of the radar targets, a standard element of weather equipment adapted for use on the long Mogul balloon train. In June 1947, the oddly constructed radar targets were found by a local rancher who later reported the equipment as a flying disc. Following some initial confusion at Roswell Army Airfield, the flying disc debris, aluminum foil, rubber, paper, and sticks, was identified by Army Air Force officials as remnants of radar targets and weather balloons. With the positive identification by the Army Air Forces of the debris recovered by the rancher, events that occurred in 1947 were officially resolved and largely forgotten. Initially, the Roswell incident consisted only of accounts of the recovery of a flying disc. In 1947, there were no claims of alien bodies associated with the Roswell incident. The recovery of alien bodies became part of the Roswell story during the late 1970s, with other claims being made in the 1980s and 1990s. These later-day revisions to the Roswell story were often based on anecdotal accounts from second- and third-hand witnesses collected by UFO enthusiasts 40 or more years after the actual event. The same anecdotal accounts that refer to bodies also describe large-scale field operations conducted by U.S. military personnel using an assortment of military vehicles and aircraft to recover crashed debris, supposedly from an extraterrestrial spaceship. Military personnel were allegedly led by an angry, red-headed captain, threatening those who witnessed the operation with imprisonment or death if they revealed what they observed. The popular Roswell story contends that the bodies, once recovered, were allegedly transported under tight security to the base hospital at Roswell Army Airfield for autopsy. At the hospital, the angry red-headed captain was again allegedly observed threatening civilians. Following the purported autopsies, the alien bodies were supposedly transported to Wright Field, Ohio, now Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, for further processing and storage. This summarizes the Roswell incident scenario as presented by UFO enthusiasts. On the surface, this explanation may appear plausible to some. However, things are not always as they appear. The reports of bodies were only briefly discussed in the 1994 Air Force report because the search for records from 1947, the year of the alleged incident, did not yield any data to support a 1947 claim of alien bodies. However, following the release of the 1994 report, additional research uncovered information which explains some of the claims of alien bodies associated with the Roswell incident. From the additional research, a second report was written which critically examined the anecdotal claims and descriptions of flying saucers, aliens, and reports of unusual Air Force activities in the New Mexico desert. This in-depth examination revealed that many of these claims were reasonably accurate descriptions of Air Force activities. Some of the claims that refer to bodies are most likely misperceptions by uninformed persons of unclassified and widely publicized Air Force scientific achievements of the 1950s. However, other descriptions of bodies appear to be exploitation of Air Force members killed or injured in the line of duty. The following are the 5 main conclusions contained in the second report. Research reveals that actual U.S. military operations, widely separated by time, geographical location, and purpose, have been misinterpreted or deliberately misrepresented. These misrepresentations collectively created what is known as the Roswell incident. UFO proponents failed to establish accurate dates of reported eyewitness accounts, in some instances by more than a decade. In addition, they erroneously linked all these accounts to the actual 1947 recovery of Project Mogul equipment. Eventually, these misrepresentations transformed a series of verifiable Air Force activities into what some have described as the extraterrestrial event of the millennium. Reports of aliens in the New Mexico desert were actually anthropomorphic test dummies that were carried aloft by Air Force high-altitude research balloons. Critical examination of alleged alien sightings consistently matched the physical characteristics of these dummies, as well as where and how they were used.
Vince, that new dummy cam is great.
Yeah, it'll sure give people a whole new outlook on what it's like when you don't wear a safety belt.
I think they'll get the picture.
You could learn a lot from a dummy. Buckle your safety belt.
Anthropomorphic dummies, also known as crash test dummies, are today easily identifiable and are even stars of their own successful auto safety advertising campaign. However, during the 1950s, public awareness was still decades away for these important scientific tools. From 1953 to 1959, anthropomorphic dummies were used by the U.S. Air Force Aeromedical Laboratory in projects High Dive and Excelsior. The project's main objective was to study methods for returning a pilot or astronaut safely to Earth by parachute if forced to eject at extremely high altitudes. For these tests, dummies were transported up to 98,000 feet by high-altitude balloons. The dummies were released for a free-fall period, during which body movements and escape equipment performance were recorded by a variety of instruments. Many of the dummies landed outside the confines of military reservations and were regularly observed by local civilians. Following a series of dummy tests, a human subject, Air Force test pilot Captain Joseph W. Kittinger, Jr., now a retired colonel, made 3 bailouts from high-altitude balloons. These and other aeromedical projects that used both dummies and human test subjects were unclassified and widely publicized in the press and other media. In 1956, 20th Century Fox released On the Threshold of Space, a feature-length motion picture based on these projects and filmed on location at Holloman Air Force Base. Air Force personnel, aircraft, high-altitude balloons, and other equipment, including the actual anthropomorphic dummies, were used in the making of this film. The eyewitness reports of military units that always seemed to arrive shortly after the alleged crash of a flying saucer were actually accurate descriptions of Air Force personnel engaged in high-altitude balloon and anthropomorphic dummy recovery operations. Since 1947, Air Force atmospheric research organizations at Holloman Air Force Base, New Mexico, have launched and recovered approximately 2,500 high-altitude balloons, many in the same areas of New Mexico where the Roswell incident allegedly occurred. Additionally, the equipment, vehicles, and procedures used by the Holloman Air Force Base Balloon Branch, the unit that conducted most of the launches, are the same as that described by the reputed witnesses who claimed they saw the recovery of the flying saucer and alien crew. These huge Air Force high-altitude balloons, launched by the Holloman Balloon Branch, carried aloft a wide range of sophisticated and, from most perspectives, odd-looking devices. Much of this equipment was experimental and represented for that era the latest in space-age technologies. Payloads ranged from simple radio transmitters to sophisticated satellite components and NASA space probes. In fact, qualification trials for the NASA Voyager Mars and Viking space probes were flown by Air Force high-altitude balloons during the late 1960s and early 1970s. Ironically, these balloons were launched from the former Roswell Army Airfield, site of the originally alleged 1947 incident, and recovered on the White Sands Missile Range over 100 miles to the west. Recovering the balloon payloads was essential for accomplishing the scientific objectives of the high-altitude balloon program. The primary high-altitude balloon recovery areas were and still are located at predetermined sites throughout Arizona, West Texas, and New Mexico, including the area surrounding Roswell. To retrieve the equipment many miles from Holloman Air Force Base, recovery personnel operated a variety of aircraft and vehicles, the exact vehicles described by the witnesses as having been present at the crashed flying saucer sites. To expedite these operations, the recovery crews tracked the balloons optically, electronically, and from aircraft which directed ground vehicles to the impact areas. In several of the Roswell accounts, unsubstantiated allegations asserted that military personnel who retrieved equipment from rural areas of New Mexico intimidated and threatened civilians on the scene. On the contrary, balloon branch personnel enjoyed good relations with the local community and often solicited their assistance following a balloon or payload landing. In the course of their activities, recovery personnel rented or borrowed tractors, bulldozers, snowmobiles, and even pack mules from local residents. The payloads, parachutes, balloons, and circling chase aircraft often draw crowds of curious onlookers from the local community. In fact, so many civilians are often present at balloon or payload landing sites, the scenes were once described by balloon branch personnel as being like the circus coming to town.
Here's what it looked like this afternoon, floating from east to west over town. It was way up there, all right, some 25 miles over our heads, the Air Force later told me. The giant helium-filled balloon eventually collapsed, falling to earth like 1,000 pounds of cellophane, landing on the Gila Indian Reservation southwest of Phoenix. A short while later, we spotted this, a large parachute, perhaps 100 feet across. Dangling beneath it was some sort of a silver box that made a rather hard landing. This is what had been attached to that balloon, we would later find out. There were no markings on it, no way at all of telling what it was. Then the Air Force pulled up.
Excuse me, we don't mean to be too nosy, but about 1 million people in Phoenix are dying to know. What is it?
What is it?
Yeah.
This is a scientific payload that was launched from Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. How far are we? About 400 miles? Okay, it went up to approximately 125,000 feet in the air, carried aloft by an 11 million cubic foot balloon.
So there you have it, an Air Force experiment to gather information on gases in the upper atmosphere. Thank goodness it was one of ours. Len Clements, News Center 10.
In addition to high-altitude balloons, the Holloman Balloon Branch also launched low-altitude tethered balloons. These tethered balloons may have inspired at least one account of an alien craft associated with the Roswell incident. In a popular book, the authors present a drawing of a crashed spaceship, allegedly given to them by an anonymous witness. When this drawing is compared to a photograph of an experimental tethered balloon flown at Holloman Air Force Base in March 1965, the similarities are undeniable. The red-headed captain was probably Captain Joseph W. Kittinger, Jr. Captain Kittinger served as the project officer or pilot in all three of the Air Force's manned high-altitude balloon projects, Man High, Excelsior, and Stargazer. Captain Kittinger was present at many balloon and dummy launch and recovery sites throughout the southwest United States during the 1950s and early 1960s. However, other than the allegations made by UFO proponents, there is no evidence of any kind that Kittinger confronted or threatened civilians. Colonel Kittinger's achievements as an Air Force test pilot are legendary. He has the standing world record parachute jump from nearly 20 miles. Later, he went on to serve 3 combat tours in Southeast Asia and is credited with an aerial victory while engaged in combat over North Vietnam. After over 480 combat missions, Colonel Kittinger was shot down over North Vietnam and spent 10 months as a prisoner of war in the infamous Hanoi Hilton before being repatriated in March 1973. Colonel Kittinger made history again after retiring from the Air Force. In 1984, he accomplished the first solo crossing of the Atlantic by balloon. The final and most disturbing conclusion of the second Roswell report is the apparent exploitation of Air Force members killed or injured in the line of duty to perpetuate the alleged sightings of alien bodies. Claims of bodies at the Roswell Army Airfield Hospital were likely a combination of several aircraft accidents and an unusual manned balloon mishap. One aircraft accident occurred on June 26, 1956. 11 Air Force members died when their fully loaded KC-97 tanker aircraft experienced a propeller failure 4.5 minutes after takeoff. The crash site was approximately 9 miles south of the former Roswell Army Airfield, renamed Walker Air Force Base in 1948. The badly burned bodies of the 11 crewmen were identified and processed at the Walker Air Force Base Hospital. The alleged claims of bodies at the base hospital can be traced to a single witness whose descriptions closely matched the condition and the circumstances under which these victims were identified. Furthermore, claims of bodies attributed to specific Air Force personnel are unsubstantiated. Some of these individuals were not even present at Roswell Army Airfield in July 1947. The balloon mishap occurred during a low-level training mission for backup pilots in the Project Excelsior high-altitude manned balloon program. This unusual accident occurred approximately 10 miles northwest of Walker Air Force Base on May 21, 1959. One of the 3 crewmen, Captain Dan D. Fulgham, now a retired colonel, was injured during landing. Following the mishap, Captain Fulgham and the other balloon crew members were transported to the Walker Air Force Base Hospital via a chase helicopter that followed the training mission for emergency purposes. Upon arrival at the highly secure Strategic Air Command base, the balloon crew was met by armed Air Force security personnel who remained with the crew until their identities were confirmed. As the Excelsior project officer and instructor pilot for this mission, the red-headed Captain Kittinger accompanied the balloon crew to the hospital. At the Walker Air Force Base Hospital, Kittinger and Fulgham were apparently observed by individuals who later related this unusual incident. Elements of this actual event now appear to be part of the Roswell story. Captain Fulgham was treated for an injury that caused his head to swell beyond its normal size. The injury, described as a traumatic hematoma, was not serious. On a specially arranged flight several days after the accident, Fulgham returned to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Ohio, where he made a complete recovery. Fulgham went on to distinguish himself as a test parachutist and physiologist for the space program. He later flew F-4s in Southeast Asia, adding to his combat record as a fighter pilot during the Korean War. When critically examined, the Roswell incident is exposed as a conglomeration of many events, including aircraft accidents, that occurred over several decades. Misidentification of anthropomorphic dummies and experimental balloon-launched devices, combined with Air Force balloon operations portrayed as mysterious flying saucer and alien recovery teams, transformed verifiable events into what is now known as the Roswell incident. The U.S. Air Force and its predecessors have been the unsurpassed innovators in aerospace technology. Legendary Air Force leaders throughout this century have used technological advances to establish the U.S. Air Force as a premier military service. The facts presented in the reports examining the so-called Roswell incident did not reveal it to be a dark secret or government cover-up, as persons unacquainted with Air Force technologies proclaim.
Greetings, friends. Well, for today at least, we have made it down to the bottom of this Roswell rabbit hole. This is a mystery, an incredible mystery that I have been interested in all my life. I thought if I could gather all of the world's leading experts and interview them, that I would know for sure, for certain, what it is that happened on July 7th, 1947 in Roswell, New Mexico. But I've got to tell you, I'm still torn. I, for one, refuse to believe some of the skeptics who simply discount all of the eyewitness testimony or attempt to explain it away with no real justification for explaining it away. Those deathbed confessions that many people gave about seeing debris and even bodies weighs very heavily on my decision-making process. And the truth is, I'm still on the fence. I have my own theories and my own beliefs, but I didn't want to influence you. I wanted to bring you with me down this deep rabbit hole and go as deep as I could. I think we accomplished that today. But what I think happened in Roswell doesn't really matter. I think it's more important what you think happened in Roswell on July 7th, 1947. If you made it this far, all the way down the rabbit hole, please do leave a comment. Let us know what you think happened at Roswell. I've got to tell you, for once in my life, I did something right, and that is I had the forethought to start interviewing these experts, authors, and researchers before this anniversary date. It's been quite a journey, and I'm glad that I could bring you along with me. Until next time, friends, I'm Stephen Cambion, reminding you that a mystery is only a mystery for as long as we wish it to be. Good night, friends.